like an amazing venue with like it's like an old car park, I think, isn't it?
Yeah,
No,
I
Peckham Lagables?
does anyone? I mean, like we were talking about Peckham. I mean, does that mean anything to you, Emka? No.
So my name is Marie-Thérèse.
Yeah.
Very hard to pronounce. I've tried it over again with Londoners, never worked.
It's okay. I'm not actually originally from London, so give me give me a chance.
Okay.
Marie-Thérèse. There you go. Thank you. Thank you,
First
everybody.
try. Okay.
It's my top quality Polish pronunciation. I do try, but so Marie-Thérèse. So
Major in French.
yeah.
You should major in French.
I should. You've just encouraged me. I will do it after this Talkaoke. This is what I'm going to pursue. But what brings you to this festival? Is it to find out about these obscure areas around London? Why are you here?
So to remember about the obscure areas about London, actually, I'm here because we love being in a festival for 3 days surrounded by cows. I mean, it's really unbelievable to look this way, 10 cows. Further, the sea is so soothing for the soul, and I mean the lineup was pretty amazing.
Okay, so the lineup brings you here, but mostly the cows. I mean, do you think that's something that Pete the Monkey should kind of consider in terms of like the marketing spin? Should they be really emphasizing the cow element on the lineup, or just kind of focus on music?
No, this is really the kind of the funny detail, really.
Yeah. Okay, so cows. I mean, have you seen the cows here?
I saw the cows, but I thought I would actually prefer chicken, because the chicken I could then I would be less scared of petting them. Like then I could even might hug them. If might have to ask for consent, but
Consent from chickens. I mean, like consent is everything. I mean, have you ever stroked a cow? Have you asked for consent?
I have actually stroked a cow. The cow didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, I think it enjoyed it. But I mean, it's hard to know, isn't it? I mean,
how did you know?
I saw that
How
film.
much is it
I don't know if you've seen the film called Cow.
Yeah.
It's a very good film. It's about a cow.
Yeah. Sorry, are you more of a cow or a chicken person? Just tell us quickly. Sorry, Michael, come back to you.
Cow or a chicken person? I think I'm more a cow person.
Cow, yeah. What is it about cow that you feel so particularly drawn to?
Because I love milk. That's
Milk,
why. Yeah,
okay. And
I love
chicken
drinking-
milk is not famous,
No,
let's
not
be
famous.
honest.
But first of all, still not. Maybe later chicken milk will be something. It's maybe the future, you know.
Yeah. So the future is all about chicken milk. I mean, would you drink chicken milk?
Coconut milk would ring more with Pete the Monkey and everything in the forest.
Okay, so
Coconut milk, I think, is
coconut, yes, but chicken milk, not so much. What's your name, by the way?
No, I agree with you because it's like more sustainable, you know.
Okay, what's your name?
Maxim.
Maxime, give us 2 seconds of your time. So we've got Maxime, we've got Marie-Thérèse, we've got Jess, we did get your name, we've got, what's your name?
Mikey.
And we've got Tina and Amanda. This is
I don't
Talkaoke.
normally compliment people on their clothing, but I'm loving the Lidl shorts. Lidl, yeah. I've got Lidl shorts, and you've got Lidl shorts. Yeah.
Lidl,
Lidl.
Okay. I mean, can you explain why did you choose to wear these shorts today?
Because it's colorful and it's a present, you know. It's a gift.
Yeah.
Like, someone gave me, and it's colorful, so it's the mindset.
Okay.
With the monkey mindset is like colorful also.
a lot of colors,
I
yeah.
love cars. I mean, like, because we were talking kind of vaguely about. Well, we started off by talking about vaguely about different areas around London, but I don't expect anybody to care about it. Marie-Thérèse cares about it a little bit, but what she mostly cares about is cows at Pete the Monkey Festival. I mean, music is okay, but that is just really nothing when you think about the cows. And then we kind of started talking about the cows versus chickens. Tim and I prefer chickens in the festival, not so much cows. Then cow and chicken conundrum came up. Then the chicken milk came up, and then there were your shorts. So this is kind of where we are. So you're up to speed, everyone. Mikey,
Just
you were
about the
saying
colourful, I just want to link the subjects together because
Please.
we've got this festival in the UK called Latitudes.
Yeah.
And they've got sheep all around the festival, which they dye them to pink and all different colours for the festival.
What's the problem there?
I'm not saying it's a problem, I'm saying Pete the Monkey should maybe do the same with the cows, and just rather than having brown cows or black and white cows. Hang on. Marie-Thérèse, final thoughts?
Give us your final thought. I mean, what are you going to throw into this conversation? You can give us a new direction, you can tell us about what what you're going off to do, anything.
Okay, just go around stroll around the festival. Conferences about traveling without carbon. I'm using my feet right now to go into the festival. Maybe for some food for thought for you guys for the rest of your travels around here and everywhere.
Okay, so use your feet. This is the message from. Come and join us, by the way. This is a talk show. It's pretty simple, really. Mikey, I will come to you. We've got Maxime, we've got Timna, we've got Stan, Claire, we've got Mikey, we've got Jess, and I'm Margot. This is Talkaoke. Mikey was just making a point, but we're just talking about the festival, and the party message from Marie-Therese was use your feet. Have you used your feet much today? I'll come to you, Mikey, in a second.
Yeah, definitely a bit too much, maybe.
Really? Is there such thing as using your feet too much? I mean, what do you think?
What again?
Have you ever used your feet too much? Because you use your feet a little bit too much.
So after a long party, sometimes you are like a bit tired and your feet are not following you. So
Okay.
maybe it's too much sometimes.
Right. So when the feet are doing their own thing, they don't follow your energy, then maybe you've overdone it, Mikey.
I'm going to follow Marie-Therese's advice about walking and foot is a carbon neutral form of travel, because I was originally going to go around the festival on a tractor, but now I'm just going to use feet.
A tractor?
A tractor, yeah.
That's quite attractive, I have to say.
It's an attractive proposition, but it's not carbon neutral.
Okay. I mean, what is this carbon neutral? Like, what does it actually mean, to be completely honest? Do people know what this means? Is it pretty obvious? Am I just like not getting it? What does it mean, carbon neutral? Do you know?
I don't have the specific definition, but I guess it would be in I/O, because that's in computer, in input and output. It's the equilibrium between what you produce and what you reject, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Okay, so it's about equilibrium. I mean, Timna, have you used your feet much at this festival? Or?
Yes, I've used
final
my
thought,
feet, but I might not have the best. I'm just about to go.
It's okay, you don't have to wear clothes to sit here. It's completely fine.
Yeah.
Have you used your feet much today?
What?
Have you used your feet much today?
Yeah.
Have you walked a lot?
Yeah. I'm walking around with
Come and join us for 2 seconds of your time. We're just currently talking about what does it actually mean to be carbon neutral. And Timna's just taking a point, and I'll introduce you.
Yeah, and I think it's so like, because if I'm not wrong, your wife is pregnant, so no, the thing is, my point was, so we were speaking about being carbon neutral. I'm just about to leave, and so that's my final thought. But I was thinking, wouldn't be one example, because we were also speaking about milk earlier, wouldn't it be carbon neutral if a person who has actually then breast milk would use that breast milk not only for a kid but also for their own coffee? Just dropping this here.
Okay, using breast milk for coffee. Any final thoughts? Can you top this, Jess?
I don't know if I can top that, but I can definitely say that I think being carbon neutral means like no more flights, none of these like flights to constantly like traveling for like parties, and I think we need to be thinking more about this, like no more flights, and unless it's like really necessary.
Okay, so fly only if it's necessary. I hope you guys didn't fly in here. Thank you very much, Jess. Did you? I don't want to say anything wrong, but did you fly here? What's your name, by the way?
Mark and
Delphine. Okay,
Someone is raising their hand.
They're always, this is like an automatic raise.
Carbon neutral is a bit like being the neutral host, where you just give the mic to whoever wants to have the mic and you're completely neutral about it.
Yeah.
You don't let personal things get in the way.
Sure. Are you able to do it though, Mike? This is the question. Are you able not to take it into
Anyway,
personal?
Mark is being carbon neutral because cotton is a very carbon. If you buy cotton, if you use cotton, you're actually putting carbon into the atmosphere. So I like what Mark's doing, but it's offset by the fact that he's creating new human beings which are going to absorb more materials and more.
Okay.
If it's done by accident.
If it's an accidental pregnancy, is it still bad for the environment? Was it accidental? I don't want to get too personal. Yeah.
When we don't decide it, like
Yeah.
When you end up on the flight, by
you're a bit
mistake,
bored and
it's your fault or not? I don't know.
Are you talking about life as a kind of metaphor, like flying the plane or being on a plane is a metaphor of life? Sometimes you get on the wrong plane, but then stuff happens. Yeah.
You didn't decide anything,
No.
and you are here, and you have to deal with it. And then you, okay, how to make it?
And how? Okay, so how do you deal with it? I mean, have you guys ever been in a situation where it's like, oh shit, didn't plan that, but there you go. I don't necessarily mean pregnancy, although if you have that, yeah.
Every day, I mean.
But how?
You want specifics?
Yeah, why not? We want specifics. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. If you have to take a flight and you miss it, how does it count into your carbon calculation?
Oh damn, this is a mind experiment. Any views there, Delphine?
Yeah, he's saving the world because I don't know.
Laziness will save the world. Laziness and tiredness will save the world,
Yeah.
I guess.
Is that the obvious conclusion, Maxime? What do you think? Are you lazy
I do agree
for
with
the
that.
environment?
Why not? We should all be lazy.
Yeah.
Laziness. You walk less, you fly less, you drive less.
Exactly.
You just stay where you are.
Stay at home.
All right, laziness to save the planet. I mean, what do you think? Is it gonna take off? This kind of, I mean, playing a metaphor, but is it gonna take off as a slogan? Do you think?
Yeah, definitely not. But you know, we can dream.
Yeah. So dream big. I mean, is laziness good for the environment? That's what we're talking about. Yeah, come and tell us about it. Are you lazy right now? Will you be lazy today? This is the thing. Are you doing enough for the planet? Yeah, Delphine, and then I'll come
Yeah,
to you.
because the less you work, the less you buy, the less you consume.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So, Mikey, how are you with this laziness idea?
I'm totally on with it because I think, yeah, absolutely, laziness, it will save the planet. We're just not lazy enough. That's the problem.
Okay. But how do you? I mean, remind me your name.
Stan,
listen, so are you lazy enough? Do you feel like you're doing enough for the environment with the amount of laziness that you are putting out there to the world? Can you do better?
yeah, I like that you put these two questions together because I would have separated them. I would have said that I am lazy enough, but maybe not enough to save the environment.
I mean, which other areas of your life do you think like, okay, I'm pretty productive, I need to change that?
Let me think about it.
Stop walking.
Yeah.
You should
I mean, you can have a think about
You should
it.
retire.
Okay, Maxime, I mean, would you give up your job just to kind of be more lazy for the planet?
Give up everything.
Yeah?
Everything.
Amazing.
Just lay on the grass here and wait for life to come to me and just enjoy.
Right, so you're just like the planet martyr, I would say. Like, you're just there to kind of, yeah. You're gonna sacrifice your life for the planet. Mikey, would you do that?
Yeah, well, plants are not carbon neutral, they're carbon negative, they're sucking up the carbon, and if we could be more like plant, we should learn from the plants.
How do you suck the carbon?
They stay in one place, they photosynthesize.
Yeah.
We should be doing that more, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We can become plants, like how to make a human become a plant.
It's the final cause of laziness to become plants, you know.
Okay. All right. So the final kind of the best thing they can do for the planet is to be so lazy they actually become a plant, a vegetable. I don't know, maybe something like that. Yeah. What do you think?
No, I'm saying we're not into laziness ourselves. We're gonna go
All right.
with ecstatic dancing now.
Okay. I mean, could you dance so much that you produce actually some energy for this festival? I mean, that's maybe the way to do it. How do you feel about it? Are you a hairy dancer? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, you produce a lot of heat, yeah, a lot of sweat. I don't know if you can be used in a useful way.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can ask.
Drink it.
Yeah.
Maybe it solves the water problem.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Breast milk. Yeah. Sweat. Yeah.
6 seconds, so yeah.
I mean, yeah, maybe that's the way to kind of address the water shortages. Okay, so you're going to go and dance. I mean, we normally ask for the final thought. I mean, what are you going to give us as your final thought? Any messages to the world? Anything that struck you in the course of this conversation? I mean, what's when the baby arrives, what are you going to do? What's your first thing?
Exploding natural resources. Maybe we're going to try to do cheese with the milk.
Ah yeah, some cheese.
Okay.
Cheese factory. That's what you're
Okay, so make cheese, not heat. I don't know. I'm just doing something here. I'm happy for somebody to like develop that. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy yourselves. Grab a card as well if you want to buy. If you don't want to, it's also fine. These are not carbon neutral. They have probably used some trees to produce. But I mean, where do we want to take this conversation? Because essentially, Talkaoke works in a way that come and join us also if you would like. Where would you like to see it going?
I mean, to be honest, I understand the carbon neutral thing, I get it, but, I just sometimes think, the emphasis is wrong because it's always on the individual and not on the, the institution. Like, we should be able, I think traveling is such an important thing, we're just to come here, it wasn't carbon neutral. I hired a van and poured in lots of diesel and burned the diesel to get myself here. But I think it was worthwhile. It's good for the planet to come here.
Okay.
Even though it's a lot of carbon. So I think we shouldn't beat ourselves up about this carbon footprint.
Okay, so welcome new face. Just grab a seat. You can listen. You can talk. Right now, we were talking about a carbon neutral approach to life. I mean, fuck it. That's what you're saying. As long as you're making.
I'm not saying fuck it. I'm saying like instead of going, oh no, I'm not gonna take that flight to Las Vegas. Just like, you know, to put the focus on the companies and the, you know, the casinos, whatever. Don't put the focus on the individual.
Okay, so don't be so individual. I'm just going to introduce a new face and I'm going to grab your name. What's your name?
Yeah, Leo. Nice.
Leo, welcome. We've got
Max.
Stan.
Claire.
Mikey.
and I'm Margot. This is Talkaoke that you walked into, so welcome. You were going to say...
I think guilt is very, very interesting, but you need to have enough guilt to act upon it and to change things, but you also need, it can be petrifying as well, so like it's a right balance of guilt, I think, is what we're aiming for. But yeah, definitely sort of remember that the institutions are the ones that change that, because for carbon neutral, for instance, like how can you, like that's when class struggle comes into the environment as well, right? When like how can you take the train instead of the plane if the politics still,
Okay, so a right amount of guilt is necessary to fight the good fight for the environment. Welcome to Talkaoke. This is a subject right now suggested by Claire. I'm just going to introduce people. We've got Mikey, we've got Claire, we've got Stan, we've got Leo, we've got Maxime and
Marine,
Ryan, and I'm Margot, and this is Talkaoke. Right now we're talking about is laziness a key to saving the planet by doing less, by becoming like plants really, and becoming carbon negative? Are we actually doing something good for the environment? You're going to give up your job, you're going to give up your life for the planet, which I think is pretty cool. You're talking about the guilt, you're talking about, you know, it's not actually down to the individuals to save the planet. We should be like talking to the big corporations, and yeah. Does that strike any chord, Leo?
Yeah, I think just to sort of follow up on that, I think it's not one way or the other. I think it's both like the individual, but also the society and organizations. And I think it's not only guilt; it's also like, because guilt and fear will strike people down. But if you don't like give them any story to believe in, like, oh, this is what we should drive towards later, then it's really hard to make people move. So I think we just need to like show people, okay, this is what the world is that we want to drive to. That is going to be better in terms of carbon footprint and environmental. And I think right now there's no story, so people are just afraid, but they can't move. They're just like in this freeze thing, and yeah, we just need to give them more stories. But I think it's like both individual and society that needs to go hand in hand towards the move.
So you're saying we need more stories to kind of for people to relate to really kind of don't just feel despair. But what about this class thing? This is an interesting point as well. I mean, at what point is you know, fight for the environment a class thing? Mikey?
What really annoys me is like I just came on Eurostar and
so posh.
it's so posh, and the thing is they say welcome to Eurostar, the greener alternative. It's not a green alternative, it's the only fucking alternative to flying, but they're marketing it as a luxury, conscience salving kind of virtue signaling. I got the train instead of the plane and I paid 3 times as much, and I just think that it's actually perverted, and it's kind of saying the planet's still fucked because everyone else is flying, but you're not part of it. It's not, you're not responsible because you took the train because you've got more money. And I just think that is so perverted. The train should be the super cheap option. There should be like 5 times, 10 times as many trains going as planes. But no, it's the greener alternative. It really annoys me. It really annoys me because it's not. To be green is not an alternative, it's our only option.
Okay, so green is the only option. Claire, Maxime?
No, I would say what is the alternative? Because you say Eurostar is green, maybe not as green as it should, but what would be the alternative?
Give us a final thought, Leo. I mean, do you take Eurostar? How was that? Did you feel?
Yeah, I take Eurostar, but I agree that it's really stupid that the train costs maybe 5 times more than taking the plane, and obviously people don't have this kind of money, especially right now. So as long as like we don't offer like alternatives that people can offer in terms of buses there's trains and everything that is not flying, people are going to keep flying. So that's why you can't just leave it to the individual. It needs to be like both regulated and it needs to be like financially just and fair for people, so they can take like alternative ways of traveling and things like this.
Okay, so thank you for this. So make it more equitable. I'm going to abbreviate it to that. Yeah, I mean, do you take Eurostar? What do you think about this? I mean, should there be more trains, as you say, Maxime?
Yeah, and this is exactly one of the one of the stuff that needs to be done at the global scale or the national scale. You know, it's something that individual people, they don't have any impact on this. Even if they suddenly decide to take a lot more the train, I don't think the prices will decrease like overnight. The company will just have this margin and be happy about it. But just to go back to the laziness, I think I was wrong, you know.
Oh, you've got an afterthought now.
Yeah,
okay,
I got
so what's the
afterthought.
conclusion right now?
The counter thesis would be that the more that, I mean, in the world we are right now, it's specific to the world we are right now, the more lazy we are, the more companies will create product that with the maximum laziness, you can get everything you want. And food deliveries are a good example. If you want to stay at home, it's one button, and the ratio between one click and the amount of carbon activities that you create is really bad when you are lazy, because you are lazy. The first laziness comes to the fact that you don't think about the consequences of what you do. But again, I think that it shouldn't start with the individual. When I say it shouldn't start with the individual, it's not that we shouldn't do anything, but it's like, you know, when some guys around the world started to think, we shouldn't kill each other, they didn't wait for people to behave like that. They started to create laws so that, you know, people start to stop killing each other.
So really you're talking about, individual left to their own devices, they're just going to get more lazy, and a kind of offer of, I don't know, how to use your time, how to capitalize on laziness is just going to come in naturally. But we need laws, hard laws. Should there be like a lawmaking workshop here? I mean, are we just wasting our time with music and this Talkaoke? I don't know, or maybe not. But
it's an interesting point, and I think laws are important. I mean, I'm just reminded where our studio is on the border. It's on this river called the River Lee that runs north of the Thames, and on the west side of the River Lee, back in the 9th century, was England, and on the east side was East Anglia, which was a Danish territory, and they made a law. It's the first law about killing people in England, as it was then, that you couldn't go over the river and kill people on the other side, and this made a big impact, and it was the start of our kind of legal history in the UK.
I mean, do you think, is it something, is this laziness just a problem that we've got nowadays? I mean, were people there, what was their equivalent of delivered meals? Like, what was their equivalent?
Well, you just go over the border and just plunder the village in Poplar. In Poplar, well, it's just easier than growing your own food, isn't it? You just go across the river and, you know, just kill the person and take all their food. And
that must have been so much fun. Claire, are you guilty of any kind of, like, I don't know, have you got anything on your conscience when it comes to the environment?
Yeah, I think, because to jump back on the guilt and conscience thing, I think it's a shame. It's a matter of shame, actually, and how we shame each other. And I think it's a shame that people that have the money to buy themselves a conscience shame other people that don't. And I think shame should change sides. And I think we should start shaming the institutions. And I think that's
Okay, this is an excellent point. I'll come to you, Maxime.
I think you're absolutely right, but is this something that can work in the type of society? I don't want to be too generic, but with the type of society we're in, you know, should the paradigm changes before at the same time? I don't know, but it has to be systematic and yeah. I don't know. I
mean, if you're living in a changing paradigm, as you're saying, like, are you fully aware of it? Are we looking for some kind of new paradigm which we just don't know what it looks like? But also, are we shamed enough? Do you feel shamed enough in here?
The issue for me is not shaming people, it's maybe rewarding. Why are we shaming the institutions, the rich people? Why are we like rewarding the good people, you know? Telling that you do that right, you do that right, do the right. This is the way to go, the way to behave. And not you do that wrong and you do that wrong. You know, not shaming people, but rewarding the others.
But like, what would be a good way of pressuring or shaming the big institutions? I mean, like, is there something here? What is
La désobéissance civile, the civil resistance, like Extinction Rebellion or that sort of citizen initiatives. I think it's the only way to sort of force the government to act upon it.
Is there Extinction Rebellion in France? Sorry, that may be like a really dumb question, but
yeah, there is, but there's also like many different other branches of other ways to sort of act as a citizen. But I think because in London, I don't know how it is, because I used to live in London, but it used to be pretty big there. But is it still kind of big in London? Because I've heard that it was kind of
on the decline.
Yeah.
Well, this is a very good question, and welcome, new face. What's your name?
Iris.
Iris, welcome. We've got Maxime, we've got Stan, we've got Claire, we've got Mikey. I'm Margot, this is Talkaoke, it's a pop-up talk show. Right now we're talking about how to efficiently shame big corporations and institutions into being more climate, to wreck the climate emergency. And also, is Extinction Rebellion still big? Do we even know what that is? Is it big in London? Mikey, do you know anything about
definitely
this?
Big, but I just want to talk about the idea of like shaming institutions, because I think it does work. For example, in the COVID times, there was the killing of George Floyd, which led to the international movement of Black Lives Matter. And in the UK, there was big protests, but the interesting thing about the protests was they focused on this idea of systemic racism, that institutions were racist and that there were barriers for black people to participate fully in society, and that for some reason it caught on with the institutions, and then suddenly all of the companies, museums, departments were all like, oh shit, we're actually racist. We always said we're not racist, but we're actually racist. And then you can just turn this down like that, but remember to turn it back up again. And then basically it did lead to some action. I mean, we're still systemically racist in the UK, but at least people are thinking about it a bit more. So I do think it does work.
Okay, so shaming institutions actually does work. I mean, we were talking about, I think what Claire was saying is about the kind of civil disobedience, right? And you guys are going. But I'm just going to bring in yourself very quickly. But you guys, before you go, give us a final thought. So have a think about it for 1 second. I mean, have you ever been disobedient to the law for a bigger cause?
Yes, I have, but sadly I don't believe that shaming, especially big corporation, has any efficiency, because it's not about shame for them. They don't have any shame. It's about money, mostly, and it's about power, and I'm not sure about the link between shame and power. I believe that you can still be ashamed and still have power, and that's the blocking point of it. It's like we cannot find a way to reverse the power, and the only consequence that there would be is money. But how can you do something on such a small scale? I believe that doing something on your small scale will help you, will help the people around you, but I'm not quite sure about the global effect.
Okay, so I mean, are we just like, give us a final thought.
I agree, and money or efficiency, and I think what you can do as a citizen is try and cause disruption, and because if it doesn't work anymore, I'm just thinking of a movement, I can't remember what year it was, but I think the women in Iceland gained their rights because they went on strike for literally 1 day, and then because of that strike day, the country just ceased to function. And I think with 1 day you can gain so much. So I think just think about ways you can, to prevent things from working, basically.
I mean, I'm just interested in this idea. So women went on strike, and that was a massive impact. Is there one kind of specific group that we would say, is worth them going on strike? That would make a real impact. I mean, if you went on strike and people like you went on strike, would you make a difference?
You mean like how to force people, not force people, but how to get people to go on strike?
Yeah, how to get them to do it, but also what would be the one single group that should really start it?
Humans. Yeah, everyone should go on strike. We should say, right, until this shit changes, this is important. We're not going to do anything.
Okay, so humans on strike, this is what we want, and we want it now. I mean, Stan, you wanted to say something? And a final thought, but welcome to stay, of course.
It was about what you both said, girls. I think I really believe in shaming organizations, because I do believe, shaming is something very human. So when it comes to an organization, it means something very simple. It means that you will lose money in a world that is connected. Like today, if you shame a company, the consequences for the company will be to decrease the stock price or to lose money or whatever. So I think it is effective. Because it is economically effective. Now regarding people, I don't believe that we should shame people for all these kind of topics and I mean all the different types of topics, because we don't know the story of people, and sometimes if they do this or don't do that or whatever, it does not necessarily mean that they don't care or anything. It's not only facts, it's facts within their own history and context, and it just means that we need to further the learning and the evangelization of what we need to do. So shame the corporations, but
what do you think about
teach
this? Yeah.
the individual.
So leave the individual alone in a way that tackle the corporations and big organizations. But what do you think about this idea? Remind me your name.
Iris.
The Iris said, big corporations, they just don't have shame, so you cannot shame them.
If you take, for example, Total Energy, which is the biggest European fuel producer, and last year during the AGOs, there were blockings of the access to the board meetings and etc. So there was a bit of a hustle, and they talked about it for 2 weeks. In the media, but afterwards it didn't change anything. The decisions that were taken during the board meeting were not absolutely altered by the fact that people had been blocking the access and people had been trying to shame them. It's like, okay, we know we're no good, but still we make money, and if we were not here to make money, the place people would be worse off.
Okay, so you gave us your final thoughts, so thank you very much for this. Enjoy the festival, grab a card and just follow us, but there's no internet, so good luck with that. But thank you so much. Welcome, what's your name?
Paul.
Paul, welcome. We've got Mikey, we've got Maxime, we've got Iris, and I'm Margot. This is Talkaoke. The way this works, it's a talk show, and you guys decide on the subject of the conversation. Right now, we're talking about the environment, and also, can an individual do something to help the environment, or is it about big corporations? But actually, how do you regulate big corporations? Is it about making them pay? Is it about legislation? Is it about making them feel shame? But actually, Iris is saying there's no way you can make a big organization or a company like this energy company, right, to make any changes. They just perform almost this kind of, oh yeah, we're listening, we're really taking it on board, but make no changes. Do you feel guilty for exploiting the planet?
Yeah, a bit, because everyone does, and I think it's really important to also stay focused about our individual impact, because we all have one, and we all also have the possibility to change something, because we are big unity as individuals, and sometimes you feel like, okay, my impact is really little compared to everybody, and it's about all cooperation, about politics. I can have the power to do anything, but I think we all have.
Okay, so we all have power after all. Mike, do you feel like you've got power to change stuff?
Yes and no. I mean, obviously we tour around this Talkaoke every day. We're doing a different, we might be in a school, we might be in a youth club, we might be in a museum, we might be on the street, we might be in a shopping centre. But wherever you go, people are going, oh, this planet is fucked. Capitalism, we're fucked. We hate capitalism, but there's no alternative. And that's basically what people say in any context.
Okay.
And so no one's really thought of or really everyone knows that it's wrong, but everyone's still doing it. So,
I'm going to ask these people over there. Quick question to you, is the planet fucked? And welcome, this is Talkaoke. Grab a seat as well. We've got Iris, we've got Maxime, we've got Mikey. We have this man here, but he's gone. And what's your name?
Brice.
Brice? Is planet fucked?
No, the answer is not how we fucked with the planet. It's like just how much we want to be fucked, you know.
Okay, and what is your limit to how much you can be fucked right now? Like, I mean, we're talking about planet, obviously.
My limit.
How far can you go before you go like, okay, this is enough. I cannot take this exploitation. There's damage to the planet. I'm making all the wrong choices. Like, what is that kind of limit for you? Are you like, you don't think about it?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. It's my job.
Okay, what is your job?
I'm doing. I raise awareness in companies about climate change.
Right. How is this going then?
Every time people ask how we fuck, and I just say like, it's not black or white. It's just like, do we want to go further or no? Like we can go to +2 degrees, +3, blah blah blah, and just like taking risks to have like big consequences.
Okay, so it's about kind of increasing the risk. It's more like gambling, makes me think of. Yes.
No, I think to rephrase what you said, we know that we are fucked, but we want to push back again. The time we will be really fucked, and we don't want that to be tomorrow, nor the day after tomorrow, but the later the better, and that's the thing.
So we're just like deferring the ultimate, I don't know, fuckery? I don't quite know what to say. But I mean, come and join us, by the way. This is Talkaoke. Is the planet fucked? That's what we're talking about. Apparently, it can be more fucked, actually. But I just want, before I come to you, Mikey, I was just curious, because we're talking about big corporations, and you work with these corporations. You kind of, with big companies, without naming names. How is this going? Because we were talking about, can you actually, we are good at feeling individual guilt about the planet and life choices, but do big corporations actually have a guilt? Are you like the priest that comes in and somebody used the word evangelizing about climate?
I think some people maybe, but like in big question.
Yeah. I mean, Mikey.
I mean, I think there's already problems in the world that are caused by climate change that we are struggling to deal with. Like, you know, like the island nation of Vanuatu is basically gone. And there's other things, there's species diversity. I'm really concerned about that, actually, just as much as climate change. Obviously they're linked, but we lost, it's a mass extinction, it's happened already.
Well, for those of us who maybe don't know what Vanuatu is or where is it,
I'm not sure where it is. I'm not sure if it's in the Indian Ocean or the Pacific Ocean, but it's just like a chain of very flat islands. Who would live there? But, you know, they're basically not got enough high points, and they're basically ankle deep in water right now, and it's getting worse.
Well, I mean, if there's not that many people living there, I mean, is this kind of the degree of risk pushing that we are prepared to do? I mean, it's not happening around Pete the Monkey. I mean, like in this area, yeah, there's the sea, but it's actually okay. But like, where even is Vanuatu? Is you know? That's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, do you care about Vanuatu? Like, do you care about this flat island somewhere in Pacific or Indian Ocean?
Of course I do. Of course I do, and I try in some small ways to not take part in this and to have a lesser impact. But again, what can you do? What can you do when it's globally not done? Like, what can you do against oil companies? Like, okay, I don't use my car anymore, and I try and use the train, but on a bigger aspect is like, what am I doing against them?
Okay, so I think welcome new people to the table. Right now we're talking about the environment, about the state of the planet. Give us your final thought before you go. Just throw something in.
If it's too hot, have a beer.
Okay, have a beer. Iris, final thought?
I'll have a beer.
Okay, go and have a beer. Welcome. We've got Mikey, we've got Maxime, Max, we've got I'm Margot. What's your name? Yanis and
Babsy.
Babsy, welcome to Talkaoke. So we're talking about, Mikey, you said about an island or a bunch of islands somewhere in Indian or Pacific Ocean. Yeah, they're really flat. They're getting flooded. They're getting extinct. Is that a problem for you, or is it?
Yeah.
we have a common experience.
Oh yeah.
So actually, yeah, we lived in Indian Ocean in Mauritius Island for 3 years, and we faced that rising ocean problem, the rise of the water. We faced it because they were doing some construction on the beach, raising a little bit the sands, and trying to build again the coast. But they have no option because it's happening anyway.
So they couldn't do anything actually to refresh. I mean, what was happening? I mean, what were you doing there anyway? Like, were you just hanging out? Yeah, living.
Just hanging out during COVID time.
Okay, how did that come up? I mean, okay,
It was
COVID.
wonderful.
Yeah.
It's really wonderful.
Yeah.
We just ended up there. Well, I ended up there by chance.
Yeah.
And then the lockdown happened, so I ended up staying 3 years on a beach. And
Okay.
it's lovely.
And then before you knew it, you got sucked in almost literally into this whole kind of, you know, submersion of the, I don't know, territories and islands. Right now we're talking about submerging territories. I know it's pretty complex. I don't think anyone can just like respond to that. But okay, so I mean, so do we to some extent need to like accept that there's nothing actually that we can do? Enjoy it whilst it lasts. I mean, Max, what do you think about this?
I no thought about that, but sorry.
Still thinking about it?
No,
Still processing it?
still processing about the situation.
Yeah. I mean, so here's a question. I mean, should people be just like focusing on something else? Maybe just like buying plots of land somewhere else, or should they be trying to fix the situation when it seems like it's beyond repair, right?
Well, I said it was no solution because it is a short-term solution. It is happening anyway, so you need to accept it, or you can fight it. They fight it with a short-term solution, I think, in my opinion. The solution is what? Leave the land, trying to find another place to live, but it is a country, it is a land, with their parents or grandparents, ancestors, so it is really hard for them to lead it.
Okay, so what are the long-term solutions? You wanted to say something? You were just kind of inhaling?
I was only thinking about the marine life. I mean, we're talking about the land and how it affects land and people losing, land space, but it actually affects the marine life a lot because all the reefs are getting swamped, so all the reefs are disappearing. And there's a lot that you can do about the reef restoration.
There is?
Yeah. And there's lots of people doing it actually. The small groups, NGOs around the island, and they sort of plant these cages with sort of newborn reefs, and then they're putting them back in the sea. So I think people are trying, but...
Okay, do you care about the reefs in the ocean? Do you know where a reef is? Come and find out. This is Talkaoke. Come and join us for 2 seconds of your time. You're going to have to give me your names again. Yanis. Babsi.
Mikey.
Max.
And Margaret, what's your name?
Thomas.
Thomas, welcome Thomas. Grab a seat as well. We are just learning that these two were living on the land that was kind of submerged by water. People were trying to fight it back, make the shores like higher. Didn't work. But did you know about the reefs? Can you explain what a reef is? You can do it in French as well. I won't understand.
That's actually a good question. How do you explain it exactly? Well, it's the...
Okay. Yeah. What is a reef, Mikey? Any ideas?
Yeah, I mean, basically coral are tiny little crustaceans, little tiny animals like barnacles, and they live in the ocean, but they latch onto stuff, and then they build a little shell, and they poke their head out, and they eat the plankton, but then when they die, another coral comes on top and lives there, and over millions of years they build up areas in the shallow seas where they live and they grow into incredible shapes and create a whole ecosystem based on this growth and death.
Okay, Thomas, is that any clearer to you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now that you know, do you care?
I think I care, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy the festival. Good, sorted. So we all together care for the reefs. It's an interesting idea, the one growing on top of another. We've got a new face to the table. What's your name?
Jess.
Jess, we've got Babsi, we've got Yanis, we've got Max, we've got Mikey, and Margaret. This is Talkaoke.
I mean, I do think, this is changing the subject slightly, but I do think that's why the powerful people in the UK went for Brexit, because I think they realised...
Because of the reefs?
Not exactly because of the reefs, but because of the climate refugees and they were like, hang on a sec, we're an island, we're quite a hilly island, we're not like Vanuatu that's got no hills. We've got lots of rain, we've got a mild climate, and we're going to have millions and billions of climate refugees, so let's do Brexit so that we can seal off our
act
island.
early, so
act early. They're thinking ahead.
You know, so we were talking about the kind of, and welcome new face to the table. What's your name?
Mariana.
Mariana and Margaret. This is Max, Mikey, Jess, Babsy, and Yanis. We're talking about the reefs and also talking about, can you make long-term plans to save the planet? Is Brexit actually a way to tackle, you know, climate refugees? We were learning in a shellfish way.
Yes, selfish and shellfish.
Okay, yeah, talking about marine life was a big subject.
Because Britain could be self-sustainable in an emergency. We're not right now, but I think that was part of the thinking, that we can seal ourselves off on the islands, and we've got quite big cliffs, and you know it's not low, so we're going to be okay, and we can just
end on a high.
Yeah, stop all the climate refugees coming over, which the EU can't do.
Okay, I mean, yeah.
Other subject about except Brexit. I don't know if you heard about, like 3 years ago in Mauritius Island, a big boat full of oil called Wakashio completely collapsed and hit the reef, and he was full of 300 tons of oil that spread around the reef. So it was a big catastrophe for the locals, because reef is the house of millions of little fishes around, but also the way people earn their life by fishing, but everything was dead there. So
they lost basically their livelihood because they couldn't fish for 2 years. The waters were not sustainable for them anymore.
So yeah.
So a lot of things happens to fight the oil spreading around, and people getting because the States wait like more than 2 days even before to move, and the boat stayed blocked on a reef like this, and then it started breaking after 10 days. It was fucking catastrophe. Okay. It was in August, just after Beirut explosion. It was just like 10 days after. And yeah, so they took some restrictions about the boat to avoid again this kind of catastrophe, because it had some damage on the coral sea and the life there. The fishermen, also the tourism, because they live mainly on the tourism and they couldn't go, so they had to cancel every reservation. So they tried to avoid that much boats crossing the lands, but the solution they find is to, instead having some boats, it's planes. So I don't know, it's a good solution.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, so we've got the kind of, you know, the impact on local communities by something that, you know, a big kind of oil transporter. I mean, what did people do for 2 years? I mean, are you worried that your job is going to go because of the climate change? Are you worried about climate refugees?
Yeah.
Are you one? Will you be one? I don't know where you live. Where do you live?
Yes, I will be one. In like 50 years, I'm from Miami, so that will be Atlantis very soon.
I mean,
underwater.
I mean, do you have a long-term plan how to, you know, kind of respond to this?
Permanent scuba diving.
Yeah. Growing fins, that kind of stuff.
Learn to just live underwater, become a mermaid.
Okay, so should we all be training to become mermaids? Is this the way out of the problem? But also there's the problem of, like, you know, what do you do? How do we pressurize? And also we've got a new face to the table. But yeah, how do you pressurize big organizations or these oil tankers, whoever? You know, is it about the legislation? But is it a little bit too late in the day to act now? And yeah, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Timna.
Welcome, Timna. Did you have something to say?
Yeah, just answering to your question, if we all should get mermaids, I think it would be really hard for me personally, as I'm identifying as a female mermaid, to wear this strapless bras the entire, and I'm not sure if they will hold. Just wanted to throw that in.
Okay, a question to these two people: Would you consider becoming a mermaid or a merman? I don't know. If the world started going underwater a little bit, I mean, would you consider it as a future? Grab the mic. Can you? Oh, sirène, yeah.
Sous l'eau, je préfère être un gros poisson.
A fish? Okay. Any particular fish? Come and join us. We're talking about, would you rather be a fish or a mermaid? And is growing fins a good plan for future submersion of the world in water? So we're talking about planet, basically. Give us some final thoughts. Final thoughts. I'm loving your kind of fish vibes there.
I'm becoming mermaid. I'm half the way there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You're transforming. You're in transition. Any final thoughts, Yanis? What should we do to, rescue the planet? Drink more beer?
Be a mermaid, yeah.
Are you a mermaid? Yeah, okay.
Kind of, yeah. When I was in Mauritius, I was always scuba diving, always in the sea. When I was not swimming or drinking on the land, I was swimming.
Okay, so you're practicing already, so you were preparing, training. Fantastic, thank you so much, have a fantastic festival. Grab a card as well if you want to. If you don't want to, I won't take you personally. Right, welcome, come people, join us for 2 seconds of your time. Give us some subjects. Right now we're talking about... okay, yeah, grab one of these. Yeah.
We were talking about laziness, about mermaid. There's the thing in the middle, become an oyster. The oyster is lazy in the water. So.
Okay, is this your long-term plan for surviving the planet?
That's why we're talking about laziness. The oyster is lazy, just lying down in the sea.
Be a lazy oyster to save the planet. We're just rebranding the kind of chat about the environment. Thank you so much, Maxime, for putting so much into it. I'm just going to introduce a whole bunch of new people. We've got Mikey.
Then the world will become your oyster.
A bit of poetry, a bit of poetry. Right, peeps, so welcome to Talkaoke. This is, if you're wondering what this is a pop-up talk show. The way this works is that you decide on the subject of the conversation. I just pass this microphone around. Sometimes we play a sound effect. It's very simple. Let's get some names to start with. What's your name?
Sarah.
Sarah.
Paul.
Timna.
Jess.
Mikey.
Gabriel.
Lauren.
And Margot, welcome. And these people also, you're welcome to come and join us. Right now, we don't have a subject on the table. We have been vaguely talking about oysters. We were vaguely talking about becoming mermaids in case of climate emergency. But we have been talking also about a little bit more seriously about, are we able to do more for the planet? Are we just being guilt-tripped all the time? Is it actually about our guilt? Or is it about the guilt of big corporations? And how do you evoke that kind of sense of guilt and shame, somebody said, in big corporations? Is it a lost battle? And then we marginally talked about reefs. So any of these kind of struck a chord? Yeah, sir?
All 4 subjects, no?
Which one? Which one?
I don't remember. Climate change?
Yeah.
No,
is it
climate change?
Okay. Welcome, come and join. Yeah. Come, this is completely food-proof. You don't have to share, but you could with people who are hungry. Welcome. What's your name before you put mouthful?
Safe.
Safe, welcome Safe. We've got Sarah, we've got Paul, we've got Timna, we've got Jess, we've got Mikey, we've got Gabrielle and Laura and Margot and yourself. But you know this, so it's fine. Yeah, no, nothing. I'm just warming up. Don't worry. So right now we were talking about a whole. But I'm not going to do a recap because I've just done it. So please carry on eating. The guilt. Yeah. Are we just putting too much of a downer? Sarah says like, oh man, it's like depressing or something. Are we just?
I don't want to feel bad today.
Okay. What should we be talking about?
Oh no, I gotta say okay, so have you heard that emotions have vibrational frequencies?
No.
Okay, so if you're tapped into all that, it's silly, but I think it actually might have some merit. So lower vibrational energies or emotions.
You're getting beeped.
No,
it's fine. I'm listening. I'm all in. This is like
the frequencies.
Yeah. So emotional frequency. Yes.
So lower vibrational frequencies like shame and guilt are only going to hold us back at the end of the day. So if we're being constantly told that we need to feel shame and guilt about our impact on the planet, then we're going to be less able to do things that are going to benefit the planet. But we have to act out of love. Instead, we have to act out of...
Yeah. Gabrielle agrees. Yeah, it's a really good thing. Guys over there, are you feeling guilty right now? Because if you do, just don't. Don't waste your energy. That's what
Lewis is. It's a waste of energy. And so if you really want to direct your energy into something beneficial, then work towards doing something rather than just sitting there feeling bad about yourself.
Okay, Sarah, are you feeling better now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Well, good. I can go home now. Yes, Jess. Yeah.
I wonder what frequency.
Thank you.
I wonder what frequency anger is, because I feel like shame and guilt is one thing, but then you just be angry, and that really pushes people, I think, to act. Yeah. So I know I do that.
Okay. So anger. Where is
different variations of anger, right? Like you can be angry about something that that is. I don't know if there's an objective. There can be things that are objectively bad, maybe, I don't know, but we can feel anger towards those things, and that can fuel us.
Can drive you to.
But there's a limit to that, I think.
Okay.
It has to be balanced.
Right. I mean, Bo, have you ever been objectively angry? How did that feel? What frequency?
Being angry?
Yeah, objectively angry.
say bad
Not just any old anger.
Extremely bad frequencies, I guess.
Bad.
No, like, I think it comes from the stomach,
Right.
and like everything is linked, and that's what I have to say about it. No,
Okay.
yeah, literally, it comes from you inside, and it makes you hungry and hungry, and
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm going with that, but like.
Yeah. Okay. So is it angry? Are you feeling the hungry or angry vibration right now?
Hungry.
Hungry. Okay.
Hungry. I'm
Yeah,
hungry or
either,
hungry? I want
tomato,
to eat.
tomato.
I
Yeah,
want to
please
eat.
carry on. We won't stop you. Come and join us right now. We're talking about yes.
What? Zikri?
Zakaria, yeah. Zakaria. Yeah. Big up Zakaria. If you don't know, you don't need to know. Okay, Gabriel, you were just kind of like hanging in the wings. But what are you gonna say? Because you were kind of like concurring. I don't know what or not. I don't know.
I've never had an original thought, I guess.
That's okay. Welcome to my world. I mean, what's the most unoriginal thought that you thought today?
Oh God, I like being here. I think that's pretty unoriginal.
Oh my God, that's so unoriginal.
That's pretty
I love it.
unoriginal, right?
It's so ordinary, man. Thank you. Any final thoughts, Laura?
Oh, I don't know. I also like being here.
Yeah, good. Okay, now hundreds of people are leaving. Okay, welcome. Okay, Sarah, final thoughts.
I love this place.
Okay, good, great. Thank you. We also love it. Okay, so welcome. This is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. Kind of people. Yeah, there were just too many vibrations, all sorts, confusing, conflicted. What's your name?
Iris.
Oh, we had Iris, and now we've got different Iris. So yeah, there is. But
So I'm the French one.
yeah, you're the French.
Iris is normally coming too, anyway. Iris. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so some lame jokes are coming your way, but welcome Iris. Come and join us, by the way. We're just doing a round of names, 2 minutes of your time. Oh, well, you can just share his. It's fine, they're already here. Okay, so we've got Iris, we've got Saf. Safe. Have you heard this before? Safe. Yeah, safe. We've got Tim, now we've got
Natalia,
and we've got Jess, we've got Mikey. My name is Margot, this is Talkaoke. The way this works, you decide on the subject of conversation before you join. We were talking about positivity, negativity. Actually, when you're negative, when you're feeling guilt and shame, you are producing low kind of frequency, which, won't help you saving the planet because you'll be depressed all the time. But then we were thinking about, like, where is anger on that scale? What's happening with that? Can you have positive anger? And then also, we're talking about his fries as well. So that's what we've been talking about, Mikey.
I mean, isn't there room for a kind of balance? Do you know what I mean? It's like there's a good side and the dark side, to everything.
Come and join us. This is a talk show. Safe is going. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any more?
You are very nice.
Any more than this?
No.
That's plenty.
You want some fries?
No, I'm okay actually, but no, I'll take one just as a kind of, because you don't refuse food, but I know they're very nice. Mikey, you don't. Thank you, Safe. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke pop-up talk show. We'll speak a bit of English. Actually, you make us look busy when you sit down, so just rest your feet. That's right. Yeah, so we've got Iris, we've got Timna, we've got Natalia, we've got Jess, we've got Mikey. I'm Margot. What's your name?
Ricardo. David.
David, please grab a seat. Do not be shy. Yeah, David, please. Rika is really kind of on your case there. Right, so we've been talking about negativity, positivity, original thoughts. That's what we were talking about as well. We were talking about coral reefs. Yeah, Mikey?
I just wanted to, I think you can't just have a good side, a light side all the time. You've got to have a dark side. You've got to have a negative side and embrace it. There's this kind of Jungian idea of embracing the dark sides. Recently when I was dancing, I was on MDMA, ketamine and mushrooms, and that's a very good combination to be expressive. But I discovered like this kind of it was like a kind of dark techno sort of vibe going on, and I was really exploring with my dancing the dark sides of, and it was very I really enjoyed it to explore that dark side, and I think we shouldn't shy away from the dark side.
Okay, I mean dark side. I mean, we're talking about that. Have you ever, Ricard? Have you ever explored your dark side? Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Je t'explique quoi?
About dark side.
Ah ouais.
Positif ou négatif?
Est-ce que tu as déjà exploré cette partie de...
Pas du tout.
The Talkaoke runs itself right now. That's pretty easy for me.
Positive attitude.
Okay, positive attitude. What do you mean? You can say it en français. It's okay. I won't understand, but people understand.
La paix, tranquille, il y a assez de malheur.
Okay.
So, I mean, David was saying that it's peace. Like,
Peace?
have positive attitude means peace for you. Like, yeah. Oui.
Okay, so peace, dark side. I mean, Natalia, have you ever explored your dark side? What was that like?
Oh,
Was it still ahead of you?
No, I think I've explored the parts of myself that I like less. But I mean, everybody has them. You just have to see them, acknowledge them, and.
Was it on a dance floor like with Mikey?
No.
Okay.
It was not. It's just those parts where you feel like you're stressed and the worst parts of yourself always come out, like anger, fear, doubt. But I mean, you just have to look at them and be like, woo. Not listening to you.
It's fine. Yeah,
it's fine.
Okay, so we're just talking about exploring dark side. You say like you actually took some time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nature.
Ouais, la nature.
Oh yeah. In what way? How? Oh, what's happened here? Wait. Wait. I've got sound effects for this. One sec. Oh man.
Guns N' Roses.
No, it's police.
Une rose.
No, it's not.
Rose. Piqûre. Rosier. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
A thorn of a rose.
Oh man, that's really poetic. That's very poetic.
Dis que j'avais des gants.
Gloves. He had gloves.
Okay. Right.
What were you doing?
Why?
La ronce.
You were cutting the roses.
Ah.
No.
Oui, mais ok, mais c'était des grandes roses ou de.
Un grand champ.
Okay.
So is la
roses, field of roses.
Oh damn. So is la vie rose or not so much? That's a question.
Oh, that was going to be my gag.
No.
Life is no bed of roses.
I mean, is life a bed of roses if you've got the impending kind of climate emergency looming? I mean, are we exploring our dark side enough on a dance floor? Or oh, damn it! Did you leave a piece of skin on this? I hope not. Come and join us. Yeah, come and join us. Yeah. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. I hope you don't get an infection. Yeah. Okay. So lean into pain. So we were talking about. So you, Mikey, actually, you were talking about. Drugs help you explore the dark side on a dance floor, but you're talking about exploring dance floor. Sorry, not dance floor, but the dark side in a way for lead. I don't know, just thinking about what stresses you out, the pressures and that kind of stuff. And you kind of said the parts of you that you don't maybe like so much, or something like that. I mean, before I come to you, Jess, Iris, have you ever explored the dark side of yourself? What does it mean to you?
I do think that I don't try to explore it because it scares me a lot, and I just don't want to be in this kind of situation. So I just keep it away. I believe in God, so I'm trying to be like in the good side. I don't know if we can say that, but I'm trying the most of the time to be nice and to try to keep positive attitude and yeah. But I don't try to go in my dark side. I think it's devastating for ourselves, and it can lead us to dark stuff and things, and we trying to have good feelings and good minds, like
So focusing on the positive things, but I mean, like, how easy is it? I mean, does being a spiritual person actually help to focus on the positives, or is it?
Absolutely, I think that for me, God is love, love is like joy, and if I'm trying to like keep believing, I will go better, and this is the case, so it's just nice and good feelings.
Kind of working.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. I mean, you had your hand up to now.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we like the language often allows us only to speak about negative and positive things, and I think it's like
maybe there is no differentiation between negative and positive. Of course, things we don't like. I think you said things you like less from your personality, but I think it's also like, yeah, anger is like considered as something bad in the mainstream, or like I think from societies, but anger is sometimes really appropriate. I mean, if I would not get angry if something behaves like an arsehole, like why should I say, oh yeah, trou du cul? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, why should I not get angry if someone behaves like a trou du cul?
Actually, before I come to you, Mike, I just want to ask Jess, because you had your hand up. It may have been about this, it may have been about something else, but you started us off on this conversation about anger. I mean, do you get angry? Do you get positively angry? Or is it always a negative?
Yeah, I get angry. I definitely.
Come and join us. It's a talk show. You are on it right now. You can listen. Oh, it's okay. We can switch to French anytime. So yeah. Not with me in the middle, but you know, there's a potential. Come and join us.
Yeah, I think there's lots of, I guess, power in being angry because I think it drives us. But I also think that to always be positive and like not deal with the, I guess, like negative feelings is like a form of repression, and that as humans we need to explore these dark sides. Otherwise we're like repressing something that's almost like natural to us, you know, because I think we do, like, even if that just means like reading a really like dystopian novel and then your brain goes into really dark places, I think that's already enough to explore, you know.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so David wanted to do something positive. He tried to cut the roses. He got badly injured. He's barely kind of like even alive as a result of that. Was it a good choice? Was he doing a positive thing? And also welcome. I'm just going to get a round of names, but then we're going to switch to en français. How about that? Yeah, yeah. I mean, is English okay or is French okay? Yeah, okay, yeah. What about cheap seats? Come and join us, you can listen. Yeah, okay, fine. So we've got Iris, we've got David, we've got Ricard, we've got Timna, we've got... yeah, Ricard. Yeah, thank you, I remember that. We've got Natalia, we've got Jess, we've got Mikey, we've got... What's her name? Oh.
Lorraine, but sorry, have a good time.
Oh, right, yeah, oh, fine. Oh, I've left it too long. I really tried to be very quick. Okay.
No, I just wanted, because you were saying sometimes it's so simplistic to be positive or negative, and I think it's for something like ego. For me, I think it's an interesting question, because I think ego is always viewed as a negative thing, but I think ego can be a very useful thing to. Well, there's a reason why we've got ego,
yeah,
and it can be actually constructive.
Do you have ego? I mean, is ego? I mean, can you be? I mean. Is it okay to have ego? Is that like inherently bad? You're nodding, Natalia.
Yeah, no, I think it's okay to have ego. You just have to be aware of it and be like, oh, this is my ego talking. Maybe I should calm it down, or either it serves me in that moment and I can drive off my ego to do something great.
What is your ego like? What is so specific about you? How is your ego different to you?
Oh, that's hard. I would say ego is something that you have in yourself that you only confront in certain situations. For example, you become aware that you're shameful in a situation, and you're like, oh, my ego is feeling shamed, and then you can brush it off if you want. Or maybe if you've done something really great and people applaud you, you're like, oh, my ego is really flattered, but maybe I am not. You can dig deeper into.
Okay, so we're talking about ego at the moment. I mean, yeah, and actually, this is up to you where you want to take this conversation, but we have been talking about the environment, we have been talking about corporations, we have been talking about the different vibrations of emotions, we have been talking about ego, we've been talking about the la vie en rose, but it kind of backfired. I mean, Rika, have you got any views on any of this? No, just say it en français. Just come on. You know by now.
J'ai dit en français. Regarde, moi j'ai dit. Tu as dit larmes, ce mec.
Oxbow, nice. Okay. We'll come back to you. Yeah, yeah.
Oxbow, c'est quoi donc? Oxbow, c'est quoi?
Are you aware that you're wearing an Oxbow t-shirt?
Les sports de glisse sur l'eau. Sport de glisse, le surf, tout ça quoi.
Ah, surf. Okay.
Surfing.
It's all the sports, the sport de glisse, like surfing, snowboarding, everywhere where you glide. The gliding sports. I don't think that exists in English, but that's what you say in French. Sport de glisse.
Okay, so sliding sports. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Oxbow is a geographical formation caused by a meandering river connecting back on itself, leaving a little island. And that's Oxbow Lake.
Okay.
That's one Oxbow.
Somebody
That's one
explain that
Oxbow.
en français?
Yeah.
En français?
I would now wish I would have listened better. Sorry, no, it's two rivers come. Ce sont deux fleurs. Il y a des méandres qui se retrouvent and the two names of the two rivers are Ox.
It's the same river, but it becomes a lake by.
Ok, donc à la fin les deux rivières ou les deux fleuves deviennent un pont. And the lake is called Oxbow. Et le pont est appelé Oxbow.
Okay.
C'est pas moi qui ai eu ce savoir, c'est Mikey.
I mean, begs the question. Yeah, well done, Mikey. Round of applause. No, but it kind of begs the question. We are here at this festival. It's a little bit kind of about the environment, about that kind of stuff. But do we know enough about geography? Do we know about? I mean, do you feel like? How is your knowledge of geography?
Pretty bad. I think that I have good knowledge, but not really precise knowledge.
So vague geography.
Yeah, I think I'm better than the US people in geography, but I'm not the best one actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's easy to shame the Americans, but actually we're not that good. I mean, are you good at geography, Ricard?
Yes, c'était cool, bonne thérapie. Là, je suis refait pour la journée.
Sounds amazing to me. That was a profound final thought. Thank you for this. Any final thoughts, pensée finale?
Ah bah, c'est ce que j'allais dire, restez comme vous êtes, ça fait du bien de parler. Bon, j'ai pas tout compris, mais c'est pas grave, on reviendra tout à l'heure.
Sounds great. Keep doing what you're doing and be careful of the roses, yeah? But thank you so much. Merci bien. And come and join us as well. A man over there just standing on. Look, it's not a spectator sport. You can come and join in. But yeah, so we're talking about geography, knowledge of geography. I mean, I'm kind of like seeing the world from the inside of this kind of donut plane. Yeah, it's like an Argonaut polo. But is there more to geography than where we're sitting? Or is it time to swap? Or are we happy with Anglaise version? Do you want to?
Franglais.
Shall we go Franglais? Yeah, you can do it. Fantastic. So keep the table warm because now we are switching the host. We can go bilingual because that's how we roll. Hold this mic, Natalia. Iris.
I'm holding it.
Yeah, just keep saying stuff, all right? Just keep saying some subjects.
So yeah, definitely it's hard to talk in English. So I hope that we will switch in French, in a few times.
Yeah.
And that's perfect because we are moving, and I will give you the mic right now.
It's because we got wind coming, so just use the one mic.
Okay, just the one mic.
Try and move it forwards and backwards a lot.
Alright, I'll do my best. Je vais faire de mon mieux. Bonjour, c'est Talkaoke. C'est un talk show interactif. C'est à vous de prendre la direction de la conversation. C'est talk show. Come join us, have a seat. En français, en anglais, c'est à vous. Mais on peut commencer en français si tu veux. Ton nom encore?
Iris.
Guiris.
Margot.
Mikey.
Natalia.
Timna et moi c'est Jess. Bon. Oh, il est juste là. Ok, alors joignez-nous, installez-vous, même si vous mangez, vous êtes de bienvenus avec vos huîtres. Wow! Oh! Merci. Ok, alors bienvenue, c'est Talkaoke. On va parler en français, en anglais, franglais. Ton nom?
Geoffrey.
Bienvenue Geoffrey. Ok, alors on parlait de le changement de climat. En fait, les shellfish, on en parlait de ça aussi. Mais c'est quoi? What was the relevance of the shellfish with the climate change?
Well, everyone was talking about becoming a shellfish. Somebody suggested being an oyster, but I would rather go to be a clam because they're more pretty. It produces something less pretty, but it looks more pretty.
Yeah, because it produces pearls, right?
Moi, je trouvais que c'était vachement intéressant. La personne qui est partie tout à l'heure, qui disait elle voudrait bien être une huître parce que les huîtres ne font rien du tout et ils sont des feignasses, plus ou moins. Donc, et moi, je pense en fait les huîtres sont super importants pour en fait rendre le climat des océans plus propre, si j'ai bien compris, mais je suis pas l'experte des huîtres, donc je voulais savoir de Geoffrey, est-ce qu'il y a une certaine raison pourquoi tu manges des huîtres?
En fait, c'est un remède anti-gueule de bois totalement incroyable. C'est-à-dire que quand tu manges des huîtres, c'est comme si tu te baignais dans la mer. Ça lave tous tes péchés, tout ce que tu as fait la veille. Tu es un homme nouveau. Les huîtres, c'est voilà, pour moi, c'est mon petit remède. Je crois qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui ont aussi ce remède. Je sais pas vous si vous connaissez, mais je vous conseille en tout cas.
C'est un remède de...
Remède à la gueule de bois, à la hangover.
Oh, the hangover remedy. Oh, I didn't know that. Tu savais ça?
Sorry.
Sorry? Oh, j'ai besoin d'un pensée finale ici, Natalia.
Pensée finale, j'adore les huîtres.
Moi aussi, j'adore les huîtres. Merci. Ok, ouais. Fait que ça veut dire qu'après tu as fini de manger ça, tu vas être comme une personne complètement différente?
Un newborn, un baby, voilà.
A newborn baby after eating oysters. Yeah, so, yes, Timna.
Moi, je pense que les huîtres, c'est en fait quelque chose qui est plutôt pour les gens qui ont plus de fric, mais ici, j'ai vu que les prix sont assez bien, je dirais. Donc,
what's when you have oysters supposed to increase your sex drive, isn't it? C'est quoi en français le libido, en fait? Fait que, attention. Yeah, it didn't go over well. Bonjour, c'est Talkaoke, installez-vous.
Juste que j'aille manger d'abord, sinon je vais tomber.
Ok, vous revenez alors après. Bonjour. Ok, oui.
Je voulais ajouter une chose, plus que ça, l'envie d'huître en lendemain de soirée, c'est quelque chose de viscéral. C'est une puissance plus forte que nous qui nous appelle et qui dit « Mange-moi, je suis une huître, ah viens !» Donc ça m'arrive souvent d'avoir dans l'année des envies d'huître comme ça qui sont très viscérales. C'est mon corps qui réclame de l'huître, voilà. Je voulais préciser ça. C'est presque magique en fait.
Ok, oh, yeah.
Et tu penses que c'est lié aussi à ta libido, que ta libido te dit en fait, oh, j'aurais besoin.
Mikey, he's saying that I guess oysters have this ability to kind of like speak to you and say, eat me, eat me. Has that ever happened to you?
No.
Do you like oysters?
No, I like oysters when they're on the sea doing their own thing, but I don't like to eat them. But there is one of the most classic poems in the English language, The Walrus and the Carpenter, is about a relationship with the oysters. And the walrus and the carpenter go for a walk with the oysters, but then they betray the oysters and eat them. And it's a very sad ending.
That is sad, yeah. Do you think it's speaking to like the power dynamics in society? Yeah. Oh, joignez-nous, installez-vous, c'est Talkaoke. Ok, bonne journée. Ok, oui, tu l'as.
Moi, quand j'ai la gueule de bois, moi j'adore en fait boire de l'eau pétillante. Et normalement j'aime pas trop ça, mais j'ai l'impression quand j'ai so when I have a hungover, I really like to have fizzy water, but normally I don't really like it, and I'm always questioning myself if it's because why, like what
Yeah, I think there's another one. There's like orange juice or something. It's supposed to energize you, take away that hangover feeling. What do you have for hangovers?
More beer.
Oh yeah, that's called hair of the dog, isn't it? Bonjour, c'est Talkaoke, installez-vous, joignez-nous. Yeah.
If you want people to come and join you, don't say this is Talkaoke. Say, ask them a question like, do you eat oysters? Because they know they don't know it's Talkaoke, they know it's a talk show, but invite them with a question,
right.
And then they're already involved in the conversation.
That's true. Bonjour, est-ce que vous mangez des huîtres? Joignez-nous, est-ce que vous... Votre nom? Est-ce que vous aimez ça, des huîtres? Ça, un peu. Apparemment, ça aide avec le libido. Savez-vous ça? Ah. T'as jamais essayé, par exemple? Ok. Au revoir. Yes.
I like to eat foods that reduce libido, like these nuts, because I think we have this planning. We've got too much libido. So we actually need to reduce, or not increase libido, reduce the libido.
Like he says, there's too much libido in this planet. Ok, Timna.
Je me suis posé la question si on réduit notre libido, est-ce que ça pourrait aider aussi en fait le changement climatique, parce que peut-être on baisse trop et c'est pourquoi il y a un changement climatique, je sais pas.
Est-ce qu'on baisse trop?
Si on se protège, en fait l'impact sur la planète il est plus le fait de faire des enfants quand même, non? Plus que de... c'est que ça veut dire quoi? Plus que de faire l'amour. Justement l'amour c'est bien, c'est un truc qui consomme zéro énergie à part notre énergie, la nôtre.
Je suis d'accord et en même temps je suis pas d'accord parce que très souvent il y a des gens qui aiment bien faire des cadeaux et normalement tu achètes quelque chose de nouveau, donc du coup t'as encore un impact sur l'environnement. Si tu quand tu aimes quelqu'un ou tu as fait des cadeaux, tu offres un bouquet de fleurs, ça a tout un impact sur la planète, donc du coup je me suis dit, je comprends ce que tu dis mais en même temps je me dis aussi je pense dans la pensée dans notre société de faire par exemple un cadeau qui vient d'un magasin de seconde main, c'est pas encore un truc qui dit oh oui je t'ai acheté quelque chose de recyclé, mais quand même moi je trouverais ça devrait être en fait la première pensée
J'ai pas tout compris moi. Mais ok, on va parler de quoi ensuite? Je sais pas.
Si moi je penchais sur les cadeaux. Encore mieux, moi j'essaie généralement. On a tout le temps des anniversaires dans l'année, etc. Des gens, des trucs. J'essaie de faire des cadeaux qui sont plus des expériences que des objets, parce qu'en fait c'est les meilleurs cadeaux. C'est passer du temps avec des gens, offrir un billet pour ici par exemple. Bon, c'est un cadeau déjà un peu cher quand même. Mais voilà, il n'y a rien de mieux que les expériences et le temps passé. Et en fait c'est des souvenirs qu'on aura pour toute la vie, alors qu'un cadeau c'est un truc qu'on jette une fois qu'on l'a utilisé quoi.
C'est Talkaoke, ton nom? Léa, moi c'est Jessica et...
Geoffrey,
Timna et...
Mikey.
Merci.
Ça, c'est j'ai mangé ça la semaine dernière.
Oh, c'est bon. Les huîtres, vous aimez les huîtres?
J'aime les huîtres et j'aime les échalotes. Le vinaigre échalote.
Oui, c'est très bon. C'est quoi en fait dedans? C'est du vinaigre.
Vinaigre et des échalotes. C'est un coulis rose.
c'est du vinaigre de vin, non?
Oui, du vinaigre de vin rouge, ouais.
Ça s'appelle pas une mignonnette ou quelque chose? C'est peut-être une mignonnette? Ouais, une sauce mignonnette. Mais ok, alors bienvenue au Talkaoke. On parlait de huîtres, on parlait de libido aussi. Puis il y a quelqu'un ici qui a dit qu'on baise trop. On baise trop. Alors lui, il mange des noix. On baise trop. Fait, il mange des noix parce qu'apparemment ça baisse le libido.
Ça baisse la libido?
Qu'est-ce que t'en penses?
Moi je sais pas si on baisse trop. Est-ce que trop ça existe? Ouais, c'est quoi trop, tu vois? Parce que
on va demander à Mikey. What is too much like sex in this world? What is too much?
It's not the sex that's too much, it's the libido that's too much.
Okay.
Libido. There's too much libido.
Too much sex drive. But what is too much? She's asking.
Just when you can't think about anything else, you can't, like, I think for a lot of men here at the festival, their libido is spoiling their enjoyment of the festival because all they're doing is just looking around, seeing who they can get together with. When actually they should just be enjoying the music, the atmosphere, the food, the culture, etc.
T'as compris ou je peux faire la traduction? Mikey dit que en fait c'est parce qu'on pense trop. Quand on pense trop au sexe, ça nous rend à comme manquer des choses qu'on peut s'amuser ici même avec puis que les hommes ici pensent trop à ça, alors ça leur prévente d'avoir le fun.
Ouais. Ok, bah c'est fou, je pensais pas autant. Mais du coup, ce que je trouve, en fait, il faudrait peut-être, maybe you should transform the libido like an energy. Maybe it's like just a flow.
A flow like dancing.
Yeah. Maybe you feel like sex and you dance and it's like the same.
On a besoin d'un passé final, s'il vous plaît.
I'm leaving, just enjoy your festival, eat some oysters and have fun.
And be a new person, right? You'll be a new person if you have oysters. So, il dit qu'on est comme une personne nouveau après d'avoir mangé des huîtres. Je sais pas si c'est vrai ou non. Bonjour, on a une nouvelle face à la table. Oh. T'as perdu ton ami? Mais j'espère que tu vas le retrouver. Mais avant que tu partes, on peut avoir un passé final?
Une pensée finale, beaucoup de poussière d'étoiles sur tout le monde et respirer un petit peu parce qu'on oublie souvent.
Ah, merci. C'est gentil. Oui, ok. Alors, bienvenue à Talkaoke. Votre nom, s'il vous plaît? Juliette. Bonjour, Juliette. On a Tina ici, on a Mikey, moi c'est Jessica. Est-ce que vous voulez nous joindre ici, monsieur? Vous êtes... s'il vous plaît. On parlait de libido et des huîtres et que Mikey pense que dans le monde il y a trop de libido. Puis qu'en fait, les hommes ici au festival, peut-être ils pensent trop à ça. Mais je me demande, peut-être les femmes aussi, Timna?
Ouais, en fait, je suis pas d'accord avec ce que Mikey a dit parce que, j'ai oublié son nom, mais elle a un peu lancé le sujet que je trouve il y a plein de différentes formes d'avoir un sorte de, disons, orgasme. Je peux aussi avoir, I can also have an orgasm by eating food or listening to music. So, I think libido, c'est non seulement, ça peut être tout. Donc, donc ça c'est mon point. Je peux aussi avoir un orgasme en parlant à des gens.
Ok. Alors Timna a dit qu'on peut avoir des orgasmes en mangeant, en parlant. Il y a beaucoup de manières. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord?
Ouais, je suis plutôt d'accord. Je pense que le terme libido est très généralisé. Ça généralise une forme d'orgasme. C'est un mot scientifique pour décrire quelque chose au final, mais après c'est la conception de chacun, c'est propre à chacun, je pense.
Ok, oui. Non. Bonjour, bienvenue à la table de Talkaoke. C'est un talk show interactif. Asseyez-vous, s'il vous plaît. Ok. Est-ce que vous mangez? Est-ce que j'ai pris votre nom?
Non, c'est Fred.
Fred. Bon.
Là-bas, il y a un camion.
Oui, Mikey.
I just want to talk about the food orgasm. The closest, I don't think I've ever had a food orgasm, but I got very close when I was on mushrooms and I had a poppy seed cake. And it was very, very close to, I was just touching the food orgasm, but I don't think I've ever had a food orgasm as such.
A poppy seed cake to have an orgasm, but I think the mushrooms maybe played a big part. And what about the, est-ce que vous comprenez ou je peux faire... Non, pas du tout. Un petit peu. Ok, alors Mikey dit qu'il a pris des mushrooms, des champignons, et il a mangé un gâteau à poppy seed, je sais pas, c'est comme une graine. C'est une sorte de gâteau, puis il a eu un orgasme. Il a eu un orgasme. Est-ce que quelque chose comme ça t'a déjà arrivé?
Non, ça m'est jamais arrivé, mais je voudrais revenir sur ce qu'il disait tout à l'heure, la libido. C'est pas sexualité, on est d'accord, la libido c'est plaisir. Donc oui, il y a beaucoup de plaisir dans le monde. Après, s'il entend parler juste de sexe, moi je suis pas d'accord.
Non, c'est bien. Interesting, good point. Alors que le libido, c'est pas juste le sexe, c'est la plaisir. Oui, c'est ça que tu dis aussi. Ok. Le sport aussi, ça peut...
Il y a le petit chimiste dans notre test qui vient nous donner notre dose de dopamine à la fin du sport. Oui, c'est la dopamine quand on fait du sport, je crois.
Endorphine aussi.
Endorphine, voilà, c'est ces petits plaisirs-là en fait.
Et vous, est-ce que vous faites beaucoup de sport?
Pas beaucoup, non.
Pas beaucoup, mais d'autres manières de faire le même sentiment de libido.
Oui, un peu quand je dessine, quand je peins aussi, le plaisir à la fin, la satisfaction de finir mon œuvre. Je prends vraiment un plaisir important comme pour la bouffe ou le sexe ou le sport.
Ok. Alors les arts aussi, ça peut donner le même effet que le sexe, le sport, la nourriture. Bonjour, c'est Talkaoke. Oui, Mikey.
The winning goal in the Europa League final for West Ham United, that was as close as I got, I think.
Ok, so Mikey dit que en regardant le sport aussi, il y a quelqu'un de son équipe qui a scoré le but et en fait c'était le plus proche d'un orgasme en reliant sur les sports.
Alors c'est un orgasme visuel, mais dans le sport, vraiment quand on pratique le sport, effectivement, je vais rejoindre ce que dit Juliette. Moi je cours beaucoup, ça m'arrive quand je me sens vraiment bien, je vais encore plus loin, je me mets pas de limite en fait, c'est le corps qui va mettre ses limites. Mais le cerveau, lui, il est embarqué, il se laisse embarquer.
Oui, ok. Alors, vous dites que le vrai libido, oui, c'est quand peut-être les pensées marchent en accord avec le corps ensemble, puis ça, c'est vraiment comme oui.
Et c'est plus le corps qui va lâcher avant le cerveau, en fait.
Ok. The body gives up before the mind gives up. Yes, Timna.
Je me suis demandé comment on parle là, des orgasmes, de la libido, on a parlé du festival, du sport, et je me suis dit, en fait, en étant à ce festival, est-ce que si on parle d'un plaisir, l'orgasme, est-ce qu'on peut sentir un plaisir, un orgasme en communauté? Un orgasme collectif? Est-ce qu'un festival c'est un orgasme collectif?
Ouais, it is a festival, a collective orgasm. Ben, on veut demander, il y a personne. Oui.
On est très excités même avant le festival parce que nous on fait un peu de préparation aussi et on s'est retrouvés, on s'est pas vu depuis un an et on avait une putain d'excitation à l'idée de se retrouver mercredi après-midi. Je peux vous garantir que c'était vraiment jouissif quoi. Et ça a duré 3-4 jours avant de se retrouver. C'était tellement beau et fort.
Oui, alors, ok, on discute de si le festival peut nous donner un orgasme. Est-ce que, les filles, le festival peut être des orgasmes collectifs? J'ai une question pour vous. Est-ce qu'un festival comme Peter Monkey peut créer un orgasme collectif? Oui.
Oui, tout à fait, oui. Oui, tout à fait, oui.
Oui, tout à fait.
Oui. Je veux connaître votre avis.
Oui, certainly, yeah.
Et vous, qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Créer.
Comment ce type d'événement créer un orgasme collectif?
Parce que tous les gens vivent un moment tous ensemble et partagent plein de choses et s'amusent, je trouve ça super.
Mais est-ce qu'on peut dire que
ils s'aiment et parfois oui, ça dépend ce que les gens consomment.
Oui, alors en fait, Mikey disait qu'il peut manger un gâteau puis avoir un orgasme aussi. Il a déjà fait ça, il a pris des champignons puis il a eu un orgasme. Est-ce que ça vous a jamais arrivé? Non. Alors, est-ce que vous voulez vous installer, nous parler un peu? Je vais prendre mon nom. Timna.
Moi, je me suis demandé, est-ce que vous venez en fait à un festival pour sentir cette atmosphère de communauté et... Pardon, pour sentir cette atmosphère de communauté aussi, cette collectivité et donc ou est-ce que c'est juste pour revoir, pour se revoir?
Non, oui, je pense que c'est l'ensemble vraiment de pouvoir se retrouver dans un univers où on lâche un peu prise, où on oublie un peu les tracas quotidiens, tout ça. Au final, je pense que les gens qui viennent dans un festival, que ce soit en tant que festivalier ou bénévole, c'est pour vivre un moment en symbiose avec tout le monde. Voilà.
Merci. merci, oui. Oui, moi je suis d'accord. Ok, alors on parle de... Excuse. I always lose the thread. Bon, tu veux venir au milieu, Timna? Ouais, s'il vous plaît, on va changer.
Un mot final, s'il vous plaît.
Un mot final, bah écoutez, venez au sauna, c'est trop génial.
Quand est-ce qu'il faut venir au sauna? Je suis pas encore allée, mais jamais. Et donc, j'ai entendu que c'est génial. Donc, je voulais savoir quand c'est le bon temps pour aller au sauna.
Après avoir bu peut-être quelques verres, après un bon concert, vous avez un peu les jambes lourdes, là c'est parfait. C'est le meilleur moment pour y aller, le sauna, la chaleur. En plus, il y a un sauna banya, donc style russe, avec les feuilles de chêne qui viennent les passer sur vos corps, vous fouettez un petit peu avec, tout ça, et c'est super.
C'est des feuilles
non, c'est du chêne, c'est du chêne frais, et en éventail, et donc tu chauffes d'abord ton corps, après tu te refroidis un peu dehors, et ensuite le monsieur vient avec toi à l'intérieur, tu t'allonges sur le ventre, et il vient passer les feuilles sur ton corps, venir récupérer l'air chaud du haut vers toi, et c'est incroyable.
Mais on va venir plus tard.
Ah mais n'hésitez pas, je suis là ce soir,
Ok, merci. Wanna switch? I'm gonna switch out.
Okay, let's have a huge round of applause for Jess for the first time on Franglais in the middle of the table. We're going to keep this conversation going, so we're going to have Timna, our talent all the way from the beautiful mountains of Austria via London and Paris. We have got Ms. Timna Korean. Stay and help her get this going. This is Talkaoke. We've got to keep this conversation live and hot.
Et je voudrais bien avoir un mot final, parce que j'ai pas encore entendu ton mot final. Dans quelle direction devra aller cette conversation?
Que la vie est une fête.
La vie est une fête. Vous êtes d'accord?
Je suis d'accord, c'est vrai. Raphaël.
Je m'appelle Isaac.
Installez-vous. Je m'appelle Tina, ça c'est Jess et Mikey, enchanté. C'est la première fois que vous êtes ici à Pete the Monkey?
Non, c'est la deuxième année, on y a été en été 2022 et là on y retourne là, deuxième jour. Oh là il y a mon pote, viens.
Venez, installez-vous. Et c'est marrant, on revient sur ce sujet-là, les festivals en tant que l'orgasme de la communauté. C'est pas moi qui ai dit ça, c'était en fait une création avec les gens qui ont été assis à cette table. Donc du coup, installez-vous si vous voulez. Mais c'est Talkaoke, je m'appelle Timna, toi tu t'appelles comment?
Thomas. Sacha. Simon.
Franck. Guillaume. Et Baptiste.
Isaac.
Raphaël.
Jessica.
Mikey.
Donc c'est vraiment à vous de choisir sur quel sujet on se lance. Donc est-ce que... le foot, ok. Les émeutes, ok. C'est quoi les émeutes? C'est quoi les émeutes?
Actuellement, il y a eu malheureusement un adolescent de 17 ans qui a été tué à Nanterre suite à un refus d'obtempérer. Quelque chose qui est très triste à savoir, sachant que c'est une personne d'origine de l'immigration, d'origine maghrébine, et voilà, encore une fois de plus, des violences policières. Donc il s'avère que dans Paris, il y a eu beaucoup d'émeutes nocturnes, beaucoup de casses. Je suis pas contre, mais je suis juste saoulé du fait que des gens cassent des petits magasins, des personnes qui se lèvent le matin tranquillement pour aller bosser et qui malheureusement retrouvent leur voiture retournée, complètement cramée. Mais bon, pour finir, je vous aime tous et vive Pete the Monkey 2023.
Mais Isaac, tu peux pas lancer ce sujet-là et te casser, c'est pas... Non, ce que je voulais dire, je voulais bien avoir l'avis des autres personnes. Donc, d'après ce que tu viens de dire, il y a une certaine distinction, selon toi, entre... t'es pas d'accord avec l'histoire qui s'est passée, mais en même temps, t'es pas d'accord avec tout ce qui s'est passé après. Ok, et vous avez un avis?
Pour moi, il y a une différence entre manifestation et émeute. Tu peux manifester parce que
t'as le droit et les émeutes aussi, mais la différence, c'est ce qu'il disait, c'est en fait il y a des gens qui profitent de ça pour piller, juste pour casser pour le plaisir, alors que je pense pas que ça va améliorer les choses.
Et t'es d'accord ou qu'est-ce que tu en penses
Alors moi, en fait, je trouve que manifester et tout, c'est bien. Enfin, protester contre. Enfin, ils ont des revendications et il faut le faire limite contre l'État. Mais je reviens sur ce qu'a dit Isaac. Je trouve que le faire contre des commerçants et même des fois ils détruisent en fait dans leur propre quartier. Je trouve c'est déjà des gens. Enfin, c'est des quartiers qui sont défavorisés et ils détruisent ce qu'ils ont. Je trouve ça. Ils détruisent en fait les voitures de leurs voisins et tout. Je trouve ça un peu bête. Après, les commissariats et tout, bah écoute, si tu veux manifester, tu vas à fond. Hein.
Et qu'est-ce que tu ferais si pour toi tu penses que les émeutes c'est peut-être pas la meilleure façon à dire que t'es pas d'accord avec tout ce qui s'est passé, mais est-ce que tu aurais une solution? Qu'est-ce que tu ferais?
Alors là moi je sais pas, enfin moi je suis d'accord qu'ils manifestent contre les commissariats, les trucs, les mairies, les trucs comme ça, je trouve ça un peu normal, tu vois, ça représente l'État et tout, donc juste c'est contre les particuliers que je trouve ça n'importe quoi. Après qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Bah peut-être un peu plus contrôler la police, faire attention et enfin je sais pas moi.
D'après ce que tu viens de dire, il y a un peu un manque de contrôle. Ok, tu penses la même chose, Isaac ou...
Trop libre. Je pense qu'il y a un peu trop de liberté quand même et beaucoup ferment les yeux parce que c'est leurs collègues. Après, bah, tous les policiers sont pas mauvais, mais il y en a qui le sont, comme il y a des gens mauvais partout, tu vois. Mais bah, faut juste plus les contrôler, faire gaffe. Isaac, je te laisse la parole.
Donc, ce que tu viens de dire, c'est aussi on peut pas vraiment généraliser. Mais Isaac, viens.
Moi je rejoins Sacha sur le fait, encore une fois de plus, que y a un peu trop de liberté au niveau à l'intérieur de la police, dans le sens où on sort une arme pour une personne qui refuse d'obtempérer. Et après c'est tout je pense, hein, j'ai pas d'autres choses à ajouter. Voilà, c'est tout.
Ok. Bah, merci en tout cas. On est en train de parler d'une distinction des manifestations émeutes. Venez vous installer si vous voulez. Est-ce que vous connaissez des policiers?
Le père d'un copain, le loup. Ah oui. Son père il est chef d'une brigade au Havre. Bah, à part ça, c'est change. Après, je le connais pas personnellement, son père, mais lui en tout cas, il est sympa.
Donc, revenons sur le fait qu'on peut pas vraiment généraliser, mais c'est Talkaoke encore une fois, donc on peut aussi se lancer sur un autre sujet, mais Jess a quelque chose, elle a un point.
Ouais, mon point, c'est que, en fait, je sais que c'est dommage qu'il y a plein de monde qui travaille dans le magasin, puis le monde en manifestation, excuse-moi, sont là, puis ils font plein de what's like damage. Vandalisme, en fait, ouais. Et mais je pense aussi que c'est une manière qui va prendre de l'attention. Et je me demande c'est quoi l'autre option si on peut pas avoir l'attention du monde. Au moins c'est une manière comme ça va être dans les nouvelles, tout le monde va en parler, c'est ça.
C'est comme disait Isaac, il y a une distinction entre manifester et les émeutes ou les manifestations. Et j'ai demandé, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres options? Peut-être, est-ce que, on a parlé de la contrôle.
Le problème, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, manifester en France, on voit que ça bouge pas assez, que même si on manifeste, les choses changent pas. Comme par exemple la réforme des retraites, les gilets jaunes il y a 3 ans, 4 ans. Donc je pense que de manifester par la violence, il y a du bien, il y a comme du mal. Donc voilà.
Et c'est quoi le bien de la violence, ou de manifester avec la violence?
C'est comme a dit Sacha, c'est donc attaquer des commissariats, l'État, même directement, je sais pas, aller devant l'Elysée et manifester, pas forcément par la violence, mais pousser un bon coup de gueule, que de casser des commerces, des personnes qui sont justement pour la justice de cette personne qui a été tuée et qui se lèvent le matin et qui voient leur magasin complètement cassé ou même vandalisé ou quoi, donc je trouve ça normal.
Merci Isaac. On a une nouvelle personne assise à cette table. Tu t'appelles comment?
Virginie.
Virginie.
Ah oui, Raphaël.
Isaac.
Baptiste.
Sacha. Thomas.
Qui est parti en jazz. Installez-vous, on est en train de parler en fait d'une distinction entre les émeutes et les manifestations et on était en train de chercher en fait aussi des options, qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait faire, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres choses qu'on pourrait faire à la place de manifester, mais tu t'appelles comment? Kova.
Michael.
Michael, enchanté. Tu voulais dire quelque chose, Virginie, j'ai eu l'impression, mais...
Non, je voudrais revenir sur le point de Jess. Non, Sacha, non, toi? Thomas, pardon Thomas. Quand tu parlais du fait que c'était dommage, le vandalisme justement. En fait, le truc, c'est que je pense qu'il faut réaliser le fait que pour eux, ces institutions... Alors moi, je vais parler en mon nom. Moi, je viens d'un milieu plutôt privilégié. Du coup, je suis allée à une école et j'ai aimé l'école. Enfin, il y a des qui m'ont apporté des choses. Mais je pense que quand on voit ces jeunes détruire leurs écoles aussi, ça a été beaucoup dit dans les médias, mais ils détruisent même ce qui leur appartient. En fait, je pense que ce qu'ils essayent de dire, c'est que pour eux, c'est même pas quelque chose qui a de la valeur pour eux parce qu'ils arrivent à nulle part avec ça. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose dont il faut se souvenir aussi, c'est qu'on parle pas tous de même endroit. Et qu'ils ont l'impression que toutes ces choses-là, même quand il y a beaucoup de choses qui sont faites aussi pour ces endroits moins privilégiés que d'autres, ils n'ont pas l'impression que de toute manière ça amène où que ce soit, parce qu'à la fin, on arrive quand même à un racisme et à une forme de... Enfin voilà, donc c'était pour ça que j'entends très bien le fait de vandaliser, évidemment que c'est tellement dommage et en même temps c'est leur seul moyen de s'exprimer. Ils savent plus comment faire et c'est marrant parce que leurs parents qui ont vécu les émeutes de 2005, Clichy-sous-Bois, avec le même type de choses, des violences policières sur des jeunes, ils disent mais on sait même plus quoi faire aussi avec ces jeunes parce que vraiment aujourd'hui, alors qu'il y en a beaucoup des parents qui ont créé des ONG, enfin des associations pour essayer de faire en sorte que dans ces quartiers ça se passe mieux, ils disent mais il y a trop de colère quoi, on sait même plus, aujourd'hui il y a même plus de... Enfin c'est magnifique ce qu'on est en train de faire aujourd'hui autour de cette table, mais il n'y a plus de dialogue qui est possible apparemment.
Je pense que le dialogue est possible ici, c'est Talkaoke. Merci pour ce point. Donc Virginie vient de parler du vandalisme qui est en tant que seul moyen qui reste, mais elle a aussi lancé d'autres sujets. J'ai vu, on a une nouvelle personne assise à cette table. Tu t'appelles comment?
Chloé.
Oui, tu as parlé aussi des classes sociales, mais aussi du racisme. Est-ce que vous avez envie de parler de ça?
Non, mais pour rebondir par rapport à ce qui a été dit, effectivement, c'est des publics, des territoires qui ont été complètement abandonnés. Politique de la ville, politiques publiques ont été complètement abandonnés. Enfin, c'est des territoires qui ont été abandonnés et leur seul moyen de lutte a été la violence et désorganisé. C'est pas été forcément construit. Moi, je travaille dans un réseau de musique actuelle en Ile-de-France. Une maison du coup de MJC a été brûlée à Nanterre. Et ça fait débat autour des employés, des salariés, en mode pourquoi ils ont c'est le seul endroit où ils pouvaient aller. Oui, mais bon, déjà ils savaient qu'ils allaient fermer, mais c'est autre chose. Mais c'est des leviers de montrer leur colère. Et en même temps, tu vois aussi à Montreuil, ils ont tout brûlé à part le cinéma. Donc on voit quand même qu'il y a aussi une prise de conscience. Mais dès lors que tu es abandonné, que tu n'as plus aucune politique publique qui t'accompagne, le fameux déclassement, enfin pouvoir te reclasser, pouvoir grâce à l'école monter en compétences, etc. De facto, quand tu n'es plus écouté, c'est le genre de moyen que tu utilises. Après, du coup, effectivement, on se remet autour de la table, on discute de quelles sont les politiques publiques qu'on peut apporter ensemble avec eux, parce que sans eux, ça ne servira à rien. Malheureusement, je pense que le gouvernement actuel ne propose pas ce genre d'alternative.
Merci, je reviens sur ça tout de suite. Donnez-moi un mot final, s'il vous plaît. Sacha, donne-moi un mot final.
On va grimper aux arbres.
Pardon, j'ai pas compris.
Moi je veux dire un truc, vive la France et puis voilà, tout le monde soit heureux, on a Pet the Monkey, il faut profiter et puis voilà.
Ok, tu t'en vas également ou je reste ici? Ok, tu me donnes un mot final s'il te plaît?
Sur le sujet où je fais comme je change complètement?
Tu peux complètement changer, c'est à toi de choisir, c'est la liberté.
Parfait. Non, mais juste je reviens vite fait sur les émeutes. J'ai bien compris que c'était leur seul moyen de s'exprimer, même si je continue de le dire, je trouve ça dommage. Voilà tout, je vous souhaite une bonne fin de festival, même si ça vient de commencer, et à plus tard.
Merci, reviens si tu veux, je te donne une petite carte. Merci et bonne festoche à toi aussi. Oui, donc la violence. Ah, tu t'en parles également. Tu me donnes un mot final, s'il te plaît?
Pour mot final que je peux dire, c'est que là on parle de sujets quand même assez sensibles, mais faut quand même pas oublier de profiter de ce festival magnifique que nous propose Pizza Monkey. Et merci beaucoup et passez tous une bonne journée.
Merci. Bon festival. Donc, oui, on a parlé de la violence en tant que seul outil pour ces jeunes. Et après, mais j'ai une question. C'est peut-être un peu random pour vous parce que vous n'avez pas participé à une autre conversation qu'on a eue tout à l'heure, mais on a parlé des orgasmes, du plaisir à ces festivals. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres... donc là, je lis les deux sujets. Est-ce qu'un orgasme ou le plaisir, ça serait un outil que des gens qui sont en train de lutter pour quelque chose pourraient utiliser?
On sait bien que le sexe sauvera l'humanité.
Oh, le sexe sauvera l'humanité. Vous êtes d'accord?
Oui.
Oui, et toi?
Plutôt, ouais.
Ok. Et comment tu le ferais, Chloé? Tu feras sexe avec tout le monde ou
encourager le sexe, mais je pense que dans la civilisation d'aujourd'hui, d'ailleurs on pourrait parler des dérives MeToo. Très beau mouvement, magnifique, mais qui n'encourage peut-être moins le sexe pour les hommes, qui deviennent peut-être frustrés. En tout cas, débat ouvert.
On peut déjà demander aux hommes ou aux gens qui s'identifient en tant qu'hommes autour de cette table, est-ce que vous êtes frustrés en ce moment?
Je pense que non, on apprend un truc qui s'appelle le consentement. C'est assez formidable et du coup...
Je parlais pas du tout du consentement. Pas du tout. Je parle de la multitude d'hommes qui n'ont jamais agressé ou ni même et qui malheureusement se sentent pointés du doigt sans pointage de doigt par les femmes. Ça s'appelle les dérives des mouvements. Il y en a toujours eu, quel que soit le mouvement. Et encore une fois, j'embrasse ce mouvement, bien sûr, magnifique. Mais le sexe qui sauvera l'humanité, ça coince un peu en ce moment. On n'est pas trop dans le peace and love.
Et on est dans quoi?
Moi je pense que c'est le problème du fait que le sexe peut pas sauver encore l'humanité, c'est que c'est aussi très tabou. On voit dans certaines, on va dire, je sais pas comment on dit, communautés, comme par exemple la communauté queer, il y a quand même une sorte de décomplexion sur le sexe, l'amour et compagnie. Et je dis pas qu'ils sont tous hyper sympas, mais au final, je sais pas, ça a l'air d'être un milieu qui est plus accueillant, plus faire, plus ce genre de choses. Donc peut-être qu'il faudrait un peu arrêter de penser que le sexe est mal.
Oh, ça. Pardon, je t'ai coupé, mais j'ai adoré ce que tu disais. Est-ce qu'il faut arrêter à se dire le sexe est mal, la sexualité c'est quelque chose de mauvais? Qu'est-ce que tu en penses? Tout à l'heure, t'étais d'accord avec Chloé? Ouais. Oui, t'étais là, mais t'étais aussi d'accord avec Chloé d'après.
Alors, le sexe, ça n'a rien de mal.
Oui, et maintenant, je me souviens aussi de l'histoire que tu as racontée tout à l'heure.
Faut pas culpabiliser, je reviens sur ce qu'elle disait sur le fait que les hommes qui n'ont jamais fait de dérive en fait étaient un peu pointés du doigt, frustrés ou autre. Je dirais juste que de temps en temps on est mis dans la position d'une culpabilité alors qu'on n'a rien fait. Alors oui, certes, je condamne toutes les violences faites aux êtres humains, aux êtres vivants, à n'importe quoi. Franchement, les gens qui sont dans la jovialité et dans le bonheur et contre tout type de violence, c'est eux qui pour moi ont vraiment c'est avec eux que j'ai envie de parler en tout cas. Mais ce que je disais, c'est qu'au final il y a quoi, 2% on va dire des hommes qui ont fait peut-être des atrocités, et malgré ça il y a 80.
Là il y a des désaccords, mais j'ai eu l'impression qu'il y a Virginie.
Mais on va mais on peut aussi aussi demander les avis des autres. Mais attendez une minute. On a des nouvelles personnes assises à cette table. Installez-vous si vous voulez, c'est Talkaoke, un format de talk show. Je m'appelle Timna et toi tu t'appelles comment?
Je m'appelle Guillaume, c'est quoi le sujet un peu là
Je t'explique dans une minute, mais je voudrais bien te présenter toutes les autres personnes autour de cette table. Donc tu t'appelles comment?
Je m'appelle Guillaume.
Guillaume.
Marius.
Virginie. Jessica.
Michael.
Kova.
Michael.
Chloé.
Corentin.
Enchanté. Là, on est en train. Il y a encore 2 chaises qui sont libres, donc venez. On est en train de parler de la sexualité. Est-ce qu'il faut avoir plus de sexualité pour sauver ce monde? Et là, on a parlé aussi de l'agression, la responsabilité des hommes, en fait, aussi. Et je pense que Virginie, tu avais un point à nous dire parce que je pense que tu n'étais pas du tout d'accord avec ce que. Ok, Michael, reprends.
Si. Certes, il y a, on va dire, 10-15% pour monter un peu la stat tout à l'heure des hommes qui ont déjà commis des atrocités. 95% des personnes qui font des atrocités, certes, sont des hommes. Non mais, sont des hommes. Il y a quand même une différence. La stat, c'est parmi les hommes, il y a quand même peu qui sont des vrais cons finis. Et c'est pareil d'ailleurs chez les femmes, c'est juste... Pardon.
En fait, ce que je fais avec les sons, très souvent, ça n'a rien à voir avec ce que tu dis. Donc ça peut aussi être...
Mais oui, la connerie vient 90% du temps de la tête d'un garçon, ouais, parce qu'on pense pas avec notre tête.
Ok, bah on va demander aux autres. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? T'es d'accord, Guillaume, avec ce que Michael dit? J'imagine que tu t'identifies en tant qu'homme.
Oui, je t'avoue, j'ai un peu décroché à un moment, mais on parle de quoi en fait? On parle de sexualité, d'atrocité, mais là je suis d'accord, peut-être l'atrocité vient de bord de moi, mais après quelqu'un a un sujet sympa.
Je vais aider. Ok, Guillaume, j'ai l'impression que tu as envie de changer le sujet. On peut aussi... Virginie, donne-moi ton... Ok, reviens dans un instant. Donc, Chloé, elle a un point et en fait, je peux même demander qu'est-ce qu'il nous faut pour rendre cette discussion un peu plus positive.
Pour être, effectivement, parce que l'année dernière, j'avais parlé de ratatouille pendant 1 heure, c'était très fun. Genre, est-ce qu'il faut enlever la peau des légumes ou pas, tu vois, dans la ratatouille. Mais peut-être sur revenir, est-ce que le sexe sauvera l'humanité? J'ai envie de dire, qu'est-ce qu'on pense des capotes à goût? Le goût des capotes. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas un peu un marché pour rendre un peu le sex safe un peu plus sexy, quoi? Un peu plus gastronomique.
Est-ce qu'il faut rendre les capotes plus gastronomiques? Ok, Guillaume, est-ce que tu as un avis sur ça?
Le préservatif ratatouille, mais je suis pour 100% préservatif ratatouille, préservatif côte de bœuf, sauce à l'oignon, mais 100%.
Ok, donc levez vos mains, qui sera prête pour une capote ratatouille? Ok, bah déjà 2 tiers, je dirais. Ok, toi tu voudrais bien avoir un autre goût? Oui, quel goût de capote tu voudrais bien avoir?
Tutti frutti.
Tutti frutti, et c'est un goût de tous les fruits de bois ou fruits exotiques, c'est quoi?
Tutti frutti.
Ok, tutti frutti. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres propositions? Est-ce que vous auriez envie d'avoir des capotes à un goût de ratatouille ou tutti frutti ou de... Chiconique, c'est quoi?
Gin tonic.
Gin tonic, GNT, avec concombre ou citron? Concombre, pourquoi concombre?
C'est plus frais.
C'est plus frais, donc il faut avoir une certaine fraîcheur. Est-ce que toi, tu voudrais bien avoir une capote avec un goût de gaufre? Oh! Au Nutella ou autre chose? Nutella, tu t'appelles comment? Ok, elle a plus trop de voix. Ok, donc est-ce que on se lance sur ce sujet-là? Est-ce que d'autres goûts? Oui, Michael?
Capote, je veux juste rajouter une précision, les capotes c'est nul.
Pourquoi?
Désolé.
Mais pourquoi? Ok. Pourquoi, Guillaume?
Et les capotes, c'est important.
Mais pourquoi c'est important d'avoir des capotes, Guillaume? Pourquoi?
Le sexe safe. Le sexe sans enfant. Le sexe sans maladie. Quand même, c'est plutôt un apport positif.
Je pense, Chloé, elle n'est pas d'accord. Chloé, dis-nous.
Non mais oui, on parlait de sauver l'humanité avec le sexe, donc il faudrait justement que ce marché-là qui est un peu nul, genre les capotes sont un peu nulles et tous les goodies sont un peu nuls, et bah moi je pense qu'il y a un créneau entre gastronomie ou saveur sensorielle et gadget cul.
Chloé, est-ce que tu travailles dans la gastronomie? Pas du tout, ok.
Moi j'ai une question du coup, genre les préservatifs féminins, comment vous le ressentiez vous? Voilà, je pose la question parce que du coup on parle beaucoup des préservatifs masculins, mais du coup comment vous le ressentez? Est-ce que c'est mieux, moins bien? Comment on pourrait améliorer les choses? Changer de paradigme, voilà.
Sujet très important. Est-ce que Kova, tu veux répondre à cette question-là?
Alors personnellement, j'ai jamais mis de préservatif féminin, mais je pense que déjà qu'on se tape la pilule, les stérilés, les machins et tout, à un moment, la charge mentale, on peut vous dire que, enfin je sais pas comment ça se met en fait un préservatif féminin, où on sait comment ça se met, on peut même vous la mettre aussi. Donc voilà, bon, s'il vous plaît, faites un petit effort, merci. Et en plus, on a des capotes, nous aussi, dans nos sacs et compagnie, donc voilà.
Ok, bah, je pense à Michael a quelque chose à dire.
Juste par rapport à la charge mentale, moi je suis pour aussi en termes de contraception, donc là on parle pas de tout ce qui est maladie, etc. Mais quand tu es dans une relation safe, moi je suis pour les anneaux, pour justement éviter la charge mentale, pour tout ce qui est contraception. Donc voilà, juste levons aussi ce tabou-là et menons tous des anneaux qui sont moins problématiques et meilleurs pour la santé pour tout le monde, pour toutes et tous.
Merci Michael, mais moi là j'ai une question, c'est quoi la charge mentale?
Penser, réfléchir,
ouais,
anticiper. Ce qui est quelque chose dans la culture française et européenne et mondiale, qui est malheureusement, nous les femmes, on nous a forcé à avoir, donc ça se perpétue. C'est un peu en train de changer. Par exemple, sa fille qui a 17 ans, maintenant, c'est son copain qui pense à sa pilule qui met l'alarme. Il prend pas encore la pilule, mais il met l'alarme, il dit tu dois prendre ta pilule. Pas mal. Ça, c'est déplacer la charge mentale.
Merci Chloé pour m'expliquer tout ça. Alors, est-ce qu'il faut aussi changer ce système? C'est quoi ce système dans lequel on vit? C'est quoi cette société? Est-ce qu'il faut changer cette société avec des capotes, avec un certain goût? Vas-y.
Non, pour revenir sur la charge mentale, quand bien même avec la contraception masculine, la charge mentale reste à la charge des femmes, puisque ce ne sera jamais l'homme qui tombera enceinte, quoi qu'il arrive. Et il y a aussi cette histoire de confiance, de aussi se dire, c'est toujours à la femme de réfléchir au fait et de penser par exemple que la contraception a été bien prise par la personne qu'elle a en face de lui, ou etc. C'est-à-dire que la charge mentale est indéplaçable quelque part, parce que on ne peut pas tomber enceinte.
Il y a aussi les LED.
Oui, il y a aussi.
Et mais sur la contraception, le préservatif c'est un moyen de protection et de contraception. Les moyens de contraception ne sont pas du tout des moyens de protection.
Et j'ai une question, toi tu ferais quoi en fait? Est-ce qu'il y a une meilleure solution?
Un monde de discussion, de communication. Enfin, je veux dire, cette charge mentale de la maternité, elle est indéplaçable. Pour l'instant, où on en est aujourd'hui dans nos vies, et maintenant c'est un travail à faire de comprendre, de discours, enfin, de discussion et aussi de déplacer la charge mentale comme on peut, mais il y a toujours cette fin à la fin où la charge, de la partager au maximum sur des moyens de contraception, mais ça reste quelque chose où il faut être dans une relation de confiance. De toute façon, c'est le but partout, que ce soit sur la sexualité ou quoi que ce soit, la confiance c'est la base, et voilà.
Merci, je reviens tout de suite sur ça, mais toi tu es en train de partir, est-ce que tu peux me donner un mot final?
Non, moi je suis d'accord. Après, la vraie question c'est comment est-ce que tu fais les modifications, parce que où est-ce que tu agis, à quel moment tu agis, dans les écoles, en faisant de la prévention, avec des assos, etc. Enfin, je pense qu'on est tous d'accord pour dire que oui, il y a un déséquilibre qui existe depuis super longtemps et que c'est en train de changer depuis pas très longtemps. Enfin, c'est compliqué, mais Éducation sexuelle dans les écoles, très tôt, et puis voilà, je sais pas trop, en vrai c'est déjà ce qui est en train de se passer, mais le problème c'est qu'on est dans une époque aussi où il y a une montée de l'obscurantisme, donc c'est compliqué de... c'est pas un long fleuve tranquille quoi, mais voilà.
Merci pour ce final, tu vas rester. J'ai eu l'impression, là tu t'es lancé, tu vas rester, mais t'es toujours la bienvenue, donc reste aussi. Mais je voulais revenir aussi sur ce que tu viens de dire. Donc il faut avoir de la confiance, il faut pour pouvoir se parler. Toi tu es dans une relation là et tu parles à quelqu'un quand tu... Oui, lié à la charge mentale.
Actuellement non. Non, mais j'ai des relations de confiance avec plein de gens. Enfin, la confiance c'est avec ses amis, il y a plein de trucs. Enfin, je veux dire, dans tout type de relation. Après, tout dépend comment on envisage sa sexualité, etc. Enfin, je veux dire, la confiance doit régner partout.
Kova, donne-nous un mot final.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire en mot final? Vive le sexe, toujours plus de sexe, protégé, consenti et voilà, kiffer.
Kiffer.
Cassons le système.
Oh, cassons le système. Installez-vous. Guillaume, donne-moi ton mot final, s'il te plaît.
Pareil, faut kiffer, faut rester protégé et faut respecter, surtout le respect avant tout.
Le respect avant tout. Merci pour ce beau mot final. On est ici avec Margot, Chloé, Michael, Mikey, Jess. Venez, on était en train de parler de la sexualité, des capotes. Est-ce qu'il faut changer le goût des capotes? Chloé a proposé un goût de capote de ratatouille. Est-ce que... installez-vous. Et là, on a aussi parlé de la charge mentale. Tu t'appelles comment? Thomas, viens, installe-toi. Est-ce que tu sais ce que c'est la charge mentale?
La charge mentale?
Ouais.
Non.
Ok, je peux te repasser le micro parce qu'elle a donné une super bonne définition de la charge mentale.
Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit?
Dans notre société
Ah oui, la charge mentale c'est d'anticiper. Et donc du coup je disais que effectivement dans la civilisation, la société, et bien sûr les femmes ont toujours appris à anticiper plus puisque ce sont des mères dans l'absolu. Et du coup, la charge mentale, c'est ce qui va avec tout ça. Mais ça peut aussi être la charge mentale de ton travail, de tes obligations personnelles, de tout. Et donc, on disait qu'il fallait un petit peu plus partager la charge mentale aujourd'hui. Mais on partait dans des sujets très sérieux, alors qu'à la base, je proposais plus de fun dans les capotes, plus de goût pour sauver le monde avec le sexe.
Ouais. Est-ce que, Thomas, tu penses qu'on peut sauver le monde avec le sexe?
Oui.
Et comment tu le ferais?
Oula, une libération du sexe de manière généralisée, de non slut shaming, d'accepter.
C'est quoi le slut shaming?
Des gens qui vont juger d'autres personnes pour leur libido.
Et c'est seulement un homme qui fait ça à une femme, ou ce sont aussi des femmes qui... Ouais, explique-nous.
Je suis pas du tout un expert, mais non, des hommes peuvent subir du slut shaming aussi, même si c'est peut-être plus rare.
Tu t'es déjà fait slut shamer?
Pas personnellement, non. Mais je connais des hommes qui ont été slut shamés.
Quelqu'un, have you already experienced slut shaming? Tu t'es déjà fait... Ok. Michael? Pas trop, ok. Sarah? Clara? Chiara? Tu connais le slut shaming? Attends, je te passe le micro parce que comme ça, c'est mieux pour ta santé.
Oui, je connais le slut shaming. Pour moi, c'est plus féminin que masculin parce qu'en général, on glorifie plutôt le mec qui va faire plein de conquêtes et tout. C'est peut-être un peu moins le cas maintenant. Ça évolue un petit peu, mais c'est plus féminin, je trouve, le slut shaming. Après, moi, je l'ai pas expérimenté parce que j'ai des potes tolérants et j'ai un entourage bienveillant, je pense. Parce que malgré tout, je vis ma vie sans complexe ou quoi que ce soit. Si j'ai envie de coucher avec un mec pour un soir, je le fais. Et je me pose pas de questions, mais ouais, ça évolue pas mal, je trouve.
Ça, c'est une pensée très positive. Les gens sont en train d'évoluer. Ok, comment est-ce que les gens sont en train d'évoluer, Michael?
C'est très simple. Avant, un mec qui se tapait plus de 100 meufs dans sa vie, c'était considéré comme un héros, à être genre la clé qui déverrouille toutes les serrures, et la fille, c'était considéré comme la serrure qui se fait déverrouiller par toutes les clés. Et maintenant, clairement pas en fait. Une personne qui a envie d'une autre personne ne doit pas avoir honte d'être attirée, et même honte de la recaler dès le lendemain en se disant bon bah c'était sympa, mais ouf. Mais sauf qu'à ce moment-là, il y a toujours le moment des sentiments, le moment de la souffrance d'une personne, parce que on veut pas faire de mal en vrai. Hein. Tu rentres dans la vie d'une personne et t'en ressors aussi rapidement, c'est vrai que c'est un peu compliqué. Mais de plus en plus quand même, je vois des femmes de plus en plus ouvertes et c'est très cool.
Donc revenons sur on va sauver le monde avec le sexe. Mais Jess, tu voulais dire quelque chose, je pense.
Moi, je voulais juste rajouter au sujet de capote que moi comme je m'en fous de la saveur de capote, c'est plus la sensation que je trouve vraiment comme pas horrible là, mais c'est pas très bon, c'est pas très bon. Puis j'aimerais ça avoir comme quelque chose, une autre option.
Je voudrais poser une question.
Ok, pose une question, Michael.
Concernant les capotes avec des goûts, vu que tu proposais l'idée, mais je vois pas, moi, j'avoue, l'intérêt parce que même le sexe oral, vous le faites avec capote?
Chloé?
Moi, j'ai jamais fait de sexe avec capote. Non, je rigole. Non, je disais pas forcément goût, mais je pense qu'il y a un créneau à prendre. En tout cas, pour funkiser tout ça, quoi. Que ce soit latex, le truc, et pour qu'il y ait 40 000 possibilités, en fait. Oui, mais tu vois, tu sais, j'ai une pote qui travaille sur les bactéries et sur comment les bactéries, tu peux élever les bactéries aujourd'hui. Tu peux leur donner des ordres, en fait. Et du coup, tu peux faire plein de trucs écolos avec. Genre tu peux fabriquer par exemple la teinture pour teindre les jeans, tu vois, sans polluer. Donc en fait, si ça se trouve demain, les capotes elles seront faites de bactéries, tu vois. Et c'est ça à quoi il faudrait penser. Je pense qu'il y a un créneau à prendre.
Si on était tous testés, si on aurait vraiment besoin de se protéger. Si on était tous constamment testés, genre si tout de suite là j'avais sur mon téléphone mon statut VIH, hépatite, les chlamydia, les gonocoques, si je savais mon statut tout de suite, je pourrais le présenter à une meuf que je rencontre ce soir et
oui.
La grossesse, évidemment que là je me repose peut-être un peu trop sur l'idée que ouais il y a une contraception, que souvent c'est bien évidemment la femme qui le prend parce que je prends pas de spermicide, et qu'on est combien de pourcents des hommes à prendre des spermicides? Moins de 1% je pense.
Ok, merci Michael pour ce point. On se relance sur ça tout de suite. Il y a des nouvelles personnes autour de cette table. Tu t'appelles comment?
Maëlle.
Bonjour Maëlle, bienvenue.
Théophile.
Théophile, bienvenue. On est là avec Thomas, Margot, Chloé, Mikey, Michael, Jess, Kiara, elle est là-bas, mais elle a un peu la voix cassée, mais elle est avec nous. Donc du coup, on était en train de parler de la sexualité, des capotes. Chloé, elle a proposé des capotes avec un goût de ratatouille ou autre chose, mais on se pose toujours la question là, il nous reste encore oui, le problème entre guillemets de la grossesse, je veux le dire comme ça. Mais moi, je vais proposer autre chose parce que Chloé, elle a lancé le sujet. On pourrait aussi faire des capotes avec d'autres choses. Peut-être, pourquoi on n'a pas de petits flash ou lumière sur la capote? Bon, on ne sait pas, c'est juste une proposition. Donc, est-ce que c'est quelque chose que tu essaierais, une capote avec un flashlight?
Un lubrifiant contraceptif.
Ok, un lubrifiant contraceptif. Ok. Thomas,
L'idée pourrait marcher. Faut poser la question technologiquement.
Peut-être on a quelqu'un. Est-ce que quelqu'un travaille dans la technologie ici? Quelqu'un produit des capotes ici ou?
Non, désolé. Non.
Ok, mais ok, on a déjà ça. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres alternatives?
Quand tu parlais de tout le monde se faire dépister ou quoi que ce soit et ça pourrait aider, technologiquement on arrive à le faire de plus en plus facilement, et on a même des applications avec le Covid où ça nous a aidé à comment détecter facilement certaines choses, et il y a peut-être moyen technologiquement d'avoir une manière de savoir si tu as le VIH ou pas très facilement, et ce serait du coup plus agréable pour tout le monde, je pense.
Donc,
c'est l'avenir de la technologie médicale. Les diabétiques qui se posent un patch sur le bras, ils connaissent leur glycémie à toute heure sur leur téléphone, et bientôt en fait tu auras les statuts, tu pourras savoir comment ça va tes reins, genre juste en scannant ton bras ou un truc comme ça, et là ce sera pareil pour les statuts sérologiques des maladies infectieuses. Et on pourra tous enfin jouir sans complexe, peau à peau, muqueuse à muqueuse.
c'est marrant, je vais demander à Chloé parce qu'elle a lancé le sujet. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que tu aimerais faire, mais peut-être pour rendre tout ça un peu plus fun, peut-être si on a un badge et on va se faire tester, on pourrait avoir un peu de la musique, une musique plutôt sympa. Donc, ouais.
Tu vois, par exemple, si j'étais au lit là tout de suite, je ramène une fille dans ma tente là. En vrai, ça a rien de glamour que de faire ça. Attends, bouge pas, s'il te plaît. Attends, bouge pas, regarde. Ah bah, attends, on est dans le noir, elle est dans quel sens? Attends, j'arrive pas à l'ouvrir, t'as des ongles? C'est bon.
Qu'est-ce que tu voudrais bien faire pour rendre ça un peu plus sexy?
Franchement, le lubrifiant contraceptif.
Soit dans le noir.
Comme le fluorescent sur tes fringues.
Fluorescent ou glitter ou tu vois. Ouais, ou quelque chose qui prend feu.
Ouh. Une autre couleur, tu voudrais bien avoir quelle couleur de capote?
Bleu clair, violet, un truc comme ça.
Margot, t'as une question?
Can I say it in English? I've got a friend who used protection, but then he still got HPV virus, which means he can pass it on to other people. And I was like, oh fuck man, that's really bad. He said no. Yeah. And he's 99%. Yeah, exactly. But he was like, I was like, oh shit man, I'm sorry. And he said, no, it's fine. It gives me a limited choice of people that I can be with, and that's good to have less choice. Discuss.
Ouh, donc Margot, ce qu'elle dit, est-ce que avoir une certaine maladie nous donne une certaine limitation qui est bien? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Salut, assis-toi si tu veux. Kiara, elle est juste là-bas parce qu'elle a une voix cassée, mais elle est avec nous. Donc si tu veux t'installer sur la chaise. Moi, je m'appelle Timna, c'est Talkaoke, un format de talk show, et c'est à vous de choisir de quoi vous avez envie de parler. Mais là, comme il y a plein de nouvelles personnes, on va faire un tour de nom.
Thomas.
Théophile.
Mine. Maud. Jessica.
Michael.
Margot. Chloé.
Pierre. Maxime.
Enchantée, je m'appelle Tina, j'ai déjà dit ça. Là, on vient de parler des préservatifs, des alternatives. Michael voudrait bien voir une alternative ou une capote qui est un peu plus sexy. Et là, Margot vient de parler d'une maladie qu'un ami à elle a, et cela impose une certaine limitation, donc cette personne peut seulement coucher avec un certain credo des personnes. Est-ce que c'est un sujet qui vous intéresse? Est-ce que vous avez envie de se lancer sur un autre sujet? Asseyez-vous. Ouais. Ok. T'en penses quoi?
De trouver des capotes plus sexy?
Oui. Si t'as le choix, quelle serait la capote le plus sexy pour toi?
Avec de la fourrure.
Ouh, mais c'est pas un peu chaud?
Ce serait doux, du coup.
Ah, doux, ok. Ok, tu t'appelles comment?
Guillaume.
Salut Guillaume, on est en train de parler des capotes. Il y a une proposition, une capote avec de la fourrure. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres propositions? Marie, c'est ça? Maëlle.
Vibromasseur. Ça pourrait être pas mal ça.
C'est quoi?
Une capote vibromasseur, c'est genre technologie, mais j'en sais rien. Ça n'existe pas encore, mais ça pourrait être très très cool.
Tu reviendras l'année prochaine avec cette invention. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres alternatives?
Je n'ai pas d'idée sur la question.
C'est pas grave. Est-ce que vous avez envie de rester avec ce sujet-là? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres...
On peut parler des vibromasseurs. En fait, il y a un truc super intéressant, c'est que la sexualité des hommes d'habitude, c'est pas tabou, les mecs qui sont là, ils parlent de tout. Mais il y a un point sur lequel c'est assez tabou chez nous les hommes. C'est les sextoys masculins. Parce que en vrai, une meuf qui commence à dire ouais moi je veux la touche tous les soirs avec mon womanizer, normal, on kiffe, on applaudit même, c'est très bien. Mais si je commence à dire que je me suis acheté une Pussy Pocket infernale Turbo Power avec 10 000 dimensions, machin, on commence à me regarder comme un pervers. Alors qu'en vrai, c'est la même discussion, hein, c'est juste... Et en plus, nous, on n'a pas la possibilité d'avoir un truc qui vibre et tout. On se fait remplacer par les... On se fait remplacer par les womanizers. C'est la crise, messieurs.
Ok, donc Michael dit que c'est la crise pour lui parce qu'il y a des femmes qui... il faut être... oui.
Faux. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a plein de trucs qui vibrent à ta destination. Le premier, c'est des anneaux péniens qui font des vibrations. Le deuxième, c'est un jouet qui se partage à deux. Tu vois, qui s'introduit dans le... Ouais, non, je parle pas de ça. Je parle, tu vois, d'une sorte de clip qui se met dans le vagin de la partenaire ou ailleurs. Et qui, résultat, a une partie interne pour la personne et une partie externe pour le partenaire. Et donc, en fait, c'est vraiment un clip comme ça, tu vois, genre c'est une sorte de pince. Et résultat, alors, je vais parler de mon cas, ça se met autour d'une vulve. Et résultat, en fait, t'as un contact. Et résultat, en termes de pénétration, si t'as envie, t'as le truc à l'intérieur pour toi et t'as l'extérieur pour elle. Ou alors, tu peux avoir des contacts externes à deux. Donc, ça, c'était un truc. Et ensuite... N'oublions pas votre prostate. Et donc il existe des tonnes d'objets vibrants pour vos prostates. Des tonnes, des tonnes, des tonnes.
Ok, la prostate. Chloé,
est-ce qu'on peut parler de l'exploration de la prostate chez les hétérosexuels?
Parlons-en.
Alors moi, ça fait 4 ans que je suis en couple et j'essaye. Mais voilà. Alors, on peut en parler? Pourquoi? Est-ce si tabou?
Ok, Chloé. Ok, mais je pense qu'il y a plein d'opinions. On donne la possibilité à tout le monde de parler. Là, il y avait 2 personnes. Tu veux pas...
Je trouve ça quand même très intéressant. C'est censé être le point G masculin et on ne l'exploite pas en tant qu'hétérosexuel et on n'y touche pas. Et du coup, c'est un sujet quand même. Moi, en tout cas, moi, dans ma sexualité, j'y touche peu, tu vois. Voilà. Et je pense qu'en vrai, ça mérite d'être exploré, quoi.
Et comment est-ce qu'on pourrait toucher... salut, encore une fois, tu t'appelles comment? Je t'ai reconnu, donc... Mais on va faire encore une fois un tour des noms. Tu t'appelles comment?
Thibaut. Guillaume.
Chloé.
Pierre. Max. Thomas. Théophile.
Maël.
Maud. Jess.
Michael.
Je m'appelle toujours Timna et là on s'est lancé sur le sujet de la sexualité. On a parlé de la prostate, on dit la prostate et aussi du sujet qui a une certaine distinction entre la sexualité des couples hétéro. Et donc là, quelqu'un voulait dire quelque chose, mais j'ai oublié qui. Qu'est-ce que tu voulais partager?
Là il parlait des gods masculins et du coup là j'étais en train de réfléchir et je me disais qu'il fallait en fait une espèce de slip avec d'un côté un truc qui te rentre et de l'autre côté un truc où tu peux caler voilà.
Ok.
Alors, il existe un objet extrêmement intéressant.
Attends, je fais juste un moment. Merci, un grand applaudissement pour... pardon, j'ai oublié ton nom. Maud, merci. Un grand applaudissement pour, en fait, toutes ces explications. Merci.
Alors, c'est un objet que je n'ai vu qu'une fois avec un partenaire, mais c'était son objet préféré. Et donc tu avais donc une partie interne et de l'autre côté tu avais un anneau assez grand qui n'englobait pas que le pénis et qui faisait donc une sorte de contorsion autour de l'entièreté de l'appareil génital masculin. Et donc c'était pas, tu vois ce que tu veux dire, mais tu vois il y a des solutions qui existent. N'hésitez pas.
Merci. Et comment, où est-ce qu'on pourrait acheter tout ça? Je demande juste parce que...
je pense que sur Adam et Ève, vous ne trouverez pas ça parce qu'il va falloir rentrer dans des trucs beaucoup plus spécialisés. Mais il y a plein de magasins, par exemple Démonia sur Paris, qui fait ce genre de choses.
Merci. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a des avis sur ça? Est-ce que tu as déjà utilisé ça?
Non, jamais fait d'exploration de la prostate.
Okay. Non. Tu auras envie d'explorer ta prostate?
Ouais, pourquoi pas, je pense que ça dépend de avec qui t'es. Mais après, ça s'est grave décomplexé ces dernières années, je pense, le sujet. Enfin, en tout cas, pour moi, dans mes cercles et compagnie, genre, c'est plus ça d'en parler.
Comment on peut... Et pourquoi?
Femme, ça se touche en solo, nous on se branle, mais tu peux te palper les seins et tout, mais on n'a jamais pensé à se vraiment s'auto-faire plaisir par la prostate.
Et comment ok, Thomas, Thomas, t'as un autre avis?
Bah, c'est pas forcément le cas.
Ok, je comprends.
Je connais personnellement beaucoup d'hommes hétérosexuels qui ont expérimenté à la fois avec leur partenaire et à la fois en solo.
Et avec des sextoys?
C'est bizarre de dire sur un micro, mais moi j'ai déjà fait ça. En tout cas, j'ai pas eu de résultat, mais voilà, c'est why not.
Sextoy.
Ouais, investissement, hein, mais j'ai déjà pensé au sextoy, mais j'ai eu la flemme, donc ouais.
T'as pas trouvé le point G, quoi.
Bien sûr.
Peut-être qu'il était trop loin.
J'ai voilà,
Où est le point G dans la vie chez l'homme? Parce que chez la femme, il n'y en a pas dans la vie.
C'est ça, il n'y a pas de point G.
Mais il est sur le clitoris, messieurs, hein, on va refaire un petit coup. Clitoris lié aux grandes lèvres internes. Voilà. Parce que je voulais répondre à tout à l'heure ce que tu disais. Tu disais vous avez les trucs, nous on a juste les petites vulves portables. Mais il faut pas oublier que la masturbation féminine est venue bien plus tard dans la culture et la libération de la pensée, etc. Et plus développée. Elle est peut-être plus complexe, mais la femme est plus complexe de toute façon, sans jugement de valeur.
Et est-ce qu'on pour cette discussion, est-ce qu'on pourrait inventer ou peut-être faire quelque chose pour améliorer la situation, enfin pour Michael? Oui, des ateliers. C'est un atelier. Est-ce qu'on pourrait proposer un atelier à Beat the Monkey?
Une campagne de genre désensibilisation, je sais pas quoi, pour les hétéros, pour pas qu'ils se fassent ce blocage de ah non, je suis pas homo, je vais pas toucher à ça, tu vois. Et ça, c'est un problème que les hétéros ont beaucoup, je pense.
Il y a un blocage de la sexualité des hétéros. On revient sur, en fait, souvent ce monde avec le sexe. Donc, un blocage et des alternatives. Qu'est-ce que tu en penses, Maëlle? Tu peux aussi dire ce que tu veux dire.
C'était parce que je voulais réagir aussi à un autre truc que tu as dit. Désolée, c'est beaucoup sur toi. C'est parce que tout à l'heure, tu as dit ouais, ça commence à nous remplacer les trucs qui vibrent, ça commence à remplacer peut-être des rapports hétérosexuels. Mais en vrai, c'est un énorme complémentaire parce que moi, je le fais en solo, mais j'ai aussi un partenaire. Et en gros, en fait, avoir le contact humain, avoir l'amour, bon, ça va être très romantique ce que je veux dire, mais ça va être justement c'est le contact, le toucher de l'autre, les caresses, les câlins, ça peut jamais remplacer un truc qui vibre, quoi. C'est ça, le sexe, c'est pas que l'orgasme non plus, quoi.
Donc le sexe est plus qu'un orgasme.
Et c'est pas que la bite, quoi. Ça, faut arrêter. C'est pas la bite.
Et c'est quoi le sexe pour toi, Chloé?
Bah, c'est tout.
Et c'est quoi tout?
Tout et ou sans la bite. Mais je veux dire, c'est tout.
Okay.
Chez une femme, en vrai, il y a plein de choses qui leur font plaisir. Moi, je parle vraiment personnellement là, mais moi, il y a que ma tub qui. Il y a que ma tub que, tu vois, quand on me touche de partout, en vrai, c'est bien mignon, mais en vrai, dès qu'on me l'attrape, tu me fais faire ce que tu veux. Alors là.
T'as aucune zone à part ça, à part la table, quoi. Putain.
On s'aime beaucoup. Mais oui, donc est-ce que vous pouvez partager un peu plus de vos pensées? Théophile, qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Déjà, je pense qu'il y a moyen que ce soit plus simple de commencer solo quand t'es un mec hétéro. Parce que tu t'exposes de ouf, je pense que t'as une vulnérabilité que tu connais peut-être pas d'habitude, qui va apparaître quand justement t'explores ça avec quelqu'un. Alors que tout seul, c'est déjà un peu compliqué de trouver un plaisir, de se quelque chose. Donc je pense qu'il faut commencer tout seul. Et peut-être ensuite, si tu vois que tu kiffes et tout ça, partager quoi.
Okay, commençons toutes seules à explorer la sexualité. Merci Théophile pour ce point. Thomas, je pense que tu as eu un autre point.
J'étais complètement d'accord, mais aussi il y a, c'est pas pour vrai, mais il y a quand même plein d'autres zones érogènes que la bite, qui est évidemment la principale en tant qu'homme, mais il y a du coup le point G potentiellement, mais t'as d'autres zones érogènes chez l'homme. Oui, évidemment. D'essayer d'explorer plutôt que d'être en mode juste ma top.
Ah, donne-nous un mot final s'il te plaît et parle-nous aussi de ton speech que tu vas avoir demain, c'est ça? Ah.
Je reviens de toute façon, en fait, je cherchais une frite que j'ai oubliée.
Ok, donc tu nous parleras tout à l'heure de ton speech de...
Ces messieurs avaient quelque chose peut-être à communiquer sur les zones érogènes.
Les zones érogènes.
En fait, il y a que des zones érogènes sur le corps, en fait, il faut juste apprendre à les connaître. Voilà. Ça va faire.
Tu pourrais en citer quelques-unes, tu vois, pour aider.
Je sais pas, moi, par exemple, les bras, c'est hyper sensible pour moi, le dos, je sais pas, les cuisses et tout.
Érogène, sensible frisson et érogène, genre...
Pour toi.
Ah ouais, moi là, tout ça, vraiment, c'est... Ouais.
Il faut le toucher ou pas là?
Faut le toucher, mais du coup, si tu commences à le toucher, ça va...
Ça va plus loin.
Ne touchez pas le ventre.
Il faut pas que ça tourne autour de la bite après. Ouais, mais le ventre, pas la bite.
Non, tu t'arrêtes là.
Salut, on a quelques personnes qui sont en train d'écouter, merci, notre conversation. Là, on est en train de parler de la sexualité. Donne-nous un mot final, s'il te plaît. Donne-nous une indication dans quelle direction cette discussion devrait...
Apprenez à connaître votre corps et vous aurez des orgasmes merveilleux.
Oh, donc il faut connaître son corps pour avoir des bons orgasmes. Un mot final, s'il te plaît.
Vous êtes excellent, merci. Tima. Ok.
Merci, tu peux nous donner un peu plus que ça? Juste dans la direction.
Explorez tout ce que vous pouvez et vous aurez une belle vie.
Merci Chloé, merci pour ce sujet-là, c'était génial. Un mot final?
Vive les capotes à la ratatouille.
Vive les capotes à la ratatouille. Tu reviendras l'année prochaine avec une capote à la ratatouille. Thomas, Théophile, un mot final s'il te plaît?
Merci Tina, t'es la meilleure. Merci à tout le monde.
Merci à toi Thomas.
Kiffez bien.
Kiffez bien. Bon festival, on sera là demain encore une fois. Théophile, un mot final s'il te plaît?
Capote en fourrure, bonne idée.
Capote en fourrure. Maëlle, je pense que tu as eu un point. Je pense que tu voulais dire quelque chose ou...
Moi là c'est plus sur des relations du coup, comme il disait justement, quelles étaient les zones érogènes dans un couple. C'est hyper important aussi de pouvoir communiquer sur ce sujet-là.
Et comment tu les communiques? Comment tu dis à quelqu'un que tu aimes cette zone-là?
Bah alors, ça peut être un peu gênant de le faire pendant, mais du coup ça peut être bien de faire un récap après ou avant.
C'est pas gênant de le faire pendant.
Ok, comment tu le fais, Michael? Comment tu dis à quelqu'un, moi je préfère d'être touché à cette...
Il faut d'abord savoir se livrer déjà soi-même. Il faut d'abord donner si tu veux contre-recevoir. Et donc moi, très souvent, je dis une phrase du style de quoi t'as envie? Je m'exécute.
Ok. Bah merci pour cette pensée-là. Installez-vous, c'est Talkaoke, c'est un format de talk show. Là, on s'est lancé sur le sujet des zones érogènes. On a parlé de la sexualité. On a également parlé des capotes au goût de la ratatouille. On a eu une proposition d'une capote avec de la fourrure. Mais oui, ouais. Mais tu t'appelles comment?
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, enchanté.
Enchanté.
C'est Talkaoke et je suis ici avec Michael, Guillaume, Mikey et moi je m'appelle Tina. Est-ce que tu as un sujet? Est-ce qu'on va continuer? Est-ce que tu as envie de continuer une conversation sur la sexualité?
Si tu veux envoyer sur un autre truc, vas-y.
Non, mais j'étais plus en mode écoute passive en fait. De quoi j'ai envie de parler?
Thibaut il arrive.
Thibaut il cherchait tout à l'heure.
Mais on peut aussi, il y a une nouvelle personne qui vient d'avoir des empanadas, c'est ça?
Avec des bananes plantains enchantées.
Oh, tu t'appelles comment?
Zoé.
Enchantée Zoé. Donc là, on était en train de parler de la sexualité, des jouets, mais aussi, en fait, on a parlé de la communication. Comment est-ce qu'on peut communiquer? J'ai du mal avec ce communiquer.
J'ai une question qui concerne un peu ma vie en ce moment. Je vois une meuf et mes potes ils sont en mode ouais mais en même temps bien sûr qu'elle pense que t'as envie de te poser avec elle, tu vas au resto avec, tu fais des trucs, vous voyez pas que pour être dans un lit et baiser. C'est mal de faire des restos avec des meufs avec qui on veut pas se poser?
Non, c'est pas mal.
Mode?
Alors absolument pas. Je pense que ce qu'il faut c'est de la clarté dans la relation pour dire ok, on va pas dans cette direction, et bien qu'on fasse des restos et que ce soit super cool, et ben on n'aura pas d'enfants ensemble, on n'emménagera pas ensemble, etc. Ah non, tu le dis à l'entrée de ta relation, merci, pas avant le dîner.
Attends, il y a d'autres opinions.
Alors non mais je rejoins ton opinion parce qu'il m'est arrivé un truc il y a un moment et en fait je trouve que maintenant les nanas, quand t'es gentil avec elles ont l'impression que tu veux une relation sérieuse. Et genre, c'est ça, en fait juste t'es gentil, tout de suite le mec veut se poser. Mais et genre la nana me dit ah mais t'es gentil, tu veux te poser avec moi. Mais ça veut pas dire ça. Et avant même la question de la clarté qui va se poser, tu vas pas tout de suite dès le premier rendez-vous forcément mettre le sujet sur la table, mais juste parce que t'es gentil, bah voilà.
Et je pense qu'il y a d'autres opinions, donc je voudrais bien avoir. Tu voulais dire quelque chose?
Je pense que tu dois juste pas lui laisser croire. Tu vois, genre dès que tu vois qu'elle s'emballe un petit peu ou quoi, tu lui dis juste en mode eh oh, c'est très cool, je kiffe grave t'emmener au resto, je passe des super moments avec toi, mais on est chill, non, tu vois. Et je crois que c'est juste quand tu vois qu'elle pourrait commencer à s'ambiancer ou directement tu dis oh.
Tu quand même de dire ouais, te fais pas de film.
Non, mais tu dis pas comme ça, tu dis pas genre te fais pas de film, tu dis en tout cas moi ma vision de là ce qui se passe entre nous c'est celle-là, j'espère que toi aussi.
Mais je pense la question ici c'est aussi comment on peut bien communiquer à quelqu'un qu'on voudrait bien passer du temps avec cette personne-là mais ne pas avoir une relation, c'est ça plus ou moins ce que tu as posé comme question. Mais on revient sur ça, je voudrais bien demander aux autres, comment il s'appelle? Tu t'appelles comment?
Salut, ben Geoffrey.
Je sais, mais les autres ne savent pas. Et toi, tu t'appelles comment? Charlotte. Bonjour Charlotte.
Pierre.
Bonjour Pierre et Charlotte et Geoffrey, c'est Talkaoke en format de talk show. Là, on était en train de parler, oui, Michael a communiqué son problème, pardon, là c'était déjà un jugement, pardon, mais oh, ouais, c'était un peu un problème comme tu vois, ouais. Donc du coup, comment il peut communiquer à quelqu'un qu'on veut passer du temps avec cette personne-là en étant sympa. Ouais, et donc est-ce que vous avez des avis sur ça? Sinon on peut aussi se lancer sur autre chose.
Comment ça se sent engagé sur juste On m'a reproché récemment de faire des restos avec des meufs avec qui je voulais pas me poser. Genre en mode ouais, comme tu le disais, genre en fait t'as un comportement trop de gentil et en fait elle espère. Sauf que je vois pas à quel moment en fait je vais l'arrêter et lui dire ah bah non, arrête de te faire des films, je veux pas de toi, c'est trop dur.
On revient sur ça. Garde ta pensée, mais Maëlle est en train de partir et je voudrais bien avoir son mot final. Maëlle, à toi.
C'est super intéressant de pouvoir parler de ça avec d'autres mecs, enfin des mecs, parce que j'en parle qu'avec des meufs à chaque fois, donc merci.
Revenons sur la communication, parlons plus entre nous avec des... voilà. Parlons plus. Donc Geoffrey, non, c'était Maëlle et après... non, pardon, Maud, et après c'est à toi, Geoffrey. Maud.
Attends, tu sais que tu veux pas te poser avec elle, tu sais qu'elle se fait des films et tu lui dis pas?
Non, c'est pas ça.
Non, mais parce qu'en fait...
Attends qu'elle pose la question.
Oh mais ok, Maud, c'est quoi quel est le problème?
C'est en fait si tu le sais et que tu le sens et qu'elle ose pas l'exprimer, en fait c'est genre porte tes couilles, tu vois. Genre mais porte tes couilles comme porte tes ovaires, soit dans la relation humaine. Tu sais ce qui se passe et toi tu dis ouais non je fais style je vois pas. Moi je suis pas d'accord avec ça en fait. Et en vrai, moi je vais te dire un truc, moi j'ai accepté une relation avec un mec qui voulait pas s'engager en me disant mon gars, moi j'adore les restos et j'adore le cul et c'est trop bien. Et on était d'accord. Et en fait ça s'est hyper bien passé parce qu'on était d'accord. Je vous invite à vous renseigner auprès des personnes qui pratiquent le polyamour parce que résultat elles sont extrêmement explicites dans la façon dont elles voient leur rapport. Et en fait il y a plein de gens qui sont prêts à accepter ça. Parce que toi tu crois que tu veux pas t'engager, et ben peut-être que la meuf elle s'en bat les couilles aussi, tu vois.
Exactement.
Mais si tu lui dis pas.
Attends, je pense que Geoffrey voulait dire quelque chose et après on revient sur toi, Michael. Geoffrey.
Alors je suis totalement d'accord avec toi en fait, mais je vais prendre la défense du camarade parce que sinon c'est pas un débat. Alors en effet, c'est très dur de mettre des mots sur des choses et je pense que c'est encore plus dur peut-être pour les mecs. Alors je sais pas si je vais partir sur un truc qui va vexer ou quoi, mais on vient d'un truc où nos darons ne savent pas parler. Enfin la plupart des gens
les hommes ne savent pas parler, ne savent pas mettre des mots sur des émotions, sur ce qu'ils pensent et dire genre bah moi je kiffe juste faire des restos et baiser avec toi et pas plus que ça et voilà, je cherche pas une relation. Nous on sait pas, on est nuls, on est handicapés pour ça. Mon père il est pas capable de dire un mot dès qu'il s'agit de ses émotions, donc je pense qu'on vient derrière, il y a un background qui est fort et qui est dur à mettre en avant. Voilà.
Merci. Donc il y a encore une fois un manque de communication. Comment on peut communiquer les émotions? Je pense que ça c'était un nouveau sujet que tu as lancé. Là,
Moi je pense que tu dois pas attendre qu'elle te pose de questions pour présenter ta vision de la relation directement. Donc tu arrives et tu dis écoute là, moi ce que je recherche en ce moment c'est des moments de qualité, j'aime passer des bons moments, je suis dans l'instant, peut-être je disparais, peut-être pas, genre on sait pas mais c'est chouette ou pas. Et je crois que si toi tu lui dis ta vision, tu lui promets rien, tu lui annonces rien, t'engages à rien, tu dis juste moi ce que je vois c'est ça et toi.
T'es content? Pardon. T'es content avec cette proposition-là?
J'ai une réponse variée de plusieurs points de vue différents et c'est très intéressant d'en discuter avec vous. Ouais.
Ok, bah merci. Donc là, on a un peu arrivé au fin de ce débat-là. Est-ce qu'il y a un autre sujet qui vous tient à cœur, des empanadas, de la banane? Est-ce qu'il faut ouvrir... est-ce qu'on peut-être pour créer des empanadas pour communiquer à quelqu'un? Je voudrais bien passer du temps avec toi, mais je voudrais pas vraiment être dans une relation avec... Ah ouais, donc Pierre, qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Un Lucky Empanadas avec un petit message, j'aimerais bien juste passer la soirée avec toi, mais pas plus. Au resto, et comme ça c'est très classe.
Donc comment on appellerait cette empanada? Empanada mi-amour? Empanota. Empanota, j'aime bien. Donc on aura une empanota. Et sur le petit message, on mettra... Ouais, je t'ai déjà dit, mais est-ce qu'il y a d'autres propositions, Guillaume? En fait, on a lié le sujet. Est-ce qu'on pourrait créer des empanadas pour communiquer à quelqu'un qu'on voudrait bien passer du temps sympa, en resto, sans... Empanada. Ah, merci, ouais. Ok, empanada, je trouve que c'est une niche qu'on devrait explorer. Guillaume, qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Peut-être une partie de réponse, il faut qu'il soit surprenant, je pense. Si tu dois donner une empanadas à quelqu'un, il faut qu'il y ait une surprise. Donc ça peut être une partie de la réponse, je sais pas, il y a un cœur coulant, il faut que ça soit gourmand, quoi. Voilà, c'est tout. Il faut que ça soit généreux, quoi. Il faut que tu manges et tu te dises ah, en vrai merci, ça fait plaisir. Je me sens. Ah bah non justement parce que tu parles et t'es vulnérable et on discute et voilà, c'est pour ça. C'est fait pour discuter.
Mais dans ce cas peut-être avec un goût amer.
Ça dépend.
Ça dépend. Mais je pense que Jess a eu un point. Jess.
C'est pas vraiment un point, mais c'est plus comme une manière de communiquer. Qu'est-ce qu'on cherche. Je pense que ça n'existe pas comme des bracelets de différentes couleurs qui communiquent. Si tu portes des couleurs, je sais pas, jaune, ça veut dire que tu cherches juste un resto et se poser avec elle, genre.
Très bonne idée. On va demander aux autres. Qui achètera, salut, je reviens sur toi. Qui achèterait des bracelets pour communiquer? Je voudrais bien passer un bon moment au resto, mais sans m'engager dans une vraie relation.
Faut laisser le mystère. Quand je rencontre quelqu'un, j'ai pas envie de direct savoir ce qu'elle recherche.
Peut-être c'est aussi...
Ça casse le truc si c'est écrit je veux juste du cul. Y a plus de challenge, y a plus de...
Ok. Maud n'est pas d'accord. Je reviens sur toi. Tu t'appelles comment? Héloïse. Salut Héloïse, je m'appelle Timna. Je suis l'animatrice et là on va faire un rond de noms parce que je suis pas sûre si j'ai retenu tous les noms.
Moi c'est Jess.
Michael.
Geoffrey.
Charlotte.
Pierre.
Thibaut.
Emmanuel.
Zoé.
Guillaume.
Et on a commencé un débat sur les capotes qui pourraient avoir un goût de ratatouille, des capotes avec de la fourrure. Après on a parlé de sextoy, on a parlé de la sexualité. Chloé qui a lancé le débat a dit qu'il faudra sauver ce monde avec le sexe. Et là, on a parlé des empanadas parce que Michael il a eu une problématique où il s'est dit où il passe un bon moment avec quelqu'un, je ne veux même pas dire ta meuf, avec une personne. Donc avec une personne, et il a du mal à lui dire. Donc on s'est lancé sur cette conversation-là. Il y avait des très belles propositions, des bracelets, des empanada et empanada pour qu'on puisse communiquer à quelqu'un. J'aime bien passer du temps avec toi, mais pas plus que ça. Mais Michael, vas-y.
Justement, moi j'avais une définition pour ça. Il y a des gens qui me disaient ouais, c'est ton plan cul, c'est ton plan cul. Sauf que moi, le mot plan cul, je l'ai jamais aimé parce que je fais jamais que baiser avec une personne. Il y a toujours l'étape où tu rigoles après, avant, parce que sinon, si c'est que de l'animal, bah ça m'intéresse pas. Du coup, moi je vais varier. Je disais que c'était mon plan cute. Mon plan cute.
Ok. T'étais d'accord, c'est ça?
Ouais, je suis carrément d'accord. C'est pas possible. Enfin, c'est difficile de juste avoir de passer que sur le physique avec des gens. Enfin, c'est même impossible, je pense, surtout quand on arrive autour de la trentaine. C'est plus intéressant.
Moi, je vous pose la question, est-ce que c'est possible de passer du temps avec quelqu'un? Il y a que du sexuel, qu'une attraction sexuelle. Tu vois, tu dis non.
Je dis une fois oui, mais après tu fais vite le compte, quoi.
Ok, Guillaume, qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Ouais, je suis d'accord. Après, je pense que c'est personnel. Il y a des gens, je pense, qui doivent apprécier. Je sais pas. En vrai, on s'en fout. C'est pas la question. C'est juste si t'es bien avec toi-même et voilà quoi. Si t'as envie de passer une soirée avec, je sais pas, 100 personnes, vas-y. Si t'aimes pas ça, bah fais-le pas quoi. Mais voilà.
Mais voilà quoi. Alors on peut se lancer à ce débat-là, mais on peut aussi parler d'autres choses. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres envies de parler d'autres choses? Mais on peut.
Meilleure région de vin. Meilleure région de vin. Peut-être ça va se battre. Je sais pas.
Ok, ouf. Ok.
J'aime le Chablis.
Ok. Qui aime le vin? Levez vos mains. Ok, tout le monde. Ah bah non, Zoé. Oh, pas Zoé. Zoé, pourquoi tu. Pourquoi tu n'aimes pas le vin?
Parce que j'ai l'impression que ça m'étouffe la bouche. Ça m'étouffe la bouche. Moi j'aime la bière, moi j'aime quand ça pétille, j'aime quand c'est...
T'es une fille pétillante. Ouais. Je comprends.
Il y a un stand là-bas avec du vin blanc, bio, pétillant, nature. Franchement, j'en ai plus, mais je t'en aurais bien passé.
Et tu bosses pour ce stand-là? Ok.
Je suis client. Un bon client comme on aime.
Ok. Et donc, est-ce que, pour lier peut-être les deux sujets, est-ce qu'il y a un lien entre le vin et la sexualité? Est-ce que les huîtres? Ah oui, on a parlé aussi des huîtres. Ah oui, c'est vrai, c'est même toi qui a... Ouais, c'est vrai, tout au début de cette conversation, on a parlé de la libido. Gastronomie sexuelle. C'est quoi la gastronomie sexuelle?
Moi j'ai déjà fait ça avec de la chantilly et c'était sympa. Franchement, mettre du chantilly sur le corps d'une femme et lui lécher tout le corps, franchement c'est trop cool.
Ok.
C'était ma copine.
Et à la fin, elle a reçu une empanada, ouais. Avec de la gentille. Ok, donc là il y a un problème avec le micro, donc je vais essayer de régler ça. Non, ça va pas. Ok, donc est-ce que on se lance sur ce sujet-là, l'amour, la gentillesse, est-ce que... ouais. Mais tu es libre, tu peux aussi partir si tu veux. Bah, donne-nous un mot final, s'il te plaît.
Un mot final ça dépend si elle aime les empanadas ou pas, finalement. Voilà.
Oh, donc, mais c'est lié au goût ou à la note qu'il y a dedans?
Alors, pour finir, non, empanadas avec un chablis, c'est bien. Voilà.
Empanada avec chablis. Ok. Michael, donne-nous ta pensée finale, ton mot final.
Sourire est la maladie la plus contagieuse qui existe.
Oh, sourire. Ok. Installez-vous. Là, on a eu deux directions. Est-ce qu'il faut sourire? Salut, tu t'appelles comment?
Je m'appelle Benoît.
Salut Benoît. Tu veux t'installer? Ok, tu t'appelles comment?
Carla.
Carla, est-ce que tu aimes bien sourire?
Ah non, je suis pas. Ouais, vraiment, je souris tout le temps et je t'offre ça.
Oh, une petite pomme, merci. Ok, je la mettrai dans ma poche. Merci Carla. J'espère que c'est pas une empanada à la fin. Ok, bon. Ah oui, je la mettrai ici. Parfait. Donc, installez-vous si vous voulez. Zoé, ah oui, vous êtes en train de palpoter. Vous parlez de quoi?
On parle d'ici, de famille, de maison. Et je me suis perdue parce que je suis toute seule ici, voilà.
Donc tu as perdu ta famille, donc c'est pour... Ah, cool, bah on est... Est-ce qu'on est ta nouvelle famille, là?
Un petit peu, ouais, carrément.
Et qui sera ton père ou ta mère, si tu peux choisir?
Alors mon père, il est à ma droite.
Ok, Guillaume, t'es fier de ta fille?
Plutôt, ouais, je trouve qu'elle se débrouille plutôt bien dans le truc, donc je suis fier de toi.
Donc t'as déjà un père, qui sera ta soeur ou ton frère?
Ma soeur.
Geoffrey, t'as un nouveau membre de famille, ok. Tu acceptes?
Ok.
Ok. Et donc, retrouvons un nouveau sujet. Est-ce que ça serait cool de vraiment pouvoir choisir nos propres membres de famille? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Pierre, est-ce que tu...
Je pense que c'est un peu un débat qu'on peut avoir sur c'est quoi la place de la famille. Enfin, est-ce qu'on a vraiment besoin d'une famille? Est-ce qu'on a besoin juste d'avoir des amis? Et je sais pas, parce qu'on choisit... Enfin,
qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Je passe ça pour ça, mais c'est vrai que on est peut-être, tu vois, au moins les amis, tu peux les choisir, quoi, t'as une emprise sur eux.
Moi j'étais en train de penser, est-ce que c'est frère et sœur? J'étais pas sûre. Mais bon, donc pour... ouais. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres opinions? Benoît, est-ce que la famille est importante en général?
Je pense que la famille est pas importante, mais si on pouvait la choisir, je pense que la mienne, ce serait plutôt un truc genre la famille Lams, mais en freaks, et ce serait pas mal.
Et Geoffrey, je pense que tu voulais dire quelque chose.
Justement, j'ai un truc comme ça avec ma famille où une relation un peu difficile. Enfin, eux ils m'adorent et tout, mais moi je les ai toujours un peu reniés, etc. Parce que c'est vraiment. En fait, j'ai l'impression d'avoir rien à voir en commun avec eux, d'être le vilain petit canard, voilà. Et bref, tout ça pour dire que j'ai accepté ce fait et qu'il ne faut pas renier sa famille, que c'est deux choses. Les amis et la famille, c'est deux choses différentes. Il faut assumer ses racines et en fait, c'est un peu les fondations de nous-mêmes. Et voilà, c'est voilà.
T'es d'accord avec tout ça?
Je suis carrément d'accord et de toute façon on n'a pas le choix et les amis ça sert à ça aussi. Parce que les amis tu peux t'en séparer. C'est exactement. Par contre j'ai un mot de fin parce que j'y vais et du coup c'est les tacos.
Tu vas retrouver ta vraie famille?
Exactement, et c'est les tacos.
Tu vas les retrouver chez les tacos? Non, c'est
entre les tacos lyonnais et les tacos mexicains, voilà.
Ok, donc ça c'est notre nouveau sujet. Ok, merci. Tu te vas également?
J'ai un nouveau sujet si tu veux. Je voudrais savoir quelle est la taille d'un grand amour. Est-ce que... Ouais, vraiment, quelle est la taille?
Quelle est la taille d'un grand amour? Zoé, qu'est-ce que tu en penses? J'ai l'impression que... Est-ce que après c'est un grand empanada avec un autre mot dedans?
Grand amour, c'est des milliards d'empanadas qui créent des bébés empanadas et qui nous permettent d'atteindre la lune d'empanada.
Donc des empanadas contagieux.
XXL. C'est ça.
XXL, ok. Mais je vois il y a une nouvelle personne autour de cette table. On va faire un tour de nom. Installez-vous si vous voulez. Moi je m'appelle Timna. Toi tu t'appelles comment?
Moana.
Zoé.
Thibaut.
Pierre.
Charlotte.
Geoffrey.
Benoît.
Jessica.
Maud. Lola.
Guillaume.
Donc là, Benoît a posé la question, quelle est la taille d'un grand amour? Oui, un grand amour. Quelle est la taille d'un grand amour? D'autres propositions?
Assez pour le mettre dans ma maison.
Merci. Pour pouvoir la mettre dans la maison. Ok. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres propositions pour... C'est quoi un grand amour?
Désolée, j'étais en train d'expliquer.
Ok, pardon. On est en train de parler...
C'est subtil quand même en français.
La taille... what size could love have? What is the... Geoffrey?
Moi je pense que la taille d'un grand amour c'est une taille qui est exponentielle, elle n'arrête pas de grossir un peu comme une éponge en fait. Elle s'arrête jamais de grandir. Voilà.
Ok, Ok, donc c'est un peu, on revient sur les empanadas sans fin, les empanadas XXL. Ok, et la taille, tu t'appelles comment?
Je m'appelle Damien.
Ok, et quand ta taille ou ta définition, la taille d'un grand amour, ça serait quoi ou...
Bah, c'est parce qu'on en a parlé dans la voiture en venant, mais je me demande si c'est pas Pi.
Ok, donc vous étiez d'accord dans la voiture ou... Oui? Ok, ok. Comment on peut avoir ces discussions-là?
Parce qu'on se disait on connaissait peut-être la théorie que tout est dans Pi. Ah bah voilà, bah en fait on a eu cette discussion et voilà. Par exemple, on prend toujours le même exemple et on va changer. Par exemple, Star Wars 19 est dans Pi. Vous connaissez cette théorie?
Même des choses qui ne sont pas encore passées.
Puisque pi c'est une décimale infinie, Star Wars, si on le code en binaire ou peu importe, voilà, il y a Star Wars 19 dans pi.
C'est un super truc.
Ok. Donc là, est-ce que vous voulez continuer à discuter la taille de votre amour? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres... Pierre,
Non mais Geoffrey t'as dit oui, le grand amour c'est exponentiel, etc. Et bon, je suis d'accord parce que je trouve que un grand amour un amour c'est un truc qui bouge en fait, c'est pas forcément un truc constant, tu vois. Mais je dirais pas que c'est forcément linéaire, tu vois. C'est pas un truc qui va de 0 à 10 000, ça peut y avoir des hauts, des bas. Et je pense que si du coup pour moi la taille d'un grand amour c'est comment quand ça va pas, comment t'arrives à reconstruire un truc derrière, à te poser des questions et à pas laisser stress quoi.
Je pense que tu voulais... T'as un point, mais je voulais aussi te demander à Pierre, tu disais ça bouge, mais ça bouge à quelle vitesse?
Ouais, ça peut être ça peut être très rapide et très lent à la fois, c'est jamais la même chose je pense et un jour on peut se rendre compte que en fait on n'a pas vu que ça a changé et qu'on est éloigné par exemple et ça s'est fait doucement mais rapidement à la fois quoi, parce que tu le découvres d'un coup.
Donc ça allait trop vite, ouais, ça allait trop vite. Mais t'as eu un point et je voulais revenir sur...
Ouais, mais je pense aussi à la matière du grand amour. Et pour moi c'est genre, ce serait comme une matière qu'on peut étaler et étendre comme de la ouate et qui peut se rétracter aussi par moment. Et ça peut toujours s'étaler.
Oh, ça c'est une belle image. Donc quelle est la texture du grand amour?
C'est du cachemire.
Oh, donc c'est doux. Ok, Pierre, t'es d'accord?
Plus un, ouais, je suis d'accord.
Ok, et Charlotte?
C'est du velours.
Oh, du velours.
Je préciserais du velours côtelé.
Oh, ok. Vous êtes d'accord? Pour vous, l'amour c'est plutôt cachemire, velours. Ah, pardon, je reviens sur toi, Benoît. Maud, s'il te plaît, merci pour tout son savoir. Merci pour nous expliquer ses connaissances. Mais donne-nous un mot final, Maud.
Alors, tout à l'heure, vous n'étiez pas là, mais on parlait de massage prostatique et du fait de la difficulté d'explorer ça pour les hommes hétérosexuels. Sachez qu'il existe des organismes et des ateliers sur Paris qui font des cercles de parole entre hommes, entre porteurs de pénis, et aussi des explorations dans des groupes. Vous pouvez venir avec des partenaires. Les collectifs s'appelant Le 30e ciel et Slow Sex Love Life. Voilà.
Slow Sex Love Life. Ouais. Merci. Donc là, on vient de... Oui, c'est vrai, on a commencé cette conversation, on a parlé de la sexualité. Est-ce qu'on peut sauver ce monde avec le sexe? On a parlé des capotes et là, on a parlé de la texture de l'amour et la taille de l'amour. Mais là, il y a une nouvelle personne assise à cette table. Tu t'appelles comment?
Je m'appelle Jessie.
Jessie, enchantée. Il y a Benoît qui voulait dire quelque chose, tu t'en souviens?
Oui, je reviens sur l'amour, sur la texture de l'amour. Moi je dirais qu'il y a un peu plus de légèreté, je parle de la chantilly plutôt. Juste pour un peu le côté venteux et léger.
Léger, l'amour est légère.
moi j'ai une autre vision que toutes les autres visions. Je trouve que l'amour, c'est en fait c'est un amour en gros avec un grand A, je vais dire H, rien à voir. C'est pas du tout ça. Non, c'est plus, je sais pas, il y a un truc très naturel qui est pas du tout premium, il est simple, il est voilà, on regarde dans les yeux, c'est très corporel, je sais pas, c'est peut-être pas de l'herbe, ça gratte, mais un truc, la peau quoi, la texture de la peau, en vrai, il y a un truc qui est, voilà, qui est très... Voilà.
La texture de la peau, la texture de ta peau, elle est comment? Peut-être, mais je voulais juste comprendre si tu parles de la texture de la peau.
Si je dois décrire la peau, j'aurais jamais cru répondre à cette question. Elle est chaude, accueillante, elle peut être douce mais rugueuse parce qu'il y a tout type de peau, mais il y a un truc de correspondance aussi entre personnes. Donc,
une certaine électricité.
Une certaine électricité, tu connais. mais voilà, ça c'est avec un grand H, hein, n'oubliez pas.
Merci pour cette explication. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres... On est en train de parler de l'amour, de la texture, de l'amour, de la taille, de l'amour. Benoît, tu t'en vas. S'il te plaît, donne-nous un mot final.
Je dirais une citation, pour faire simple. Je dirais on essaie de cacher nos différences pour nous ressembler, alors que c'est justement dans nos différences que nous nous ressemblons.
Oh, j'espère que j'ai bien compris, mais... Merci Benoît. Bon festival, il y a une chaise libre. Asseyez-vous. Geoffrey, donne-nous un mot final. Dans quelle direction cette conversation devrait aller?
Alors je vais dire qu'en fait, on parlait tout à l'heure de sexe, d'amour, un peu de nourriture et tout. Et moi personnellement, la nourriture me provoque des mini-orgasmes, mais vraiment, voire peut-être même parfois mieux que... Enfin bref, en gros, ça dépend. Ça dépend.
Merci.
Non, mais voilà, donc ouais, la nourriture et l'importance qu'elle a dans nos vies et dans nos émotions et dans nos sensations, voilà, c'est un sujet large.
Merci Geoffrey pour ton mot final.
Un ingrédient particulièrement qui provoque des sensations, c'est le caramel beurre salé. Oh là 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 là. Je peux te péter le pot en fin de soirée là. Oh là 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 là.
Ok, Zoé, donne-nous un mot final s'il te plaît.
C'est au final juste une histoire de plaisir de bouche.
Le plaisir de la bouche. Ok, Charlotte, un mot final s'il te plaît.
Alors je confirme, pour le pot de caramel, j'en ai pas souvent.
Merci Charlotte. Ok, Guillaume, donne-nous un mot final s'il te plaît.
Je te remercie encore une fois, c'était très chouette. Et je dirais que fume avant que la vie ne te fume.
Oh, fume avant la vie que tu te fumes.
Merci.
Ok, je la reprends parce que tu as durabilité ou tout ça. Donc, ok, Pierre. Ok, tout le monde s'en va, mais dans ce cas, je demande déjà une petite annonce avant que tu partes. Demain, il y a un discours sur...
Demain à 14h15, c'est mon anniversaire déjà demain. Et je suis intervenant à 14h15 sur la scène là-bas, je pense. Je vais parler d'écologie radicale, voilà.
C'est à 14h15, l'écologie radicale. Et tu voulais t'en aller, c'est ça aussi? Tu me donnes encore un mot final, s'il te plaît?
Bonne journée et à demain, venez à demain.
Venez demain à ce discours à 2h15, l'amphithéâtre. Et merci. Et pardon, Pierre, ton mot final.
Merci pour la discussion et il faut qu'on s'aime tous et qu'on se fasse des câlins pendant toute la soirée. Consenti.
Faites des câlins consentis. Je te passe une carte, Pierre, si jamais tu veux revenir. On sera là demain. Donc là, ok. Encore plus de mots final.
L'amour, finalement.
Merci. L'amour. À la texture de... Attends, du cachemire, c'était ça. Merci.
Comme une maison.
Mais elle doit encore passer dans ta maison. Ouais, ça... Merci. Ton mot final, tu devras aussi ou tu... Ok, c'est ta famille d'une certaine manière. Ouais, vous êtes venus... Ah, je comprends. Donc... Oh, Ah, cool. Bah, mes félicitations. Ah, t'étais exclu?
Non, j'étais pas exclu et j'étais témoin.
Ah, c'est cool.
C'était un mariage entre 4 femmes.
Ah, c'est cool, hein. Mais c'était important d'être témoin dans ce cas.
Oui, c'était important. Pour moi.
Bah, merci. Merci. Ton mot final, s'il te plaît?
Parle de ton village, tu parleras au monde.
Oh, merci. Ton mot final, s'il te plaît?
Bah, je pense que c'est un peu tout le monde, c'est un peu difficile que tout le monde s'aime et c'est un peu trop illusoire de dire qu'on doit tous s'aimer, etc. Mais donc, ne vous aimez pas les uns les autres, mais au moins écoutez-vous les uns les autres et ça sera déjà une première bonne étape.
Ok, donc la première étape, c'est s'écouter. Merci beaucoup pour cette pensée finale. Tout le monde est parti, donc ça veut dire qu'il y a plein de chaises libres. Installez-vous, c'est à vous de choisir. Ah là là là, ils sont effrayés, oui là là, je comprends. Comment? Ok, so, on va faire une petite pause et on reviendra plus tard. Oh, à tout à l'heure.
Grand applause pour Timna, notre talk show superstar. And we will be back. We will be back for more chat. It's been very stimulating. It's been a journey, an epic journey through food, sex, the planet, and some deviations into other stuff. So, yes, we will be back.
It was getting really warm actually. Well done to that.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Well, okay, so this, if you don't know what this is Talkaoke pop-up talk show, where you get to talk about whatever you want to talk about. We're just doing a very short session anglaise. Come on out, take a seat. Now's the time. We're just starting off, we don't have a subject yet. We've got people. My name's Mikey, what's your name?
My name is Leah.
Leah. And what's your name?
I'm Margot.
Timna.
Jazz.
Jess. Yeah. I know you're eating. So the whole way this works is up to you to decide what you want to talk about. Yes, come. We're just about to start, but we don't have a subject yet. So we need somebody to hit us with a subject, something to talk about. Any thoughts, suggestions, observations, ideas? Everyone seems to have one. Okay, I'm going to go around. What's your idea? Just give it to me short, and I'm going to go around and maybe we'll try and see where it goes.
Sweet and salty is where it's at.
Sweet and salty. What do you want to talk about?
I was questioning if we always need to have a subject to speak about something.
So we always need to have a subject. It's kind of a bit meta. Leah, what do you like to talk about?
Maybe because we're all women, what is sexualization of our body, of femininity? Where is the line between it?
Okay, sexualization. Is it a sweet and salty subject? Is it a subject at all? Come and have a... Do you feel sexualized right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
No, because I look like shit.
Okay, we're talking about the sexualization of women.
Do you feel feminine? Do you feel feminine?
Not really, okay. That just go, do you feel feminine? Yeah, okay, come and talk about it. We have got Leah, we have got Timna, we've got Jess, we've got Margot, what's your name?
Antoine.
Antoine, welcome. Anouk. And I'm Mikey. Were you going to say something, Margot?
I think it's a really great question because I think that sexualization is just so ingrained in the experience of being a woman, or feminine, that it's just impossible to dissociate it, I think. So it's, yeah.
Can you not separate feminine and sexualize or sexuel? I don't know. What do you say, Leah?
I was asking this question because I just recently started to work and in a really mainly field. So sometimes I don't know if it's because it's laughable that I'm a woman and that I'm a feminine, or is it just them that just sexualize the way I behave, or is it just me being a woman?
Okay. Is it you being a woman, or is it the men around you? What field are you working in, if you don't mind me asking?
Architecture.
Architecture is very kind of very male field. What do other people say? Timna?
Coming back to the question also, which Margot asked, or I don't know if you asked it, in the sense of what would there actually be if we would, like, if I could put away all the, let's say, rules or things the society is saying this is feminine, that was like, what would we then be? I mean, there's, I think, even from Camus or Sartre, there's women will only be then women when we stop saying what they should be. But that's maybe the question, like, to this table, like, what would we be, like, if we could choose ourselves? As it was, tu veux?
As it was. Okay, so
I've heard a saying that really made me laugh. It was, what would be a world without men? And a woman saying, it would be just a bunch of happy fat women. And I think that's very true.
A world without men would be a bunch of happy fat women. Do people agree with that? And what would a world without women be? Would it be a bunch of happy fat men? Or thin, unhappy men?
I really like the saying because it makes me think that, you know, I think maybe there's like a narrow category of what's considered feminine or attractive these days, even though everything's, like nothing's prohibited, everything's allowed to some extent, but I think body shapes are still a taboo, but I do wonder also from the kind of feminist point of view, to what extent is it, no, I want to be thin, I want to do this for me, versus I'm doing it for other men or women, whatever you're attracted to. Is it easy to differentiate? Which one are you doing, or is it too kind of, you know, too blurry?
I think it's important to differentiate, just because I think if you do things for yourself, okay, of course you can also put yourself under pressure, but I would say you could do things for yourself to make you feel better, and I would say if you have things imposed from the outside on yourself, it's more like, oh, you have to be like this. So I think for me it's the difference between having a lot of pressure and maybe less pressure, but of course you can also put pressure on yourself. Yeah.
So how much of the pressure is coming from outside? How much is coming from inside?
I think it's tricky because we, as women, as men, as anyone, you want to maybe reflect back what people desire. So even if you think maybe you want to look a certain way, it might just be like a deep, I guess, like influence from society that's telling you to be that way, but like because that's what someone wants. Does that make sense? Someone wants, so you project back, but you really believe like, oh, this is what I want.
Tell us what you really, really want.
To me, I had a hard time coming to terms with my femininity. It took me a long time to understand, like, am I doing things for myself or am I doing them for the male gaze? And so I had to get rid of everything, get rid of makeup, get rid of brows, get rid of everything, and I went into this period of time where I was not doing anything anymore because I was rejecting everything. And now, because I'm working in the music industry and I'm coming back to terms with my femininity, to my persona on stage. So on a daily basis I look like this, but then when I'm on stage I have this character. Actually, I'm playing today.
Yes, tell us.
Come Jibu stage, closing tonight from 3 to 5. Yeah, so you'll see my feminine part.
I mean, you're a performer. Do you have performer sexuality, or is it something from within you? I know it's a question. We'll part of that question because we've got a new face at the table. What's your name?
Robin.
Roman.
Robin.
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 Robin. We've got Jess, we've got Timna, we have got Anouk, we've got Antoine, we have got Leia, we've potentially got this person, or potentially not. We've got Margot and Mikey. At the moment we're talking about femininity, sexuality. Is our sexuality projected upon us, or is it coming from within? And how do you find out? Anouk, went to the kind of ground zero of herself. No bras, no makeup, no other feminine stuff. I don't know what that would be. And then back again to sort of reform ourselves.
I have a question for all the males here. Do you sometimes feel sexualized by women?
Do you feel sexualized by women? And I'm going to add, if so, when? Robin.
But I'm just trying to think. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Ever?
Not really. But it also depends on. I don't know. Like for men, I don't. It depends on how you dress. If you are with like colors or things like that. If you really want. But not for women. For men, I'm saying that. I don't feel.
I'm just going to go to Antoine. Do you ever feel sexualized by women?
I'm not sure. Maybe with my girlfriend only, but not on a day-to-day in the streets as a man. Yeah.
Not on a daily basis. A rare thing anyway. If it does happen at all.
I want to ask Leia because what is your definition of being sexualized? Because I think that may also differ from person to person.
Okay. Do you ever feel sexualized?
Yeah, I kind of went to the same journey as you. Like, I was doing stuff because I thought it was the way to be feminine, and at one time I was like, stop, like, I don't give a shit about this stuff, but sometimes I feel guilty to not doing it, to not doing doing the mustache, doing the eyebrows and stuff like that, because you can feel that you have less people looking at you, and when you're a woman you are used to have people looking at you, and I think it's somehow something you look for, and when you start to not you're not doing like the feminine stuff that men's are kind of say, yeah, okay, she's straight, and you look like more lesbian, you have less people looking at you, and it's weird for a girl that just grew up really straight.
Okay. So you're used that women are used to have. Maybe this is a surprise for men. Used to have men looking at them, and then you feel guilty if men are not looking at you.
I think it made me think about in Paris you have often these kind of the proverbs or this sororité, etc. But there's one which I liked a lot, which says my being is not related to your kind of gaze, and I kind of enjoyed this a lot because it made me think for the first time, yeah, it's so true. I'm not, like, my existence is not related to if you're looking at me or not. Like, I can also just be, and yeah, so just.
If I close my eyes, you're still there. Yeah, okay. So, where are we going to go with this conversation?
I just wanted to act like sexualizing men. Do women sexualize men? There's I wonder if it happens in France, but in like the UK and in Canada and the US, there's bachelorette parties or hen dos, where all these girls wear like penises, penis necklaces, penis everything, and I wonder, like, where does this come from? I know on men's side they go to like the strippers, or they do. There's always this like sexual.
Vaginas on the.
Yeah, men don't wear the vaginas. Although I've never seen it, but maybe they do. But yeah, what is this like wearing? What is it about like displaying like a penis on your forehead that like really says I'm getting married? I don't know.
Okay.
Because I think like for the longest time ever, the penis has been linked to power. It's power, it's control. You see the architecture. Everything is a fucking form of penis, right? Like, it's everywhere. So it means power, and that's a problem.
Okay, so the penis is kind of like saying I'm powerful. So we're talking about sexuality, we're talking about femininity, expectations, we're talking about kind of projection from within, projection from outside. Are you off? Okay, good. Okay, all right, but hang on a sec. Let me get a final thought from you before you go.
if I can ask a question to all of you before leaving, it's about angriness, because I was angry for a long time. When I grew up as a woman, I grew up as someone who was looked at a lot, and I wanted to keep being looked on, and I became very feminine without me really wanting to be. And when I realized what the male gaze was, I felt, you know, like violated, and that's how I just got stripped of everything, and I was so angry. And now I'm trying to get back to femininity, but on my own terms. And how do you do that? So that's my question.
That's a big question. Food for thought. We've got a new face over here. Antoine, I want a final thought from you before you go, but let me just get you. What's your name?
Hey, my name is Melina.
Melina. Okay. Antoine, final thought.
Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, that's a bit of a lame one, I have to say. But okay, we're talking about. We started off talking about sexuality. Is there a difference between sexuality and femininity? Are they just intertwined? Is it about social expectation? If, as Anouk said, if there were no men in the world, would there just be a lot of happy fat women? That's what Anouk said. So that's what we're talking about here. And women are used to being looked at, but there's a sort of other side to that, which is some kind of violence of the male gaze. So that's what we're... Come and join us, yes. I've got a new face over here. Tell us your name.
It's Alan.
Alan, sorry. So we've got Margot, we've got Melina, we've got Leia, we've got... Mariella, and we've got Jess, and we've got Timna.
Yeah, I'm Timna. But I actually wanted to come back to your question with the Hindu. I mean, it was more of a joke, but I thought, because you were asking why do they put penises on their head, or like maybe they just want to be unicorns. Yeah, but I think in France, which is interesting, that they say it's a enterrement de vie de jeune fille. So they're saying actually they have a funeral for the life of the young girl, which is I think already, yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, so there's the Hindu. It's a British phenomenon which is similar to the or bachelorette in North America, but it's any points over here? Yes.
I wanted to rewind to the proverb that you quoted, which was about I don't need you to look at me to exist. And I just wanted to ask, like, what is existence without being noticed?
Okay. It's the classic, if a tree falls in the forest, but in this case, if a woman steps out onto the street and nobody notices her, does she exist? Je n'existe pas.
I think it comes back to that question of like, what, you know, Anouk was saying, like, she went on a journey and defined what she wanted. I don't know, it's like about what you want when you want it. So when you want to be noticed, you can be noticed. If you don't want to be noticed, like, I know there was something really empowering for me when everyone had to wear like masks during COVID. I loved like wearing a mask out in London some days because it meant that like I could go almost like undercover, and no man would tell me that I should smile.
Did men tell you that?
Yeah, definitely. I think that is a common female experience to have a man tell you, hey, you should smile.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. You always should be happy, you should always behave in a certain way. It's just, we have to be pleasant. And it's something we are asked for, most of us, since we're little. And men can be more, I don't know, more violent. They can have moods, and we have to like contain our mood, because if we do not, we're hystericals.
Okay, so you're either pleasant or hysterical. Melina, which one are you?
Both, actually. I'm a pleasant woman who becomes hysterical, and that's what I struggle with, because I feel like as a woman, and I'm not able always to be reckless. And that's recklessness. I want to be more reckless, but it's difficult. Like, not caring as much about like what others think of me, and I know I don't have to, but I kind of want to, and I feel like I have to.
Okay, so there's this kind of tension between caring about what others think about you and wanting to be reckless, wanting to just go for it. Okay, I just want to bring you in, Alan. What mood are you in right now? Because you're allowed to be in a mood.
I'm in a really good mood actually. Yeah, fucking.
But do you feel like you can be in any mood, that you're not expected to be in a happy mood?
Yeah, I think that's definitely more accepted for guys to be in like, I don't know, like a temperamental kind of mood. Yeah, moody definitely, or like angry. I think a lot of guys kind of like, they like keep things to themselves and then outburst in anger a bit. Like, I think.
Okay, I mean, can we change this dynamic? Can we change this paradigm?
Yeah, I think one thing was like speaking about it helps already, but I think, for example, there are a lot of things which are unacceptable for men. I have a nephew, he just turned 13, and I remember even that his father telling him when he was 5 years old, yeah, just don't cry. So I think just even like when people...
Boys don't cry. Yeah, I had that a lot growing up, like boys don't cry kind of thing. Like, or man up. Man up if you're showing your emotions. Whereas like...
There's certain expectations for men and for women, and for men it's not crying and manning up, whatever that is. You can't. Can you man down as well as man up, or I don't know?
You can, but it cannot be taught. Like, I think you just need to decide it for yourself to man down and be confident with it. But looking at my nephew growing up, he was 2, when it's not even like don't cry and man up. It's more like whatever you want, you'll get it. That's the thing, and different to in comparison to his sister. He had it really breezy, and people were just like shocked that he was a bit selfish. I was like, well.
Okay, so in a way, men trained to be a little bit more selfish, and women trained to be, as you said, Melina, pleasant.
Like traditionally, like caregivers. I feel like they kind of traditionally thought us as like caregivers and stuff, like as mothers and stuff. So maybe it's like.
But are we? I mean,
we should. Not that we should see them as that, but that's just the way that historically it's gone down.
Okay, so the feminine caregiving. Timna, are you off?
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, but I just wanted to throw in slut shaming, because it was a thing about slut shaming. It was the definition we got from I think Thomas, was it? Yeah, that you get someone will tell you it's not acceptable with how many people you are sleeping, and I asked him if he already faced that. He was like, not him, but friends of his. So he said actually slut shaming is not only a thing which women are facing. That's what I just wanted to throw in.
Slut shaming, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to come to Jess, because you're...
I can't remember why.
Okay, we were talking about expectations, we were talking about... boys and girls.
Basically that, like, I think society does treat women like to be more like caregivers, but we were talking about kind of like what does femininity, what is femininity? Is there like a natural tendency for women to care more? Do we have some kind of like, I don't know, genetic biological makeup that makes us more empathetic? I think there is an element of that, yeah.
So is it nature or nurture when it comes to this caregiving? A bit of both, you say? Both, okay. I'm just going to come to you in a second.
I think the worst slut shaming comes from other women.
Okay. Slut shaming comes more from other women.
I have an experience, like, there's some experience I've been done with monkeys. And about like it make me think about what we were thinking. No, not less shaming, but why we are like some part, like there is more women being nurses and more into empathy fields or more caring fields, and why is that way? And it make me thought about some experience. There is like an anthropologist that follows baboons. I think it's maybe not baboons, it's gorillas. I think it's gorillas. I don't know. It's like kind of a species of monkeys, and she was like following this tribe. And at one point, the tribe find like some meat that I don't know. No, it was like another kind of monkey. But this monkey tribe found like this pile. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
This one. Oh, okay, finish the story about the monkey. We've got a story about monkeys that'll come to you.
It's just the tribe like find a meat, and it was like meat like left by humans, but it was actually like nasty and not good to eat. So they and the society of monkeys were like, you have like big males like super empowered, and they were like on top of the society, like more weak males and women's were like down into this tribe, and it was like the way of all the monkey tribe kind of worked. And they say, yeah, like they just keep all the meat they found just for the superior males, and they all died from it because actually it was it was intoxicated and blah blah blah. And they just...
Let me get a final thought from you. Come on, Mariella, let me get a final thought. This is an important subject, so what do you think about femininity, about the roles of women, all of these things? Any thoughts? Can we change it? Is it nature?
I really hope we can change it. It's really hard now. It's really complicated. Like I got so... I'm sorry because my English is really bad, but I got so identified with what you all said. Like, I work in a place where there's like all men, and we're just like two women. And like, it's so interesting to see this, what we were saying about the fact that it's okay when men are like sad and mad, you know, and nobody cares. And then when we are like the ones that are sad and mad and like pissed off, everyone is like, oh my god, you know, so... But I don't know. I try to speak about it. I try to speak it with my friends, you know. Also, I tell her like, yeah, go ahead, be mad, you know. It's alright to be mad. I think we have to support each other and just talk about it. And it was so interesting to listen.
Well, thank you. Thanks for joining. This is Talkaoke. Yes, come and have a seat. So we're going to do a quick round of names. Melina, are you off as well? You're sort of shaping up to I can tell from your body that you're about to disappear, but I'm not going to make any judgments on how pleasant or unpleasant you are. Give us your final thought, and then we're going to get a round of names. This is a very crucial debate. We want everyone involved in this, but Melina, final thought.
I think there's definitely room to change, and that's one thing that's quite important, is not to be ashamed of like...
Yeah, we're back on. Whoa, okay, okay, right. So come and take a seat. We're talking about femininity, sexuality. Can you separate the two? Two hot subjects. Oh no, you're gonna. There's also a question about are women allowed to be unpleasant, or do they always have to be pleasant? Apparently, as a woman, you get asked to smile all the time. You can't have a frown. You can't be kind of sad. You've got very limited range of presentations, basically. That's what we're talking about at the moment. Is it nature? Apparently in this experiment they gave, I'm not sure about the ethics of this experiment, they gave monkeys a whole load of poison meat, and all the alpha males died. So there's that. But anyway, that's where we are. We have got Alan, we've got Margot, we've got
Jeremy.
We've got what?
Jeremy,
okay, I was just like that. Yeah, and we've got Jess, we've got...
I'm not going to talk.
Tell us your name.
Edna,
and we've got...
Pepe,
Adrien,
Cherry,
Leia,
Louis.
Okay, and I'm Mikey. Where do we want to go with this conversation? Do we agree with this conjecture that we've got this social expectation?
my neighbor right here, Adrian, is saying that actually everybody should smile, not only women. What do you think about that?
Okay, should everyone smile? Should we be asking people to smile?
Isn't smiling an evolutionary thing that shows your teeth to show that you're not threatened?
Okay. Is it an evolution? We're back to the monkeys again. Is it about evolution? I mean, yeah, okay, Leia.
I'll make just a recap. So there was this anthropologist like talking about monkeys, and it was a society with superior males, inferior males, and female with the monkey. The superior males found like meat left by humans, and they just eat all the meat.
Yeah, they took it all for themselves.
All for themselves, and they all die from it. So only inferior males and women and females stay in the monkeys, and all the society changed with it. All the order, and they find a way to cooperate and without hierarchy. And it's this there is like a few generation of monkeys, and it all changed. So maybe there is a solution.
Do we want to offer some poison kebabs to the any alpha males around the table? And do you like kebabs? Okay, should we just get rid of the alpha males? Would that solve the problem of the hierarchy? Is it about smiling more? Is that an evolutionary thing? Does it link? Did the alpha male monkeys smile? This is some of the things we're talking about.
I think a lot of men would say they're not alpha males, but actually they are, but they don't.
How do you tell an alpha male?
From behavior. But I think that being alpha male is just so inside of how men are. They don't even know it. Just because you wear like, I don't know, nipple tassels on a festival, it doesn't make you a non-alpha male.
Okay, what's an alpha male? How do you recognize an alpha male? And I mean, should you avoid them, or should you snog, marry, or avoid when it comes to alpha males?
I don't know, but I'm waiting for someone to prove me wrong, but the alpha males are wearing the nail polish.
This is a bruise.
The nail what?
Nail polish. Okay, alpha males and the nails.
They are or they aren't? Are they or aren't they? Oh man.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you tell? And is it bad to be an alpha male? Okay.
All the nail polish and everything like that. Sorry.
Is it the fault of me? What's that?
What it means actually, the nail polish. It's like.
Okay. I have a terrible example of what an alpha male is. Apparently, in the monkeys group and society functioning, when the alpha male goes hunting and he comes back and one of his women had sex with another male, he says nothing. He waits until the woman is pregnant and gives birth, and then the day the woman gives birth, he throws the monkey, the baby monkey, out of the tree to kill him right away. Yeah.
Heavy stuff. Okay, so not only is he revengeful, he's also patient. Okay, so alpha males, good or bad? Yeah.
I think even if we got rid of the alpha males, there's still going to be people in society that want to take more for themselves.
Yeah.
But like.
Yeah. I mean, would the beta males take over the role of the alpha males?
I don't know. Maybe. I guess there's only one way to find out.
Are there any alpha females and beta females?
Okay. Are there alpha females? What is an alpha female? Can someone
dominatrix ladies? You know, they do exist. I've seen porno.
Edna, give us a final thought before you go. Are you an alpha?
I'm definitely not an alpha.
A beta?
What?
A beta.
A beta more than an alpha.
Okay.
I have a little question. And so, if you realize you're an alpha male, what should you do?
Okay. You wake up one day, you wake up at the festival, you've got nail polish on. It's like a metallic nail polish. You realise, oh shit, I'm an alpha male. What do you do next? What do you do? This is maybe even a. Okay, I want an answer from you before you go. Have you ever woken up and found out you're an alpha male, and what have you done?
You are.
I am an alpha male.
Disgusting!
What do you do? What do you do? Okay, give us a final. Oh no, that's it. That's it. No comment. Just leave. Just get up and leave. Okay. Yeah.
I think he's an alpha. I don't know why. Maybe because he's like
Strutting.
Yeah.
Okay, strutting.
I don't know why. It's so hard to describe actually. How do you describe it?
Okay.
Okay. What is for you the perfect description of an alpha male? Okay, I'll give you the answer.
Okay, what is the perfect? How do we recognise the alpha male? What's the perfect description of an alpha male? Can anyone describe apart from the nail polish?
I think, I don't know, someone who, okay, I'm going to attempt it, but I think someone who's okay with their sexuality, but at the same time, they're not a dick, you know? You can still be sensitive to other people and men and women and just don't kind of use that your masculinity as a defining instruction manual for how to live your life, I think. Somehow.
Are you saying alpha males don't have to be bad?
No, I like alpha males, it's not a problem. But it's like if it goes wrong when that becomes like the dominant way of life. Alpha maleism as a way of life is not good. But being an alpha male is okay. You want to procreate with people who have got good, whatever, they show good teeth and, you know, health is sexy.
Okay, let's get a final thought from you before you go. I don't think I haven't noticed. We're talking about, we're talking about alpha males, we're talking about apparently they are attractive and generally they've got good teeth as well. Maybe it's true for monkeys as well. Alpha male, give us a final thought.
Yeah, I think that it's important to accept our nature, but it's also to respect each other. And why not? I vote for alpha and beta female, that we can collaborate together.
Can we collaborate better with better females? Come and have a seat on the table. Have you ever met an alpha male? That's what we're talking about at the moment. What do you mean you want to change the subject or change the host? Is that what you're saying?
Jeremy. Is it a coincidence that alpha male looks like all female?
Looks like a what?
Alpha male, all female.
Sounds like.
It sounds exactly
like. Is it alpha male, all female?
Yes.
Okay. Alpha male, all female? I don't know. Where are we going to go with this subject? Let me bring in some of the people on this side that haven't said anything.
So, being alpha or being beta is just, it depends on the people you are with on the time. You can be an alpha at some point, you can be a beta at another point with other people. There's a lot of experiments on that. So we are all alphas, we are all betas, and it depends on the people we are with at some point.
Okay.
I think it's, for me, the alpha person is someone that always have the same behavior somehow. Always, like, never give up, you know, the one that never is down. So if you at one point are you down, it needs like someone else to take the role. So if there is someone else, there is society. If you're alpha, you're alone. There is.
Okay, so alpha sometimes means not changing. But what's your name again?
Thierry.
Thierry. So Thierry's saying we can all change, we can adapt, we can be anything, but you're saying, Leia, that alpha male is the lone male at the top of the tree.
You just kind of said it as a kind of throwaway comment. We didn't really talk about it, but when I think you asked about alpha females, you said dominatrix. What do people think about it? Is it like, yeah, what do guys and women think about the figure of dominatrix?
What is I'm going to turn the mirror on you, as it's a question you've asked everyone. Come back to anyone, got anything to say about the dominatrix?
I think when I'm being dominated by somebody who doesn't listen to me, I feel bad about it. But when I'm being dominated by somebody who still listens to me, I feel good.
Okay, and what are you saying when you're being dominated?
I can realize that I'm not an alpha anymore first, and I'm actually thinking, is it gonna make me still attractive?
So being an alpha, being dominated, maybe loses your attraction. We're talking about alpha males, alpha females. Come and take a seat. We're talking about also being dominated, the phenomenon of the dominatrix, and for a man, does to be dominated make you lose your attraction? These are some of the subjects on the table. Timna?
I think it can make some people feel like they've lost their masculinity, and in like certain parts of society that can appear as weak. Not that should be the case, but I think.
Is it weak? Is it weak to be dominated? Are you losing your masculinity?
That's the key question
Timna?
I don't think so, but I think it's interesting. I had a discussion a couple of months ago with a friend of mine, and he was actually saying, because I consider himself, and he is literally a really nice person, and he was like, I sometimes have the impression I have to be stopped being nice, because he has the impression he's not attractive to women anymore, because so yeah, kind of that I have to be a bad boy to be attractive to women.
All right. Do women not attracted to nice guys? These are so many questions here. It's up to you where you want to go with this conversation, by the way. This is Talkaoke, it's up to you. We've been talking about alpha males, alpha females, domination. Does that make you more attractive, less attractive? We have got Alan, we have got Timna, we have got Alan, we've got Cherry, we've got Juliet.
Maeve
and
Pepe
and
Andrea
and Timna and Jeremy and Mikey. Where do you want to take this conversation? It's your choice. My job is just simply to pass the microphone around. So it's up to you to decide.
Maybe with a little additional question about this topic. Do you think you can be more self-confident being a beta person than an alpha person?
Self-confidence, is that a kind of alphaism? Is it an alphaness to be self-confident, or can you be like a beta self-confident? Or a theta?
And I'm talking about the same person. As a person, can you find more self-confidence in being a beta than going to your alpha mode?
Okay, I'm going to turn the mirror on you. What do you think?
It's processing.
You're still processing that? What do other people think?
I think it's hard, because the minute the society starts seeing people in those categories, I think alpha or beta, then your confidence also comes from within. If I'm okay with these things, I'm self-confident. Oh, that's amazing. It's very hard to be self-confident if the society is is seeing things in this kind of binary way. So I would say it's hard.
Is it about the way we see things though? Is the alpha beta kind of lens a kind of a flawed lens? Is it inevitably going to lead to a lack of confidence, Thierry?
Yeah, I think the problem is that alpha and beta, we all have different definition on this. Like everyone has his own definition of what an alpha, what a beta is. And at the first time someone said something about this, it was a study about wolves. And we proved that this study was false, actually. There's no alpha, there's no betas, you know. It's just sociology, you know.
It's kind of almost sociology reflected back at us. Timna?
I was just asking myself what a gamma person would be.
Gamma?
Yeah.
Someone at the bottom?
Sorry? I don't know, but like...
I mean, how far down does it go? Alpha, beta, gamma, theta, delta, I don't know. Omega. Are we omegas?
There is actually a new trend about sigma males. There are people that ignore all this binary shit and go beyond the toxicity of binarism.
Okay, so Sigma, is that something to strive for, a Sigma male?
Sigma is, I am not an animal anymore. I am neither a wolf or a monkey. I am a human.
Okay, so maybe we need to go for Sigma males. We've been talking about alpha males, but now we've moved on to Sigma males, which is the I don't give a shit males, and possibly females. We don't know if you can have a Sigma female.
I've heard some like comments about Sigma males, and it's apparently like not so toxic alpha male. So they have a lot of the traits of an alpha male, but they're not over dominant, and they can't probably trying to be more in control of everything, and very selfish. And yeah, I don't know too much about it.
Okay, so a sigma male is a.
Not good. What is it?
It's like an alpha male, but without the toxicity, so less controlling, less controlling, and what was it else? Yeah,
hierarchy.
Less status obsessed.
Lone wolf.
Yeah, Sigma male.
Everyone, Jeremy is trolling everyone. Don't call yourself a Sigma, don't do that.
Okay. Oh, okay, yes.
That's fucking ridiculous. Why do we have to be defined every time? Like, I don't know, we don't have Sigma, we don't have Beta, we don't have Gamma, we're just like humans. I just said, yeah. I don't know, I don't know any of this shit, so I'm like,
Sorry about the monkeys.
No.
Okay.
What is it? Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
It's too long, we're not going to hear it again. It's something about some anthropologists fed some monkeys some meat, all the alpha males ate the meat, they all died, the beta males took over, but they were non-hierarchical and everyone lived happy ever after. Though it's a little faster version of the story.
No, I think it's interesting, like all the different
Sigma move! It's a Sigma move!
Sigma's leaving. Do we need a final thought? Do we need...
Okay, Cherry, final thought from you. It doesn't have to be a Sigma thought, but it can be.
We roll Omegas.
We roll Omegas, okay. Maybe we can call ourselves the Omega 3, except there's more than 3 of us. Alright, so.
I think just because you don't call something in those kind of categories, okay, I may be not calling it beta, sigma, whatever, it doesn't matter. I may not use the language, but intuitively I will know who's the dominant guy. I will know it. So I think it's in our best interest to know the terminology. Then we can decide, I do something with it or I don't do something with it. But we just know. The language describes what we already know. We are attracted to alpha males or alpha characters. I don't know.
Okay, so this is Talkaoke Pop and Talk Show. We're talking about alpha males. Have you ever met an alpha male? And do you want to snog, marry, or avoid? Leia, I want a final thought from you before you go. Even if you're coming back.
Maybe I'm coming back. I just need to pee. But so I don't know. For me, it's all mixed because for you an alpha is something, for you an alpha is something, and for you an alpha is something. So for me there is a kind of alpha I'm like out of it. Like I can't handle it, but maybe you can handle it.
Okay.
So
definitely avoid for you.
there is combinations and we need just to be aware that there is some combinations that are good for us and some other that aren't. But it depends on the person.
Okay, so maybe you should say to those alpha males, have you considered becoming a sigma male?
I find it a difficult line to tread because personally I think I'm attracted to elements of an alpha male, but then they also, the same traits put me off.
Right, okay, that's weird, isn't it?
And yeah, and I also think that sometimes with alpha males, as a woman, from my personal experience, you can end up shrinking because it's intimidating or it's overwhelming, but then at the same time the alpha's attractive, so it's confusing.
So you're actually attracted to something you don't really like in a way. It's dangerous. That's definitely this button. So what do we do about that? That's quite an interesting observation. Jess, I cut you off before, so I'm just going to go to Jess.
No, I just was thinking about all this language, alpha, beta, sigma, and then... we need more final thoughts.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go buy beer and I'm coming back because it's getting hot, so...
Thinking about all the language options, and then it reminded me, it made me think of like pronouns in the English language. And actually, I speak French, and I was trying to think of like what's the they pronoun. Est-ce que ça existe en français les pronouns comme il est? C'est vrai? Ah, okay. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting to think about like the limitations of language and all this like language speak is just like, are we just like fabricating all these different identities?
Okay, is it the language itself that's making us sort of go, oh, that's an alpha male, and we're seeing it through the frame of language which, as we started off this whole conversation about sexuality and how we're projecting expectations, especially onto women, but is that through the language of, that creates that expectations? Timna?
Now I have to think about it. Sorry, I think I lost my thought.
Okay, let's have a quick rewind.
we do.
We're talking about pronouns, we're talking about...
Yeah, but I think Maeve wanted to say something.
Okay, over to Maeve.
It's just funny because this morning I met two people here and we had this exact conversation because and they would tell I speak
sound effects.
Yeah. No, but first thing is I speak French as well, but not fluently, but I speak well. And French people told me that there's a pronoun they say which is il, which is like il and elle together, which is like their version of they. And we were talking about how just how gendered the French language is, and like a table is feminine for French people, it's la table, but in English it's just a table. And so I think for French people and for Spanish or Italian, any other language that has gendered language, it must be such a different approach to thinking about gender differences, and because they have gendered language and we don't.
Okay, does it lead to a different approach? Who here speaks English and French? Or English and another language that's got genders? We have a new man. We've got... Oh, sorry, we didn't get your name. What's your name?
Mathieu.
And have you got anything to say at this point?
Yeah, but the Sigma point that you just invented, like a new...
He invented it.
Yeah. No, I think it's good that like every kind of part of vocabulary, and like it's really interesting like to have more dialogues and like discover new stuff about each other and stuff. But like even the alpha male, it's always reductive. Like somebody is not like the perfect alpha male. It's just like an abstract concept, and we can share with that. It's like
so it's always a little bit vague.
The only thing is like I find this Sigma thing really interesting, but at the same time it's not like the label that you need to search for, and like you need to like prove some stuff to be the guy that he's such a Sigma male. I think it's also not a good way, because it's like you want to be more an ally you go for allyship in those fights and stuff, but you don't fight for the good reason, just to be like transparent and like be erase yourself and like push for a better world, but not to be like in the center in the attention again. Like it's like, I'm such a Sigma male, like see how I'm.
It's all about me. At the end, yeah. Okay, come and have a Sigma humans. Come and have a seat at the table of chat. Join in on this one. At the moment, we're talking about. Maeve is saying, is there a totally different view of the world speaking French? Are you an alpha male, sigma male, beta male, gamma male?
I don't know, I think I'm a male.
I think you're a male.
I don't know what kind of male I am.
Okay, alright, well maybe we'll let others define you later on. But there is another question that's been thrown onto the table, which is...
Because actually we're not even only questioning which kind of male or female we are questioning the necessity or the use to ask it or not.
Is it a useful category? Is it not? This question from Maeve, which we haven't forgotten about French, it's all le and la, which was a real nightmare for me at school, but now I've gone, so I don't care, and everyone in France speaks English anyway, so
Yeah, so I actually got my point back, which I forgot about. So give us a final thought.
This is my first time here, and I'm really happy to meet you guys.
Okay, we'll define your categories later on.
For sure.
Definitely Omega male, yeah.
So yeah, I found my point, which I actually forgot later earlier on, and I was thinking about the alpha, beta, whatever categories. I think it's more also about like even if they are alpha people, maybe they are listening to you or not, and then you would not care. Like even if an alpha would say, hey, I'm interested in you whatsoever, so you would not care about But what I wanted to say to Maeve's question is, it's definitely harder in French. My mother tongue is German, and we have 3 articles, and it's actually hard so the adjective, like in French, you have to adapt to exactly. And so it's like, but it's not impossible. I think it's just like, you have to get used to it. It's like...
But does it change your view of gender, or is it not really relevant?
Yes, for me, like I have a friend, so they identified when I met them, they identified as they wanted to use he and him, his, and his native language is French, and then it was actually I asked in that case it was him, and he was like, no, he actually prefers them and they, and in English it's way easier for me to say they and them, but in like as the way we have conversations is always French. It takes me way longer time to adapt to say IL and Boel and yeah.
Okay, so it's much more brain power in French. Yeah.
Yeah. And also the thing in French about how in a crowd, even if there are 500 women and one man, you say ils, like ILS, you say il for they, and that's so fucked up. Like if you walk into a room and there are 500 women and one man, and you describe them il, it's just so weird. Like why is that the case?
Okay. All right. So yeah, Margot, then Jess.
I mean, I don't know what the reason for this is in French, but I'm Polish, so my mother tongue is Polish.
Do they have gender in Polish?
They do, but it's a similar case. If there's one male in a crowd of women, you'd say them, like as in male them. But, and hear me out, this is not because some kind of anti-feminist agenda. It's about efficiency of language. Masculine form is just shorter, linguistically, less letters, less hassle.
Why? Why is it masculine?
I don't know. We decided as society the shorter, brevity is nature of wit, or whatever is, is soul of wit, right? If you say something in the, if I'm making this point for a really long time now. What I should have probably done and captured your attention completely is if I just said something, it was amazing, I dropped the mic, and the impact was there. But instead I'm still talking, So I think we like things short and to the point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, I lost the end of it, but what I'm picking up there is brevity is the soul of wit. William Shakespeare. It means.
What did you say? Wit? The soul of wit, like witty. Yeah. So how would you define wit in French? Like.
Futé.
Is it?
Not like fox?
Yeah. That's like wily. How would you say wit in English? Anyone know? And French?
Okay, Brett, how would you translate that? So, we need an emergency translator. Quick, call the translation emergency hotline.
We don't have any witty people in France. Intelligent is smart.
Like you're good at humor as well.
Do you have witty? You not have witty people in France?
It is futé. Futé.
Futé.
Yes.
Fruité. Fruité. Okay. Anyway, that's a long way of saying keep it short.
Can we take another subject? Maybe we could go after. I will go for it. First, I thought about the totem animals of the people around the table, but I suppose we couldn't go anywhere with that. So.
I mean, like a spirit animal.
Yeah, like if they're. Yeah, exactly.
Would it help to break away the rigid gender expectations of Simon? If we moved on to if everyone was an animal, then we wouldn't have to have the same alpha, beta, male expectations.
I love animation movies for kids when there are many animals of different species too.
Okay, what animal are you?
A fox. I'm a fox.
How did you know?
I don't know, you just a fox.
Okay, fox, okay. That didn't come out.
I'm so glad I'm a fox. You're a fox. I could have been a jellyfish.
Okay, 0 fox given. Okay, so we're going to go around on this one. What's your spirit animal?
An owl.
An owl?
Yeah. It's nice. It sees everything.
But I'm not very nocturnal. No, I think I'm more of like a feline. I think I'm like a lioness.
Lioness, okay. Not a lion, a lioness. Okay. Okay.
I don't know if there is a female version of Robin, but I'll be a Robin. Yeah.
Okay, a robiness. Okay. What? A robin is a
red. Red. I'm just explaining what a robin is. Rouge gorge.
Okay. Okay. So we've got We have got fox, we've got lioness, we've got robiness. What is your spirit animal? And are you an alpha, beta, sigma version of that animal? What is your spirit animal?
I'd be a hamster because I think it's a useful skill to put things in your cheek for later. And also, hamsters get really bad rep. It's like, I don't want to be stuck in a hamster wheel. It's fucking great to be a hamster. I had many of them. Really,
hamster wheels are fun.
Yeah, hamster wheels can be fun. So yeah.
Okay, Alan, spirit animal?
Just some type of fish, like a tropical fish somewhere. Because I'm kind of fucking
salty or freshwater.
I'm a bit salty. I've been told a little bit at times.
Right. Okay, so you're definitely a sea fish, like a scaly fish, or are you a bit shellfish?
Like a tropical kind of like fucking like a parrotfish.
Okay, tropical parrotfish.
Migration fish.
Yeah.
Maybe only mammals migrate.
Okay, we're talking about migration in a minute, but we're talking about your spirit. What's your spirit animal?
I think I'm a giraffe. I'm a clumsy giraffe.
Yeah, I can see that. What's your spirit animal? That's what we're talking about at the moment. We have got fox, we've got lioness, we've got robiness, we have got hamster, we've got parrotfish, we've got giraffe. I'm going to let you consume, but I'll come back to you in a minute. What is your spirit animal?
I'm a beef from Kobe because they drink beer all day long and they get massaged every day. Yes. A beef.
This is basically covered all my sound effects, but the fucking thing's not working for some reason. Anyway.
I'm a Black Panther, I think. Yeah. Do they swim? Do Black Panthers swim? They go. I know cats don't typically.
If you want them to.
Yeah. If a swimming one.
Okay, swimming panther. Anyone else? You want to give you a spirit animal? Spirit animal, Leia. I'm going to let you chew and then come back to you. Spirit animal.
Yeah, I think I'm a gorilla.
Alpha, beta, or sigma gorilla?
Alpha. No, yeah, alpha, I think.
Yeah. Okay, what about you? What are you? Yeah.
If I trust Pottermore, so the application to do your patronus, I'm a really aggressive badger, African badger, le ratel. So he fights with lions, but he's really small.
Okay, come and have a seat. What spirit animal are you? That's what we're talking about right now. And does it define you? Does it actually define you, or does it not matter what your animal is? You were thinking about it a lot, so yeah.
What is your spirit animal, Mikey?
Spirit animal, definitely hippopotamus.
Why?
It's got to be hippopotamus.
Why?
Because I like to wallow.
Wallow in what?
Self-pity. Anyway, yes.
I just wanted to point out, because Margaret said she would love to be a hamster because they can put all the stuff into their mouth, into their cheeks, but then just don't brush your teeth, then you can also like figure out things afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, how does that coincide with toothbrushing?
Now, as we said before, being healthy is sexy, so I want to stay healthy.
Yeah. Apparently, we learned earlier on that the reason we smile. It wasn't this who gave us this. That oh no, it was the man sitting next to you that's gone now. That when we smile, it's an evolutionary trend to show our healthy teeth. Apparently.
Which of those totem animals is the one that smiles the most?
Okay, what is the most smiley animal? Yeah, fish.
No, none of the ones mentioned here. But I think Labrador, the dog, he can. Yeah, do you know what I mean? He's never not smiling. It's annoying.
I mean, should we all be Labradors, or do we smile too much? Are we fed up being told to smile like a Labrador? Okay, where do we want to take this conversation? I don't know. I feel like we're kind of at this point zero. I've got a new. Maybe we should just get a round of names because we've got some new faces. What's your name?
Mary.
Mary. We have got. What's your name again?
Pepe.
Pepe. We've got Maeve. We've got Leia. We've got Margot. We've got Alan. We've got Matthew. And Jeremy and Jess, and I'm Mikey, I think. Or just call me Hippo. Take some seats, get involved in this conversation. We need some fresh blood because we've kind of pretty much hit a wall. We've hit a wall on spirit animals, and I don't know where to take the conversation. It's not really my job. So we need some direction here. We need some questions, preferably controversial, thoughtful questions about where to go. Yeah?
When people are gathering to discuss interesting subjects and then more people come to protect from the rain, should we accept them as the same, as the equal, or should we judge them?
I'm going to turn the mirror back on you on that question. What would you say?
I think we should welcome them with a warm heart.
Okay, welcome wet people. We love wet people, especially the parrotfish over here, but all the aquatic animals and the hippo as well. Love the wet people. Welcome in from the rain. It's dry in here, but this is a conversational. Spot, so we need you to actually participate, not just spectate. And that was a good observation, but it's not necessarily a direction of where this conversation is going to go. So where is the conversation going to go?
I just wanted to say to you, I forgot your name, but you mentioned maybe also one word to make a democratic choice out of it. Like, let's have a vote.
Okay, what we want to vote about this, about whether to expel the wet people.
Pros and cons of keeping them. Pros and cons of keeping them.
Okay, I mean, the thing is that there's certain things you can vote on and certain things you can't vote on, I would say. And I know this because I come from the UK, and we found out what we shouldn't really be voting on.
No, I think they could stay if they give us a new topic because we need it.
Okay, a new topic. What would you like to talk about, wet people? What would you like to talk about? Someone give us something. Is your spirit animal crickets? Okay.
What do we think about drugs?
Okay, all right. Okay, that's a big one. Let me hit this. What do you think about drugs, Maria?
Steve Carroll. I don't know. It depends about which drug.
Have you got a favorite drug?
But what is drug? The drug can be anything. That's a question. Alcohol.
Okay.
Because it's easier.
What's your favorite drug?
Weed, I think.
Okay.
Alcohol.
Oh.
I think it's going out.
Going out, okay, yeah. Ketamine, okay. I'll come back to you in 6 hours.
I would say sports.
Sports.
Running,
okay. Mushrooms, okay.
I'm mushrooms and ketamine.
Mushrooms and ketamine together, okay. Okay, it's not together, separately, okay, but they're equal, neck and neck.
Yeah, you have a full world with both of them.
Love. I was waiting for that. Jeremy has aced it with the love. Is love anyone else's favourite drug? On reflection, is it your favourite drug? Yeah.
On reflection, love is my drug too.
Okay. Jess, favourite drug?
I love MDMA, but not the after effects of it. Like, come down is like, woo!
Okay. All right. So MDMA, but only the first bit, not the second bit. Is it the same with love?
I think love, probably the reason I didn't say that, I didn't think of it as the reason I didn't say it. But now that I reflect on it, I think if love is your drug, then it's a very dangerous drug.
It's the most dangerous drug of all, and it's a horrible come down from it. Yeah.
I also think it's very important to notice it's not just about the drug, it's also your relationship with the drug. So what could be good for one person can be really bad for another.
Yeah. What is your relationship with mushrooms?
It's good crawling up the walls, man. It's fucking really bad. I feel like it's like medicinal for me. It's very healing. Yeah. It's very good for like depression and mental health and stuff.
Okay, so it's about the relationship. What is the relation?
And the amount. It's the Lagom science. Always find the right amount.
What is the right dose of love? That's the question. Is it a small amount, just a micro dose?
I think that love, the answer of saying love was cheating, because like all the other drugs, the point is to find love, like some kind of love, some kind of. So it's just like the middle point, like.
Absolutely not. Sometimes it's just to get out of something, not especially like to find love. Just you want to get out of something.
It's so abstract love that it's the drugs.
Yeah, but I think to me it's about addiction.
How do you feel that now that you've thrown this subject in? Do you feel satisfied with your answer? Where do you want to take this?
I didn't know where it's going to be taken. So,
what is your relationship with? What did you say? Alcohol. You said alcohol.
I said alcohol because it's the easiest and it's the first one that you turn to. I think.
Yeah, okay, so it's the.
But it's not like the. It's not like I prefer weed, but it's. I mean, at some point it's going to be bad. Anyway, any drug, everything can be a drug.
Anything can be a drug and anything can be bad. Okay.
You know, when you said that love, some drugs are just they're not for love, they're just for letting go, and I agree. But I also think that by letting go, I think what we are all seeking for is connection with other people, which is why we drink. It's why, even if we're not conscious of it or not, I still think that is a form of seeking love or connection to yourself, which is also love, arguably.
Okay, are we drinking to seek love? Is there a better way? Alan, are you off? In which case we want a final thought from you.
I'm just going to the toilet to sniff a big fat line of self-love. I will be back shortly. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, hopefully you'll have a smile on your face when you come back.
I have a question. I was wondering, we were talking about having too much love as a drug, and is the balance with love relying on having enough love of yourself when you have love for another one? Like, is the balance the key to have a healthy use of love?
I feel like you've got an answer to that yourself.
I don't.
Okay, what is the balance between self-love and love of others? And are there different types of non-self-love?
I just think that in one sense you always need to love yourself and put yourself on a priority, but then other people also need priorities. It's always like, okay, on one day, yeah, but
how do you strike that balance?
I think it's like the needs, and it's coming back to asking for people what do you need today, like. Yeah, and maybe sometimes there are days where you can put yourself on priority, and there are other days like, okay, I might take a step back, I'll take my ego back, and then you. Yeah.
What about today? Is today a self-love day, or is today people love day?
People love day.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Definitely people love day.
Okay.
And it reminds me of a conversation we had earlier about orgasms and whether a festival like this you can experience like a collective orgasm. I think so.
That would be a good proposal for next year's Pete the Monkey, I think. Shall we try and work something out? Collective orgasm. We're on camera, and Victor. Hello, Victor. He's going to be watching this. Organizer. Hello, Victor. Let's say hello to Victor. He watches this religion, not you. You might be called Victor, but I'm pointing to the camera. He's watching this. Okay, Victor. Next year we need a collective orgasm for Pete the Monkey 2024.
Is that going on BBC, what we're doing right now?
I think the way the conversation's going, probably it will. But it's not, it's not intended for BBC, but you never know. Okay, yes.
I mean, I'm Paul, but the guy just behind wanted to talk.
Okay, well he speaks too much, you don't speak enough, so I want to know what you think of all of this.
Yeah, I have trouble following some of the show. Yeah. No, but I remember a time like at a festival where we all we all got one big pile of falling over, and it was like a pile of humans, and it was a very special moment, and it was like a kind of a collective orgasm, I guess. So that's myself.
Maybe it's happened already. In England we call that a bundle. But there's no one English here to actually. You're English, okay? All right, sorry. But do you know what a bundle is?
No, I've never heard of a bundle.
It might be a little bit too sort of nuanced to. It's like a big pile of people. Anyway, Okay, so, is that how to experience this collective orgasm? Let's call it a collective joy, maybe, to open it up.
I think music does that. Like when the techno time. I mean, when like the DJ and stuff. I mean, it brings a kind of energy that brings up all the people, and I think to me it's a kind of collective orgasm.
Okay, it's a collective joy, the music, the euphoria, maybe that's the right word for it, Mathieu?
I think it's also a sense of like to belong to a crowd. At some point you're like, oh, I can relate to all the people, and like each time in the festival, like in the beginning, like I had that, when I arrived, like I'm almost judging a bit the people. I'm like, am I in the good place? And like 2 days after, I'm like, I belong to those people. We need to do everything together. And like, it's like, yeah, those orgasms happens when you're like, okay, I know who's next to me, and like we had a little bit of chat of fun, and like everybody is together to collectively like enjoy music, and yeah, it's just feeling safe with.
Do you have a come down from that when you leave the festival?
What?
A come down.
Yeah. It can happen when you go to the real world again. Like, what do you keep of that? The real world.
So when you go back,
is that you can feel lonely in a crowd. Like I live in London, and sometimes, even though it's my city and I know it so well, people go to places with big crowds just so they don't feel alone, but sometimes you can feel more alone in a crowd if you don't know people, and it's sometimes hard to just, connect with. You can't just go up, like the society we live in, we can't just go up to someone and say hi when we don't know them. Well, because it's scary, I suppose.
There is actually a number that's called the Dunbar number.
The what?
The Dunbar. Yeah, it was a discovery that was made that humans can imagine only 150 approximately personalities. So we're happy in a village of 150 people, but when there are more and more and more people in the crowd, etc., we feel a bit lost. Like we don't know who is who. It's kind of a blur that's aggressive.
Okay, so should Beat the Monkey be limited to 150 people?
I think yes.
Should we limit this festival to 150 people?
Yes.
I think it's always a search for like the right size of a festival, and we all tried like super big ones with big rock stars and tens of thousands of people, and it's hard to feel like in a group. And then you never know if it's 1,000, 2,000. I think Beat the Monkey is a good size, but it's worth a try to try a smaller one, and you can really feel connected and meet the people again. And I still don't know the right number, but.
So is there like a Dunbar number, like a festival number? Is there a Dunbar number of festivals?
Maybe. It was a very interesting opening, and I think one good example we could think of is the Smurfs. The Smurfs.
How many Smurfs are there?
Smurfs, I guess about 150. Yes. Yeah. There's the Schtroumpf à lunettes, the Schtroumpf farceur.
You don't have to go through all 150.
Very oddly, they live in mushrooms.
Yeah. Okay.
Where is our friend?
Okay. Alright, so there's mushrooms, there's Smurfs, little blue people on a continual festival. There's about 150 of them.
So should we then strive for knowing 150 different personalities to make our life a full life?
Okay. Is this a magic number, 150? Is it about 150 different personalities, 150 different Smurfs? Is that the best number for a festival? Is there a separate number for festivals? Is it a bigger number than 150? Yeah.
Because just to kind of top up that thought, because my feeling is that we only hang out with the people whose personalities we know. It's just like a narrow, type pool of people that we want to be friends with and we want to spend time with. If you're different than that, then we're gonna have 150 of the same rather than. That's my theory.
We need 150 very, very different people to hang out with. You're nodding as well. Welcome to this chat. Come and say something if you want to. Do you agree?
I agree. Yeah. I think all also it depends on the region and where you are from, because the world is pretty big. So if you know 150 people in France or in Europe, should be totally different if you know people in Africa or in Asia or everywhere else.
It depends where you're from.
I think at some point you'd get bored with just 150 people. I mean, I like being here and seeing faces I've never seen, and always going to some places and just be like, oh, okay, and you don't care and whatever. So I think a little bit more, maybe like 500 maybe, so that you can get a little bit lost and find your friends, but still like be a little bit on the side.
Okay, so your sweet spot is more than 150, it's about 500. Yeah, I mean, how many people do we need? And is it 150 of the same? Are we all the same people around the table? Or are we different? Are we different enough? Let's get a final thought from you before you go.
Sorry?
A final thought. Pensée finale.
What?
Final thoughts.
Love everyone and be kind to everyone. Yeah.
Even if it's 500 people. Okay.
500 people.
Right. Okay. So. Do we need to cultivate different friends? Are we all too similar? Are we too homogenous in this group here?
What you were saying about everyone's attracted to personalities that they know, so they hang out with the same people. I think I've heard that it's a similar thing with looks, and I think that's really wrong and like kind of fucked up that we have that internally, but it's kind of like attractive people hang out with attractive people. It's a theory, and I don't think that's right. And why do we, if we do that, why do we have that in us?
That's what's happening here. Can we have some ugly people to the table, please? There's too many attractive people around the table, and it's just wrong. You're helping. Okay, so do attractive people hang out with other attractive people? Oh, yep.
Actually, there was a very serious study about that, and it showed that...
Is it another anthropological study?
Yeah. And it showed that, I think Jean was the one to tell me that study, that the people who are like, in the way society thinks attractive, naturally go and look for attractive people, and the people who are not by the look of society called attractive people get rid of that very easily, apparently.
Okay, so we kind of self-select in a way.
And then they got beautiful kids. And then it's, it's a never-ending story.
Do attractive people make a beautiful children? Does that always work? Sometimes no, you say. Marco?
I just want to ask, has anyone ever gone out with a weird person, whatever that means to you? Looks-wise or personality-wise? Yeah.
Okay, and how was that?
It was okay.
It was fine, okay. So you've broken the mould, a weird person, somebody not conventionally attractive or conventional?
I think this is what I'm looking for, to be honest.
Restart it, okay, yeah.
No, it's just adventure. Sometimes you get bored when you're people similar to you, so you just look for something else. And I mean, it's true, it's nice, it's safe to be with people looking like you, and you're like, you safe and blah blah blah, but at one point you get bored.
Okay, so it's time to expand the envelope, look for something one a bit different, okay? We've got a new face at the table. Tell us your name, that's how it works. We have got Pepe, we've got Maeve, we've got...
Christelle.
And we've got... we have got Leia, and we have got Jean, and we've got...
Emile.
Emile, and we've got Margot, we have got Mathieu, and we've got Jeremy, and we've got...
Pierre.
Pierre, welcome Pierre. Piero,
yes.
Have you got anything to say? Have you been listening? Have you got anything to say to what we've said, you've heard so far?
I actually found what you said interesting about dating people that are different to you, but it's easy to date momentarily someone that's different to you, but to have a serious relationship is socially super tough. I've tried personally. dating someone from a different country.
Yeah.
And socially it's hard because cultures, traditions makes it difficult, and also language barrier can make it super difficult. And parents too, parents. So it's a lot of energy to actually make it accepted the person you have a relationship with.
Okay, so to do something different, it's actually more energy, more effort to go against the grain. Yep.
Was it worth it?
Was it worth it?
Life is worth it.
It was worth it. I can tell that as a yes, a strong yes.
I grew up with the Portuguese family in France, so all my life is cultural differences.
Are you used to that then, or do you think it's easier for you?
It's even easier for me to date someone with other nationalities, because where I grew up is like suburbs France, where all my friends were Algerian, Moroccans, Senegalese, and etc. So for me, a French person, it's weird.
So the French, the solid, deep French is weird. Any people here like solid French, like go back to the Normans kind of French? Yeah.
Yeah. When you say that you're attracted by weirdness, is it like 100% weirdness or like 50% of something that where you're comfortable with? And like I think that it's with love and like being attracted to somebody, and like it's the same with art. Like if you find something a new interesting movie, book or music, it's always like something that you know, and there's a little touch of something. Oh, I've never been there. It's like, oh, it's interesting. And like,
it's a bit of both.
Yeah. I think it's totally weird. You don't have any code of like, oh, this is working. You're just like, oh, I'm just lost. You need some kind of.
So in a way, you kind of need a bridge to the strange land. Okay.
In a way, it's like music. It's the perfect mix between surprise and familiarity.
So a mixture of surprise and familiarity. A bit like Talkaoke here today. It's familiar, but it's unfamiliar. It's in France, but it's in English. It seems to be about something, but the subject keeps changing. So a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Pepe.
A very quick parenthesis, I'm gonna go get myself a little beer. Would anyone care for a little beer as well? You can raise your hand.
I think you might find yourself coming back with a tray here.
I will bring 3 or 4 beers, and you will decide who deserves it the most.
Okay, that would be a good question, yeah. Okay, yeah, all right, we've got a new face over here. Tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Uzi Freya.
Uzi Freya?
Uzi Freya.
Uzi Freya?
Yeah.
At the moment we're talking about strangeness, we're talking about, have you ever dated somebody from another country?
Oh yeah, my ex.
How did it go? Did it go well, or at times at least?
He was a psycho, so I'm writing a song about him for my next album, so yeah.
Okay. So it's okay. Well, that's an interesting thing. So we have got, what's in Uzi Freya? Yeah. We have got. No, give me time. We have got. I'm going to go this way. We've got Mathieu. We have got Jeremy. We have got Piero. We have got Maeve. We've got Christelle. We've got Leia. We've got Jean and Emile. And I'm Mikey. And yeah, this is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We're talking about, we sort of started a long time ago, right back, talking about sexuality, then we talked about feminine, and then we talked about masculine alpha males, we talked about alpha, beta, gamma, sigma males, all the different males. Should you be one? Is it attractive? Is it unattractive? And we found out it was that alpha males are both very attractive and extremely repugnant at the same time. And then we moved on to talking about drugs and what is your drug, and then we moved from you missed that, yeah, what is your drug, and love is a drug. Then we started talking about love, and now we're talking about Can we go back to the now it's, you want to rewind, do you want to rewind? Well, it's too late. That's not how Talkaoke works, I'm afraid. Right now, we're talking about love in a strange land. We're talking about dating people from other countries. We're talking about familiar but strange. Is that where we want to be? And we've got a new face over here. Tell us your name.
My name is Antoine.
Antoine, welcome. I'm not going to do it. We've got
Nicolas.
Nicolas, welcome. Okay, so Where do you want to take this conversation? Do we want to talk about love in a... Is anyone else... You've got an experience of love in a strange land. You've got an experience of love in a strange land. Anybody else got an experience? Yes? Tell us.
I think life is a journey anyway, so should be, to my opinion, so boring. If I date people from my village, my city, whatever, even my country, because we have only one life and we have to.
Okay, we can hear.
It's friends or love story, whatever, because it's bring us some, it gives us some experience, point of view, etc. So for me, like it's so le 19e siècle and all the romantic books that the people dating in the same village. For me, it's the story. Even in the same city. Oh my God, I live my city.
We're back, okay. Just a quick battery swap here. Right, so it's boring to really just love somebody from the same place. It's actually better to go somewhere else. Yeah, you're nodding as well. Is it yeah?
I also think about children, and because I dated some French.
The government doesn't like you. Yeah, the government is against around there. I did some drives.
Hello. Yeah. No, the answer is never date French guys. No, but no, that's not what I mean. But I think with children, it's hard because, say, I'm with a French guy. You know, I would love to have bilingual children, but then sometimes I look at couples who have you know, two nationalities, and what, say the dad speaks Spanish and the mom speaks English or something, and then I worry that the kid will have a very kind of, you know, they'll only, because then if the parents don't speak the same language but they speak their separate languages to the kid, because I've experienced that, then at the table the family is a bit disconnected, so that can also happen.
Okay, we get a bit disjointed when we have these multilingual families. Hang on, we want this public to get because we need to recharge. Yeah, but that's what happens when you run on environmentally friendly with natural power festival.
C'est une excellente question. J'ai l'impression que tout le monde s'est dispatché en sauvage.
So what about, so dating people from different countries or different cities, but what about dating people of different ages? What do people...
Different ages, okay. Emil, I want a final thought from you before you go. Don't just sneak off. We've already lost John, which I didn't like, and they've gone for beers. But I want a final thought from you, Emil.
Just enjoy yourself during the weekend.
Have you ever dated somebody that's a different age to you?
No. Yeah, I mean 2 years. Only 2 years difference.
I'm going to give that 2 years, okay. All right.
6 years.
6 years, okay. Let's. And can anyone beat 6?
6.
More than that.
What can you beat? What's your maximum number? What's your Dunbar number?
It's a big one.
Well, go on.
By comparison, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
20.
20 years. Whoa. Whoa. Okay.
10, but it was difficult because we were in totally different stages of our lives, so that's difficult.
Okay, so if you date somebody older or younger, they either have to be more mature or more immature. Anyone can beat 20? Okay.
25.
Whoa. Okay. Have you ever dated someone of a different age?
Yeah, I used to date a guy who was 23 years older than me.
Okay. How did that go?
And I was like 20, I was in Israel, and he kind of looked hot, like a sugar daddy, spicy things. And I was like, you know what, let's do it. And his wife was cute though, so I was like, you know what, let's play.
a big one. Well, we actually are genuinely, seriously running out of batteries. So I'm going to have to just solicit some final thoughts here, even though I want to keep the conversation going. Okay, I want a final thought from you, Maeve, before you go. It could be about anything. It could be about all of these things, about the femininity, sexuality, alpha and beta, theta males. It can be about dating in a strange land, anything.
My final thought is that when I said you can feel lonely in a crowd, what I like about this is that we're all connecting and talking to each other when we don't know each other, and that's really special.
All right. That's a good way to kick off the final thoughts. Anyone want to give us a final thought?
I'm leaving. And I also want to say something. I am a singer, so I know what it feels like to be alone. But sometimes being alone is a good thing. Okay. So don't be scared to be alone, because sometimes you need to be alone to find yourself. So bitch, slay and be alone. Yeah. Some niggas don't deserve your love, bitch. Yeah.
All right. And tell us, where are you singing today, and where are you singing? We want to come and see you.
I don't know yet. I'm drinking some alcohol, but maybe my guy knows.
I'm married. All right. So everybody here, you should come to Uzi Freya's big show. It's over there at this stage. The submarine one. The one with the submarine over there, and she's playing at 9:45. You better be here. It's gonna be hot and spicy as always. Some ass shaking.
Okay, and that's a participatory thing as well, I expect. I want a final thought from you. That's not good enough as a final thought for your final thought.
I fucked an Italian guy in his car.
Was it just now? Was it a journey? Was it a journey to a strange land?
It was definitely a journey to a strange land. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's a much better final thought. Thank you. Okay. So we're final thoughts. Piero, final thought.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think, regardless of the different age difference, sex difference, just be who you are and accept the differences.
Okay. Accept the differences. I think it's more than accept the differences. Enjoy the differences. Love the differences.
Thank you.
We're just closing up. You've got time for a final thought if you want to come and sit down on the table and experience Talkaoke for 2 minutes. Let's get a final thought from you, Leia. There's no problem.
I don't know. Just enjoy your life. I think.
How do you enjoy your life?
I don't know yet.
Okay, well maybe we'll find out that tomorrow when we're back for Talkaoke tomorrow. Christelle, final thought?
Oh, enjoy the night.
How?
Oh, just have fun and enjoy the moment.
Okay, enjoy the moment. We'll be trying to enjoy every single moment. Okay, final thought. Timna, final thought?
I think international couples are possible, but even if they speak different languages, but because there's another sense of understanding if you love each other.
Okay. Is it better to go on a journey to a strange land, do you think?
With someone dating from another country? No. Is it better? I would say no. Oh, like in the sense of there is no judgment.
Okay. Could be. Maybe not. Who knows? Final thought, Jess. Final thought.
Final thoughts. Yeah, I think the more kind of like you expose yourself to other cultures, whether that's like fucking an Italian in a car or, you know, I mean that this is.
Was the car going? Was it moving at the time? That's what I never found out. Okay.
I think that's a special thing, and I kind of love the vibe at Pete the Monkey, that it's like a mix of like, it's not just French people. There's all kinds of people here, which is really fun.
Including an Italian that's maybe crashed his car. Okay, we're actually doing final thoughts because, sorry, you went to get beers, but in the meantime we run out of batteries. So we're just on the edge here. We're just on the edge. But we luckily have come back in time to give us a final thought.
In French here, we'll have
Okay, pensée finale?
Je pense que les gens sont... Ils veulent faire comme ils veulent. Comme ils veulent et comme ils peuvent. Tant qu'il y a l'amour.
that people will do what they want to do and what they can't do, and
That's it.
Okay, okay, final thoughts?
Live and let live.
Okay. What's the more fun bit?
And more liberating is let live.
Oh, the let living is more liberating.
So because it's difficult. Yeah.
Okay, all right, it's more difficult to let live. Final thought, Mathieu? Okay, final thought, Pepe?
Maybe every day is a gift.
Okay. I mean, how do we be grateful to the gift, and who should we be grateful to?
No, it's just a mindset to understand that it's truly a gift because your heart is beating, your body is functioning, and so it's one more day of life. It's nice.
Okay.
And we are not in Ukraine. I mean, we have no problem here.
Okay, so we celebrate this beautiful, peaceful space that we're in. That's a really good one. I'm going to hit that with a... Okay, final thought, Mathieu?
We want to know about you.
Yeah, but I'm a neutral, a mega male, and I'm not important. I can't be important. Outside of the table, I can talk about who I am, but doing this job, I'm just a nobody. I'm a total nobody. But outside of the table, I'm Mikey, and you might see me on a dance floor somewhere around Peter Monk, probably in Underworld or Folly or that little one that I don't know what it's called. Okay, final thought, John.
Think about now and not Monday or last week or your next beer or your next consumption, or just like people on your right and on your left and what you're doing, and yeah.
Thank you.
Never listen to Jean.
Okay, it's one more than it's number 151. That's why. So it just doesn't make the cut. All right, final thought, Mathieu.
Okay, I don't know yet. It's like a thought I had yesterday when we were partying. It's just like make your own religion, destroy it, and then do a new one. Like each time, like it's like each time that you like techno music, everything is kind of a religion. You need to believe in it, and it makes you feel emotion and stuff. Like we think about religion or like it's Catholicism or that, but no, it's religion. Is everything. It's just like a collective life. No, destroy. I mean, just imagine something else. Don't be like constrained in it, but like at the same time, like it makes you so happy. It brings you so much love, so much like build your own belief with other people and connection. But know that it's a common ground. Like yes.
Okay, so religion can be techno music. It can be sitting around the table talking, but we've pretty much destroyed this talking at the table today because we've run out of batteries. But we're just getting final thoughts, people. We're about to close this down, but we've got time for final thoughts. So far we've had make your own religion and destroy it. We've had live and let live, something in French about love. We've had listen to people, don't listen to people. We've had every day's a gift, thank you. So give us a final thought just before we close down. Something to give us that sense of closure so that I can go to Underworld, I can dance, I can express myself. I've got that sense of closure, you know? Give us a final thought.
Alors, for the dance?
Yes.
Alors, non, in English.
Up to you, we've got translators here.
Okay, for me, the dance is of the world. The dance is the flow. The flow is the dance. Dance is the flow. Flair is the dance.
Okay. All right, hang on, let's have a round of applause for this final thought. Have you got a final thought for us?
Moi je vais parler en français, mais je pense que la tolérance du mouvement, c'est ce qui nous rapproche les uns des autres.
The tolerance of the movement is what gets each other closer to each other, one to another.
Okay, so tolerance of the movement. Any final thoughts from the new people?
Pretty recently I found out that if we all agree together when we have a discussion such like today, that we really enjoy. We are here in a festival. But for some reason, if somebody doesn't think as us, that is much interesting because, and it won't be the case tonight because it's, tu vois, mais then we have to kind of scratch our head more deeper.
Okay, my name is Gustav and I love you everybody and kissing. Good festival to everybody. Sorry, désolé. Alright, thanks for that. But Christelle was making a point there, which was, I think, a very good one. Maybe we found the person that doesn't agree with us or doesn't follow the rules just there. But do we need to bring in more people that agree with us, disagree with us? Is that the end of your?
I don't think it will be the case today because we are pretty much in this cool environment, whatever. But I just had like 2 weeks ago this situation that somebody was totally not agree, which we didn't expect, and at the end of the day, that was much more helpful and comment dire. We learn a lot of people because then we have to convince, because if we are together and we all think the same thing, let's go to my garden and talk and we all agree, tu vois? And that was this.
What did you disagree about?
Oh my god, I do event about scientists and artists bringing together to protect the ocean, and then suddenly one of the artists was actually very skeptic about climate change, and so that was like, wow.
Alright, so maybe we need to bring some of those people to the Talkaoke tomorrow. Maybe you're one of those people and you're a climate skeptic. Yes, okay, we need you tomorrow. We're closing it down today. But Edna, have you got a final thought for us? Okay, anyone else got a final thought? Have you got a final thought for us? We're trying to close this down. Hopefully you've been listening. Have you got a final thought for us?
Un mot final, t'as un mot final?
Un mot?
Un final thought, un mot final, pensée finale, juste pour aboutir la conversation.
Yeah. No.
Tu peux dire ce que tu veux. Yeah, your final thought.
Just final thought. Yeah. I don't speak French, but love is your religion.
Love is a religion. Okay, that goes back to Mathieu's point. Okay, we're gonna leave it there. Come back tomorrow. This has been Talkaoke. We are finishing up now. Any final thoughts?
A big round of applause for Mikey in the middle. And if you're here tomorrow and you would like to have a go in the middle, please come back and see how it goes. See whether you like it or you hate it. But yeah, well done everybody, and yeah, have a lovely festival.
Et aussi, on va aussi animer en français demain, en français et en anglais, les deux. Alors venez, on est bilingue ici, alors vous êtes invités.
Yes, so we will see you tomorrow, but maybe we'll see you on the dance floor tonight.
Thank you for the beers.
Yes. We're only here for the beers, really, so thank you for that. And we will be back tomorrow for more chat on Talkaoke at Beat the Monkey. Good night.